Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are going live very, very early in the morning for me. Right now, it is not even 6 a.m. And the reason why is because today we have an absolutely massive amount of news. I think today is probably going to be the most insane coverage that we have ever conducted here. We're going to be doing live breaking news coverage all day today, whether that be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. It might be all day. And we're starting very, very early here, folks, because we really, like I said, have some massive news to really kick the day off here. Coming out of Iran, coming out of the Middle East. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Iran's Interim Leadership Council has approved that neighboring countries will no longer be attacked unless an attack on Iran originates from that country, says President Masoud Pezeshkian. Now, Mr. Pezeshkian held maybe a 5 to 10 minute long video interview a couple hours ago in which he said this. He also, not only did he say that no longer is Iran going to be attacking any Middle Eastern countries unless those Middle Eastern countries attack or help facilitate an attack against Iran, he also, check this out, apologized. He apologized. Iran's president apologizes during this interview to neighboring countries, saying that Tehran, the Iranian regime, is not going to attack any of them again unless attacks originate from their territory. So over the last week or so, we have seen U.S. attacks originating from Qatar, Bahrain, UAE. We have air bases, we've got military bases in all of these countries. And to some extent, we have been attacking Iran from these Middle Eastern countries. We have a U.S. military presence there. Same for Kuwait, etc. And so what the Iranian regime now is saying is that, listen, okay, we're sorry that we attacked you. We're super sorry. And going forward, starting now, we are not going to be attacking any of these Middle Eastern countries unless you continue to allow the U.S. to attack us from your territory. Now, this is just absolutely insane because this is a total flip-flop. This is a total change in Iranian foreign policy, if you can call it that. For the last 7 days, 6.5 or 7 days, the Iranians, it seems as if they have been pursuing a policy of this. I'll try to explain what they've been doing. The Iranian regime, they have been attacking every single one of their regional neighbors to the west and to the northwest, 12 different countries, in fact. The Iranians, over the last 7 days, they have attacked United Arab Emirates, Oman, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. They attempted to attack Turkey. They attacked Azerbaijan. They've been launching rockets into Israel and Iraq. Everybody they have been attacking. And the reason why, well, speculatively, the speculative reason why is because this seems as if their strategy is, well, if we can apply maximum pressure to all of these Middle Eastern countries that are working alongside the United States and Israel, these U.S.-Israeli coalition countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, if we can attack them, if we can apply pressure onto them, if we can blow up their oil fields and their bases and their hotels and their infrastructure, then maybe we can put pressure on them such that they will then put pressure on the U.S. to de-escalate and pull out of the region. They're saying if we can punch Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates hard enough, then maybe Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and the rest of them will go to the U.S. and say, listen, America, it's not worth it. We want you guys to de-escalate, stop attacking Iran because we're sick of having Iran blow up our oil fields and hotels and bases, etc. Let's just call the whole thing off. It's not worth the drama. That was the Iranian strategy for the first 7 days. Now, as you might have noticed, the Iranian strategy here has totally backfired. In fact, what we've seen is all of these Arab nations, all these countries adjacent to the Persian Gulf, not only have they not come to the U.S. to put pressure on us to pull out and stop the operation, in fact, this has actually solidified the coalition. The Iranian regime has pissed off every country in the region. Now Qatar is pissed off at Iran. They're closer to the U.S. than ever. United Arab Emirates is now more in lockstep with the U.S. than ever. They are pissed off at Iran also. Same for Saudi Arabia. So everybody is pissed off at Iran. Iran's plan has totally backfired. Rather than sort of driving a wedge between these relationships, it has solidified these regional relationships. And so now what has happened today? Iran's strategy, they have flipped 180 degrees. Now they're saying, hey, listen, guys, we are sorry that we attacked you. In fact, going forward, we apologize, and going forward, we are not going to attack you anymore if you stop the United States from attacking us from your countries. Okay? Now, they apologized. President Trump issued a response to this almost immediately. And this post that Trump has made on Truth Social is going to go down in the history books. I'm going to read it to you now, ladies and gentlemen. President Trump said, Iran, which is being beaten to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle Eastern neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, thank you, President Trump. I have said, you're welcome. Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East, says President Trump, and will be for many decades until they surrender or, more likely, completely collapse. Listen to this. Today, Iran will be hit very hard. Under serious consideration for complete and total destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior. Are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So what President Trump has said here is that now the gloves are coming off. We have had groups of people in Iran, maybe secondary members of the leadership structure. They weren't the primary targets. Maybe they're the third or fourth or fifth layer of targets. Trump has said today, we are going to hit very hard, harder than we ever have. Iran, they are the biggest losers of the Middle East. They have surrendered to their Middle Eastern allies. And today, we are going to be targeting for complete and total destruction and certain death, a brand new additional category of targets all throughout Iran that so far we haven't even hit yet. In other words, as they say, the gloves are coming off. Now, I think a lot of people over the last, before I get to this next thing, a lot of people over the last couple days have been worried about boots on the ground. They've been concerned that Trump is going to be putting American boots on the ground. In fact, I've seen a lot of people posting and talking about this. Well, just actually less than 2 hours ago, we got a report here. Check this out. A classified U.S. National Intelligence Council report that has just been declassified, completed about a week before the war in Iran began, assessed that even a large-scale U.S. military campaign against Iran would likely be unable to topple the regime. So the notion that we are going to send in boots on the ground, according to this report that came out today, as being reported by the Washington Post, suggests that even a large boots on the ground campaign wouldn't be able to topple the regime. It sort of has to happen under a different set of circumstances. And so President Trump right now, we have no reason to believe that Trump is planning a war on terror 2.0 or 100,000 U.S. boots on the ground like we saw in Iraq. It seems like President Trump is planning something else. And this is I'm not an expert. This is my unprofessional assessment of the situation, but I'm going to give it to you nonetheless. It seems to me as if President Trump is pursuing what we can call the Roman strategy, the Roman doctrine, as I'm going to call it right now. What does that mean? What is the Roman doctrine? What is the Roman strategy? Well, Trump goes in and he decapitates every single leader of the country. Everyone who's in charge of the country, Trump has killed them. And then we have a new set of leadership, another couple dozen people, or maybe they are going to appoint a new Ayatollah, whatever. They've got a new set of leaders. And Trump says, listen, you guys are going to do what we want. Otherwise, we're going to kill you too. Let's see how this goes. If they don't do what he wants, then he kills them also. And then we have a new leadership structure, a new set of leaders, the third string. And Trump says, listen, all right, we've killed the first two layers. What are you guys going to do? You know what our demands are. Complete and total surrender, no ballistic missiles, no suicide drones, no funding terror proxies, no enriching uranium. Those are the big four demands. You can either do that or we're going to kill you also. And then we see what they do. And then if they don't do it, we kill them also. Trump kills them also. Now we're on to the fourth string of leaders in the country. And this is what we call the Roman approach. This is the Roman doctrine. And the Romans, they used this to great effect often, a couple thousand years ago. And it seems to be that this is the Donald Trump plan. Just continue carrying out execution strikes, decapitation strikes, if you will. He's just willing to keep on cutting the head off the snake until the snake capitulates. Doesn't seem like we are expecting a massive boot on the ground campaign. In fact, it seems like we're going to have some other non-American boots on the ground, potentially going in very soon. The Kurds and potentially even the Azerbaijanis. We have updates pertaining to that as well that we're going to talk about today. But this seems to be the current dynamic. Now, let's keep on going through the news. We have more updates here. Take a look at this. This is going to completely blow your mind. This is going to blow your mind. Remember how a moment ago we were just talking about how the Iranians are apologizing to their regional neighbors. And saying, we're not going to attack you again. Well, guess what? Since making that announcement, it's been about 6 hours now since they released that announcement. Iran has, much to nobody's surprise, continued attacking their neighbors. The United Arab Emirates says Iran has launched 16 missiles and 121 drones at its territory today, despite the Iranian president's vows to cease attacks on its neighbors. And so this is the curious dynamic that we have found ourselves in. For days now, we have been reporting on the fact that there is no central consolidated leadership in Iran right now. Right now, they have actually, the best guess is 31 autonomous independent leadership points of command, and they are all 31 of them operating independently. That they all have disseminated orders. They're all operating off of an order of operations, a protocol that was given to them before this war even broke out. And there is no consolidated leadership structure. And so the question arises, does the Iranian president or the Iranian foreign minister who says, listen, we apologize, we're not going to attack anybody anymore, do they even have the capacity to rein in all 31 of these autonomous IRGC groups? It doesn't really seem like it. It seems like at this point, no one person is calling the shots. Even if the Iranian president got up here and said, all right, stand down order, everybody relax, stop attacking, IRGC, stop attacking. Well, there's 31 or more different points of command, and no one person is in charge of all of them. So the question is this, do they even have the capacity to really enforce this mandate? Okay, we're going to stop attacking our neighbors. Well, it seems like the answer is no. It seems like kind of nobody is calling the shots. You've got 31 individual chickens, all of whom have had their head cut off, and they're all just running in different ways, doing their own thing. Seems to be the case. Despite the Iranian regime's president today, we won't be attacking neighboring countries anymore, he said, and I quote, the regime an hour ago launched a big series of drone attacks towards the Dubai International Airport.
Straight to the airport.
This is the Dubai International Airport getting hit by an Iranian suicide drone less than 3 hours after the Iranian president said that Iran is no longer going to be attacking their neighbors.
Straight to the aircraft.
Straight to the aircraft, he says. And by the way, once again, Dubai is in the United Arab Emirates, of course. And this ties into the report we just talked about. The United Arab Emirates says that Iran launched 16 missiles and 121 drones at its territory today. You just saw one of them. despite the Iranian president's vows to cease the attacks on its neighbors. Have the attacks ceased?
Yeah, straight to the airport. Oh my God. Ya Rab, straight to the aircraft.
Doesn't seem to be the case. Real quick, I need to turn on our alerts here. It was 35 minutes ago. There was an alleged ballistic missile launch towards Israel. I'm going to flip on my alerts. So, by the way, today, folks, we have a lot of news to talk about. Obviously, the dynamic today has totally changed. A lot of things are different today compared to how they were yesterday. This geopolitical dynamic is evolving really second by second. Trump has promised today a massive attack at targets that previously were not even being targeted. Things have big time escalated today, massively. And we've got, and so we're not only going to be breaking the news down, but we're going to be doing live coverage all day today, nonstop. Thank you all very much for being here. Hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe and like if you have not already. Good morning. Oh, by the way, here is the video. This is the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, issuing that statement saying that they're not going to be attacking their regional neighbors anymore. Now, we're not going to listen to the entire thing. Despite this statement, attacks by Iran are continuing this morning against neighboring countries in the Middle East, including Bahrain and Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, with this statement likely aimed at a select number of countries that have unusually come under attack over the last week, despite their close relationship with Iran, particularly Azerbaijan and Oman. The Azerbaijanis have been very pissed off for the last couple of days. It must have been 3.5 days ago now that Iran fired a series of suicide drones at an Azerbaijani airport in southern Azerbaijan, southwest Azerbaijan, right here in this town. Well, is our map going to load today or not? Perhaps not. There we go. In this town of Nakhchivan. The Azerbaijanis have been very pissed off. In fact, we still, to this day, as of this morning, are getting reports that potentially the Azerbaijanis are looking to join the coalition alongside U.S. and Israel and take the fight to the Iranians. The Azerbaijanis are very upset, and I think rightfully so. The Iranians fired a series of suicide drones at their airport, and it seems like into a residential neighborhood also. Now, we do have someone spamming the live chat. Hey, listen, do not spam the live chat. Do not do that. Do not do that. So the attacks continue. We also have attacks from the Iranian regime against various boats, vessels, in guess what? The Strait of Hormuz. Iran has attacked, we have confirmations here. Iran has attacked a tanker carrying the flag of Malta near the Strait of Hormuz. There was a tanker, you can't say a Maltese tanker, but a tanker with the flag of Malta in the Strait of Hormuz or near the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran attacked it earlier today, a couple hours ago. That was about 6 hours ago. And then about 1 hour, actually less than 1 hour ago, they did it again. The IRGC has claimed they took credit for attacking a vessel near the Strait of Hormuz with the Marshall Islands flag. The IRGC took credit. So in the last 6 hours, 6 or 7 hours, they've attacked 2 boats, 2 tankers, 2 vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. And now you see nobody is going through. Nobody. So listen, the IRGC a week ago, they said, we are shutting down this strait. Nobody's going through. We've seen a couple tankers, a couple vessels try to make the run, some of them successfully. In the last 6 hours, the IRGC has struck 2 tankers. So they're trying to enforce their shutdown. Now, breaking news development that we saw about a day and a half ago. What happened? For a long time, about a week, we had the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group positioned sort of off the coast of Israel in the Eastern Mediterranean. Well, about a day and a half ago, we saw that carrier group head south, leave the coast of Israel, go down through the Suez Canal, go down through the Red Sea. Last we heard, the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group was in the Red Sea. And people are saying, where is it going? Is it going to sort of just idle in the Red Sea and hang out in the Red Sea, or is it going somewhere else? Well, seems to be that this carrier strike group is actually heading through the Gulf of Aden, along the coast of Oman, and that it's going to link up with the USS Lincoln. It's the Lincoln Carrier Strike Group that was already in this region right here. And it seems like these two carrier groups are actually going to be used to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz. That we're going to employ the full might of the U.S. Navy to reopen this Strait of Hormuz. That seems to be the case. We also got the news that another carrier strike group is actually leaving Virginia, I believe, and is currently sailing over to the region also. Probably, if I had to take it, and that was yesterday, probably to replace the Gerald R. Ford, probably to replace the Ford. And the reason why is because the Ford has already been on the ocean sailing the seven seas for 11 and a half months now. So I think they want to swap them out, bring that one home, bring a new one out. So it's not as if we're going to have three. We're going to do a swap out still for a total of two. Seems to be the case, but it seems like we are about to forcibly open the Strait of Hormuz here. That seems to be what's going on. And Trump has been threatening as much or talking as much about that. He says, we are opening this strait one way or another. We're not going to let the Iranians shut down 20%. We're not going to let the Iranians shut down 20% of world oil trade, which comes out of the Persian Gulf. Now, we also have a report. This is from the Institute. Actually, this is data from the Ministry of the United Arab Emirates, Ministry of Defense, reported to us through the Institute for the Study of War. This came out today. Iranian ballistic missile, cruise missiles, and drones launched at the United Arab Emirates since February 28th. So over the last week, missiles, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones fired at the UAE. Take a look. So you can see on day one, these are drones. Let's talk about the drones first, this brown bar. It goes up, and then actually after day two, the number of drones fired at the United Arab Emirates has kind of remained a constant. It's slowly going down, but not a massive drop-off. What we have seen is effectively no cruise missiles and a massive, like 95 or 90% reduction in ballistic missiles getting fired at UAE. We know across the entire region, there's been an 83% reduction in cruise missiles. I'm sorry, in suicide drones getting fired out, 83% reduction. Ballistic missile reduction across the region, not just UAE, but across the entire region of 90-something%. In fact, yeah, we actually have a Fox News report breaking that down.
Of Iran's ballistic missile launches destroyed as well. And let's not forget, we have effectively begun wiping out Iran's Navy.
Yeah, it'll be, if those numbers continue, if that's a trend and they're being degraded like that, we could really look forward to potentially declaring victory, in very short order, which I think would be a victory for the president.
Yeah, without a doubt. And a victory for the world.
Well, I'll tell you something here. So the Iranian regime's capacity to fire missiles, cruise missiles, drones, etc., has been diminished so much that now we are seeing Middle Eastern nations begin to reopen their airspace. We're seeing commercial flights actually come in and out of the Middle East again very soon, if not already. We're seeing Israel is sort of lifting a lot of its security protocols. It seems like everybody in the region is becoming a little bit more confident that the degree to which Iran is able to strike them, fire missiles and drones, has been severely diminished. Everybody's feeling a little bit safer now. And the reason why, once again, is because the United States and Israel, namely the United States, has just been bombing the living hell out of the Iranian regime and all of their missile launchers, all of their munitions depots, all of their bunker complexes, all of their storage facilities, the IRGC leadership. We have just been, I think we've dropped over 3,000. We've carried out over 3,000 targeted strikes in the last week. And we have our cameras up here. We're looking at Beirut. This is Beirut. It's kind of crazy to actually see what it's like during the daytime. Normally, I'm here in the nighttime with you guys, in the Middle Eastern nighttime. Here we're looking at it. It's actually light outside. Pinpoint targeting. That's right. Can we do some math real quick? Let me get out my calculator. So it's been 7 days. Let's do 3,000 strikes divided by 7 days. That's 428 per day. Divide by 24 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. and Israel are carrying out 17 targeted strikes per hour. That's almost one every 3 minutes. What is that? One every let's say 3.5 minutes. Every 3.5 minutes, ballpark. Every 3.5 minutes. For the last 7 days. For 7 days, every 3.5 minutes, the United States and Israel have carried out a targeted strike somewhere in Iran. That is that pace, that tempo there is actually just like astounding. What is this? Okay, well that's too noisy. That's a little bit too loud. And you can see, hey, look at Beirut, you can still see some smoking buildings. The Israeli Air Force has been carrying out targeted strikes not just in Iran but also Beirut, which is sort of the headquarters for Hezbollah. Hezbollah. Yeah, we are on very early today because we have some massive news that we're going through. Things are evolving very, very quickly. I said, listen, I know it's 5 in the morning, but I got to get out of bed. There was something I wanted to show you guys before and there's more to talk about here, but I want to try to find something with you folks. Stand by here, stand by. I'm going to try to pull this up. I think I bookmarked. In fact, actually, real quick, before I show you what I wanted to show you, let me show you something else. This is going to blow your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I caught this last night. The United States, we have achieved such a level of air dominance, of air supremacy over Iran right now, that we are, you know what this is? These are a bunch of U.S. Stratotankers flying over the Persian Gulf. We are doing the United States Air Force is now doing aerial refueling right over the Persian Gulf. We are so confident that Iran is unable to touch us in the sky. We are now just doing aerial refueling operations, literally like right up in their face, over the Persian Gulf. Because we know that they just literally cannot do anything about it. They cannot stop us. And also, we're doing it publicly. Keep in mind, this is sending a message. The fact that we can even see these Stratotankers mean that they want to be seen. They could easily go dark. They could flip off their transponders, and they could do this dark so that we can't publicly track it. I guarantee you, the fact that we can even track this on Flight Radar 24 publicly as civilians means that the U.S. military, they wanted to send a message here. And the message is this: we have achieved such a level of air dominance that we are now conducting aerial refueling operations up in their face. We are rubbing their nose in it. That is where things currently stand. It's an important reminder. Anything that we see on flight radar, somebody wants us to see that. Insofar as like the military aircraft realm goes. The fact that we can see a military aircraft means that somebody wants or just doesn't care at a minimum that we see it. They wanted us to see this. They wanted us to see this. Now, anyway, there was something else I wanted to show you. I just need 1 minute to pull this up here, folks. It's going to be a very eventful day. It is going to be a very eventful day. Oh my gosh, I found it. So you know how for the last couple days we have been talking about all of this fake news bullshit propaganda that has been circulating on the internet, AI generated. We've been seeing these reports come out saying that, like, you know, Iran has blown up every single U.S. military base in the entire region, and right now Tel Aviv looks like a parking lot, etc., etc., etc. There's just so much fake news. And I found what is just like the most egregious, disgusting example of this. Oh, we've got alerts. Let me turn that down a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, before I show you this fake news here, just to let everybody know what's going on, we have some alerts here. This is in northern Israel, effectively along the border with Lebanon. Hostile aircraft intrusion. We've seen a lot of these. If I had to guess, Hezbollah has tried to either fire rockets or a suicide drone. Trump speech shortly. Oh, Trump is speaking shortly. Is that right? Oh, yeah, yes, he is. He is. Trump delivers remarks to the Shield of America's summit. So this is actually talking about domestic national security, like domestic policy. But you know what? We will pull that up because we might have some remarks about Iran also. I imagine we're going to be hearing about Kristi Noem's new job. She got reappointed to a new job here. Yeah, Trump is going to be speaking here very soon. The official White House page is actually live. They just went live 95 seconds ago. So we're going to keep tabs on that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about that. But in the meantime, let me show you something. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This post here has 15,000 likes and 1.9 million views. Look at this. U.S. Delta forces captured in Iran. These are the soldiers who arrested Nicolas Maduro. We told you Iran is not Venezuela. There is a post going viral right now that has very clearly AI-generated images. These are AI-generated images. I mean, just like obviously AI. Could not be more clear. U.S. Delta Force captured in Iran. These are the same soldiers who arrested Nicolas Maduro. This has 1.9 million views. 15,000 likes. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. And this is just one example. This is fake. Just one example of all of this propaganda that's going around. It actually is just insane. And this is posted by a guy named, oh my gosh, look at this. He is the chief leader of a political party in South Africa. This is a South African politician living in Cape Town, South Africa. This is a South African politician, not some random bot. This is a real guy. He's a politician in South Africa who's posting this horse shit. Sorry, pardon my language. This is just astounding. And what's so crazy is that people believe this. They see this, and then they believe it. They say, oh, wow, Delta Force got captured? Oh my gosh, I guess America's losing. This is insane. And they have their, it's like they have their caps on. This is just so stupid. You have to be such a moron to believe this, right? There's another one I want to show you. Let me pull up another one here. If I can find it. Oh, actually, maybe I'm not going to be able to pull it up here. I see this stuff everywhere. There is a propaganda psyop. You know what it is? You know what I've noticed? I hate to be rude here, it's a bunch of third worlders, people from the third world, that is, that just hate America. And they're also probably not the brightest, average IQ 85, maybe 90 at most. It's a bunch of brain-dead third worlders that hate America, they want to see America lose, and they're posting all of this AI-generated propaganda bullshit. Look at this. 10 million Americans just got blown up in the Middle East. Look at this. Delta Force just got captured in the streets of Tehran. Look at this. Israel just got leveled. Israel is a parking lot now. And it's like this did not happen. None of this happened. This is just insane. This is insanity. And I see this stuff everywhere. I see this stuff everywhere. It really is just astounding. And I see them, sometimes they come inside of this live chat. I see them in the live chat, and they say, Matt Morris, did you hear the news? You guys have probably seen them. Did you hear about the U.S. military base that got blown up and 10,000 American soldiers just got... Did you hear... That's me, sorry. Did you hear about the fact that Tel Aviv just got blown up? And it's like, no, that actually did not happen. We actually have a live camera looking at Tel Aviv right now, for instance. And then you know what they say? They say, well... That's all fake footage. All the live broadcasts are fake. It's like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Now, there's some other news I want to share with you guys. There's more to talk about here. I'm going to pull this up. I've got a report here to share with you guys. Iran determined that the 12-day war, which is 8 months ago, Iran determined that the 12-day war was a, quote, strategic mistake. And the most one-sided war they had ever fought, meaning they lost. Excuse me. Causing them to decide to change to a mosaic strategy where individual commanders were given the autonomy to keep striking even if cut off from their superiors. And this does seem to be the case. This time, like we said, it seems like the Iranian regime, they've got 31, this is what I've read, 31 individual points of operation. All of them are working autonomously now that their leadership structure has been totally decapitated. And this ties back to what we were saying about 20 minutes ago. Even if the Iranian president comes out and issues a stand-down order and says, all right, listen, it's over, everybody. In this case, stop attacking all of our Middle Eastern neighbors. Well, you've got 31 individual operations here, all of whom are doing their own thing. There is no central command. There is no Iranian central command. You've got 31 or more individual command operations that are all, once again, doing their own thing. They're calling it the decentralized, the mosaic strategy is what they call it. Trump has also said this morning, that soon the United States will control, quote, all of Iran's oil. Trump said this morning, very soon, the United States is going to, quote, control all of Iran's oil. And so, you know what's like so comical? You have all of these leftists, all of these libtards that are like, well, we're only doing this for the oil. It's all about the oil. It's all about, and Trump is just like, yeah, yeah, guilty, yeah. Anyway, the operation continues. Anyway, yeah, that is what it's about. And also more than just the oil, it's about the oil going, or perhaps no longer going, to China. Every single year, you guys know, 15% of China's yearly annual oil import came from where? 15% came from Iran. 5% came from Venezuela. And so, by nature of snatching up Venezuela, and by nature of now we're in the process now snatching up Iran, China is on the cusp or the precipice of losing, in less than 6 months, 20% of its sort of black market, low budget oil import. Because keep in mind, China was not paying market value for any of this oil from Venezuela or from Iran. They were first off not paying on the US petrodollar, they were paying the Chinese yuan. So they were paying in an alternative currency, which is unacceptable to us, the Americans. They were undermining our hegemonic grip on the global oil trade. That's the first thing. But also they were paying below market rate. They were using a fleet of shadow tankers. It was a shadow fleet. It was a sanctioned shadow fleet paying below market rate, undermining the US dollar, the US petrodollar. And the US says, listen, this is not good for us. This is not good for America. This is not good for our position of dominance around the world. This is not good for our hegemonic stance. We are shutting this down. We are shutting this down. And shut it down we have. And shut it down we have. Now, some people, they say, well, Matt Morris, you know, in the absence of Venezuelan oil, in the absence of Iranian oil, China can just get oil from Russia or perhaps from somebody else, or they can buy more from Canada. Yeah, well, they're going to have to pay 2 times as much. They're going to pay 2 times as much. So once again, this is economically catastrophic for China. China is very unhappy about what has gone on here. Now, here's another component, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about Canada real quick while we are waiting for President Trump. Trump is going to come out and talk to us here any minute now. Let's talk about Canada. In what Canadian province does almost all of Canada's oil get pumped from? Where does the Canadian oil come from? What province? Are they pumping this oil out of Quebec? Canada's oil predominantly comes from Alberta. And right now, by nature of Alberta being a province in Canada, a lot of that oil is going to China. Canada sells a lot of oil to China, a lot. Now, what's currently going on in Alberta? There is currently on the docket an Alberta secessionist movement. In fact, Trump seems to be a little bit involved in this. Trump has been meeting with Albertan Premier Danielle Smith numerous times. They've been having phone calls. It seems as if the Albertans might actually end up seceding from Canada might be the case. Now, is Alberta going to become our 51st state? Oh, probably not. I need to mute the music here for a moment just because of copyright issues. But anyway, I'll finish my point real quick. Listen, if Alberta secedes from Canada and strengthens their ties with the U.S. and stops selling oil to China, China is like thoroughly, completely screwed. Completely screwed. They might, in less than 12 months, lose Alberta, lose Venezuela, and lose Iran.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a pretty wild time, but it's going very well.
Live.
Sit down, please. And tremendous progress has been made, as you're probably seeing just by watching. We're doing something. I built the military and rebuilt it and made it really strong in my first administration, along with a lot of other things we did. We had a great first term. And now we're using it. Unfortunately, we have to. But you're seeing how great it is. There's no military like it on earth, not even close. And we're doing very well in Iran. You see the result. And it's been amazing. We've knocked out 42 Navy ships, some of them very large, in 3 days. That was the end of the Navy. We knocked out their Air Force. We knocked out their communications, and all telecommunications is gone. I don't know how they communicate, but I guess they will figure something out. It's not working out too well. And they're bad people. They're just bad people. When you look at October 7th and beyond October 7th, look at all the killing that they've done over the years, for 47 years. And this had to be done. They were very close to a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if we didn't do our B-2 hit, Midnight Hammer. They would have had it 8 months ago. They would have had a nuclear weapon, and, you know, they're crazy, and they would have used it. So we did the world a favor. And they said, well, how are you doing on a scale of 0 to 10? How are you doing with the attack? And I said, about a 15, I would say, with 10 being the best. But it's something that had to be done, and we're doing it well. And I want to thank everybody involved. I'll be going right after this. I'll be leaving for Dover, very sad situation, to greet the families of the heroes coming home from Iran, coming home in a different manner than they thought they'd be coming home. But they're great heroes in our country, and we're going to keep it that way. There's always, when it comes to war, there's always that. But we're going to keep it to a minimum, I think, Pete, and going to be something, a service that we're really providing, not for the Middle East, but for the world. These were sick people, very sick people. This morning, I'm honored to welcome distinguished heads of state from across the Western Hemisphere for the first Shield of the Americas Summit. And it's something very, very special. Marco's been working on it very hard, so have a lot of other people, because it's a very important place for us. It's nice to be home. It's very, very important. You know, we go all over the world, 9,000 miles away, 12,000 miles away. I said, how long is this flight? Sir, this flight is 19 hours. I said, oh, that's great. I said, now I have flights that last for 2 hours. I like that better. Much better. But on this historic day, we come together to announce a brand new military coalition to eradicate the criminal cartels plaguing our region. And you have a lot of it. One of the things when we were talking backstage, you were telling me the crime, the cartels, and we're knocking the hell out of them where we can. We're going to go heavier. You saw what we were doing with the boats coming in. The boats, there's not a lot of people coming in by boats anymore. We knocked down drugs coming in by sea. Drugs coming in through water is down 96%. We're trying to find out who the other 4% are, because I think they're the bravest people in the world. Either that or they don't watch television, right? They're either very brave or they're not watching. But we're calling this military partnership the America's Counter cartel coalition. And that's what you need. You have cartels. They seem to grow in this region unbelievably rapidly. Has to do with drugs largely. Earlier this week here in Miami, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's right here. Pete, you are fantastic, doing a great job. We're proud of you. And representatives of 17 different nations formally entered this new alliance. The heart of our agreement is a commitment to using lethal military force to destroy the sinister cartels and terrorist networks once and for all. We'll get rid of them. We need your help. You have to just tell us where they are. We have amazing weaponry, as you probably noticed over the last short period of time. But I want to thank members of the coalition, most of whom are friends of mine. Few of them I just met, but most of whom are friends, many of whom I endorsed. And they took that endorsement and they went on to win big. I haven't had a bad endorsement yet, right? He says, yes. He was happy. He was a couple of points down and went up like a rocket ship, right, in Argentina. But the president of Argentina is here, Javier Milei. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. President of El Salvador, another friend, Nayib Bukele. You know, he is a man who we've gotten very close to. I saw him as a young man my first time. You were young and handsome. Now you're older and handsome. You're older and handsome. But he runs a good operation. That's all I care about, right? When I first saw him, I said, he's too young. And then I saw the job he did. I said, well, I guess he's not too young, because I was young and did well. But you've been a great president, and we appreciate the relationship very much. President of Paraguay, Santiago Peña, thank you very much. Thank you very much. President of Ecuador, Danielle Noboa. Danielle, thank you. Thank you, Danielle. President of Panama, I love that canal. Jose, I think he made the greatest deal in history. He bought it for $1. One of our brilliant presidents. I can't sleep over that deal. They gave it to him for $1. Jose Raul Molino, whereas, you know, you made one of the greatest real estate deals in history. Jimmy Carter, one of our great presidents. President of Honduras, Tito Esfora. Thank you, Tito. Thank you very much. Great to see you the other day. President of Guyana, Irfan Ali. Thank you. President of Bolivia, Rodrigo Paz. Thank you very much. Great people. Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And I have to be very careful with this because, you know, your first name is very similar to a first name that we have, but fortunately it's pronounced different. It's Kamala, as opposed to Kamala. I like Kamala better in many ways. And I just want to say thank you very much, but I had to be careful with that first name. I didn't want to get it mixed up because it would ruin your reputation completely. Right? I said, is this the same pronunciation? No, sir, it's a little different. It's Cam, right? Cam, as opposed to Calm.
This guy.
We don't like Calm. President of Costa Rica, Rodrigo Chavez, as well as the President-elect of Costa Rica, Laura Fernandez Delgado. So thank you very much.
This guy.
Thank you very much.
This guy.
And the President of the Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader. And so many of my friends are in the Dominican, including the Sugar King, right? He is indeed the Sugar King. He got a lot of sugar. I don't know if that's good or bad, but he's got a lot of it, right? But we're grateful to be joined as well by the President-elect of Chile, Jose Cast. Congratulations. It's an endorsement. Give you a little endorsement. I love when I give endorsements and people win. But you know what? They don't lose. You know, I don't know. I guess it would be illegal. Could you imagine if I could say they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on a campaign? They're losing. and they beg me for an endorsement. I give them an endorsement. They win by 30 points, and I get nothing. If I could sell that, is there a way? Do we have any of our legal people here? Marco's close enough. Is there a way I could get paid for that, Marco? I'd make a lot. They spend millions of dollars, and I give it for nothing. I could, even if I put it into the Treasury of the United States, it would be pretty good, right, Marco? But Marco's saying that's not a good idea. No, but it's an honor to do it. It's an honor to have that power where I can endorse somebody, and even in foreign countries. Here it was, we had one in this week, 124-0 with endorsements, and so that's good. But now I'm doing foreign countries all of a sudden. To say, sir, would you endorse me? And it's an honor. If I like you, I only do it if I think you're good. You know, if I think you're not good, I've turned down many more than I've accepted, believe me. I want to thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio for his leadership in organizing this really important summit. He's fantastic. He's a fantastic Secretary of State. And thus far, look, we've had the most incredible year of any president, I think, I ended 8 wars. We're not going to go into it too much today, but what we've done is incredible. And we're going to be doing some incredible things together, because I look at our region, if I can call it that, as being very important. It's been abandoned by the United States for so many years. You know, they went so far away. They went to these faraway places where they weren't even wanted. And a lot of stupid people, really stupid people. But Marco is going to go down, I think, as the best Secretary of State in history. That's my opinion. Now, I'm a little prejudiced because I like him, too. But I think he's on his way. So you've done 25%. You got 75%. He's got 3 years left. So he's got 25% under your belt. So far, you're leading. You're very leading by just about a smidge over a couple of pretty great ones, right? We've had a couple of pretty great ones, right? But I think he's going to do that. And I think Pete's right there, too. If Pete keeps going, he's going to be something, too, at what he does. All of the nations in this room share the same priorities: security, prosperity, free commerce, and the rule of law. And you want the rule of law. Sometimes your communities don't let you have it because you got some rough communities, right? That's why together we're also forming the Shield of Americas, a new organization to advance these shared priorities in our hemisphere. And we're pleased to be joined as well by Secretaries Pete Hegseth, Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. Oh, it has to be a big deal if you're here. Well, he controls the purse strings of the country. You know, he goes on television and he just soothes everybody. He did it yesterday. The prices were going. He got on. He's a soothing person. He's actually a killer, but I don't want to say that. No, he's a soothing person. He goes on television. Right, Pete? I think nobody better. So we could use him for war every once in a while, you know, soothe. Although we don't really want that kind of a personality for war. We want your personality for war. You're just perfect. Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Chris Wright. Kristi Noem. Along with U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, who you all know and you deal with. You deal very successfully. I ask Jamieson all the time, can you get more? Can you get more? He's the king of tariffs, right? But he's very gentle. We want to be very gentle with our friends, right, Jamieson? Deputy Secretary of State Chris Landau. Chris, where is Chris? I haven't seen Chris. He's fantastic. He was an incredible student. He went to the best schools, and he was #1 in his class at all times. And Marco saw that and saw the talent he's got, and she said, that's the guy I want as a deputy, and I heard you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. Stephen is, I don't have to tell you anything about Stephen. Everyone knows. There's nothing, Stephen, there's nothing I can say. He's fantastic, that's all I can say. And Senator Bernie Moreno, who's a credible friend of mine, and he ran a great race. He was not given much of a chance. He was running against a person who was there for a long time and was sort of considered a shoo-in, right, Bernie? And we knocked him out. We knocked him out. He's trying to make a comeback, but we took him out. And Bernie's done a great job. For decades, leaders in this region have allowed large swaths of territory in the Western Hemisphere to come under the direct control, and transnational gangs have taken over and they've run areas of your country. We're not going to let that happen. We'll help you. And bloodthirsty cartels that impose their will through murder, torture, extortion, drug trafficking, bribery, and terror. And some of you are in danger. I mean, you're actually in danger. It's hard to believe. But we're working with you to do whatever we have to do. We'll use missiles. If you want us to use a missile, they're extremely accurate. Pew, right into the living room. Pew. That's the end of that cartel person. But we'll do whatever you need if you want. A lot of countries don't want to do that. They say, oh, sure, I'd rather not have that. I'd rather not have that. I believe they could be spoken to. I don't think so. Many of them don't want, and that's okay, too. You're going to do you. But if you need help, you're going to let us know, okay? Many of the cartels have developed sophisticated military operations, highly sophisticated. In some cases, they say they're more powerful than the military in the country. We can't have that. These brutal criminal organizations pose an unacceptable threat to national security, and they provide a dangerous gateway for foreign adversaries in our region. And we don't want them near our country either. We don't want them to come in. They're cancer, you know. They're cancer, and we don't want it spreading. We have a very strong border. You know, we have a border now where for 9 months, 0 people have been able to come through. It's hard to believe, actually, because we went from 25 million people coming in over the Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst presidents in history of the world. He was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some pretty bad ones. Recently, we've had some pretty bad ones, but he's the worst. But he would go down as one of the worst in the world. I'm going to up his category now. It's horrible what he did. And what he didn't do was probably worse than what he did. Every leader here today is united in the conviction that we cannot and will not tolerate the lawlessness in our hemisphere any longer. The only way to defeat these enemies is by unleashing the power of our militaries. We have to use our military. You have to use your military. You can't fight these people with... And you have great police. You have some great police, but they threaten your police. They scare your police. You're going to use your military. In many cases, our forces have already been working closely with yours, and the United States looks forward to deepening and expanding that cooperation in the months ahead. And it's so good that we got to know so many of you. I mean, we're so many. And I'd love to get to your countries at some point. Marco loves going to your countries. He's always at one of these countries. He likes your countries the best, okay? You know, where are you? I'm in Chile. Oh, good. How's Chile doing? Good. He likes it. He feels very calm. We all like him, right? It helps. He's got a language. He's got a language advantage over me, because I'm not learning your damn language. I don't have time. I was okay with languages, but I'm not going to spend time learning your language. That much I won't do. Just give me a good interpreter. Interpreter, very important. And I know if somebody's good. I may not speak the language, but I know I had an interpreter recently that wasn't good, talking to a very strong person from a different part of the world. And I could tell, even though I don't speak the language, I could tell the interpreter was not good. When you go, when I give a long, flowing, beautiful sentence, and in this case, it was a woman, and she gave it in about 1/4 the time. I said, well, their language may be efficient, but it's not that efficient. And I could also tell when I have great interpreters. Interpreters are very important. You know, you have a bad interpreter. You think you're doing well? Boy, did I do a good job talking to this one or that. Was I great when I spoke to Putin today? Was I great when I spoke to President Xi? Was I great? But if the interpreter isn't speaking right, or is weak, or is ineffective, or is just not good, or not interpreting your words correctly. In one case, we had an interpreter who, when she disagreed with what we were saying, she actually changed it. We considered her a foreign minister, right? But no, the interpreter is, I talk about it all the time. interpreters are really important. When you don't speak the language, they don't speak the language. People have no idea. People have no idea how valuable, and I'm on them all the time, people have no idea how valuable a good interpreter is. But over the last year, the world has witnessed the supreme power of the United States. We're the most powerful military country in the world. Again, I rebuilt it I spent so much time rebuilding it, over $1 trillion, and now we just had another budget. We may be going to $1.5 trillion. We're building a thing called a battleship, like in the old days, remember? We have a Secretary of the Navy, and he suggested, I've always said, why don't we have battleships anymore, shooting big bullets instead of, $3 million rockets? And they said, well, sir, we just don't have them. Nobody could give me the answer, but we're actually building 10 of them. And I said, you remember the old ones you'd see Victory at Sea, remember Victory at Sea? And you'd see these ships going through those waves like the waves were nothing, although the waves are pretty powerful. They knock out a lot of territory, but you'd see these incredible, they're pieces of art. Beautiful, most beautiful, the big battleships of the 1940s, right? Power. I said, well, would we ever want to bring them back? Because we have some of them. They're museums and other things. And they said, sir, the new ship is 100 times more powerful than what we were looking at with those guns in front. Amazing, right? 100 times. I said, you sure it's not maybe 90 times? 100 times more powerful. And we're building 10 of them. Not to use them. We don't want to use them. But by having them, nobody's going to play games. So, just good to have them. We don't want to use them. They'll say, oh, he's very militaristic. I'm the one that ended 8 wars. I'm the one that, and we have another one coming, I think. The easiest was that, and that was just, and as you would understand this, the hatred between Putin and his counterpart is so great.
We have a lot of updates,
Okay.
folks, by the way.
It's so great.
A lot of updates.
That, Ukraine, Russia, you'd think there'd be a little bit of camaraderie. There's not. And the hatred is so great, it's very hard for them to get there. It's very, very hard to get there. So we'll see what happens. But we've been close a lot of times, and one or the other would back out. But we're losing, they're losing. It doesn't really affect us very much because we've got an ocean separating. I'm doing it as a favor to Europe, and I'm doing it as a favor to life, because they're losing 25,000 souls. Think of that every month. 25,000. Last month, 31,000, both sides, 31,000 people died, mostly soldiers. So I have an ability to get those things done, to bring people together, and I did great with so many. India, Pakistan, that was going to be a disaster. I was raging for a number of days. I did that through trade. I used tariffs and trade, and it was amazing. But we did amazing. One was 32 years, one was 34, and one was 37 years, and we got it done very quickly. And we'll get this one done too. But the hatred is, hatred's an amazing thing. People do bad things, and people don't get things done when the hatred is too great. That's a lot of it. Just as we formed a coalition to eradicate ISIS in the Middle East, we must now do the same thing to eradicate the cartels at home. So we did eradicate ISIS. Now, during the 4 years, we had a rigged election. You probably read about it, probably heard something. So it gave me 4 years to contemplate and to stage my comeback. I staged big comeback. They say it was a comeback. I didn't think it was a comeback because I had the people on my side. So I didn't view it as a comeback. But they did everything possible during that 4 years. They're crooked politicians, dirty cops. They're dirty cops. They did everything possible to make it impossible for me to win. And I won in a landslide. But during that period of time, I learned a lot. And I learned how you people, and I saw it so badly, how you're suffering with what's happening with the crime in the region. And I said, if we ever come back, we're going to eradicate that crime. And I'm going to work with you. And if you want, we're going to do it. We can do it pretty easily. As part of our commitment to countering the cartel presence in our region, we must recognize the epicenter of cartel violence is Mexico. The Mexican cartels are fueling and orchestrating much of the bloodshed and chaos in this hemisphere, and the United States government will do whatever is necessary to defend our national security and to protect the safety of the American people. No, look, it's coming through Mexico. And I like the president very much. She's a very good person. She's got a beautiful voice, a beautiful woman, but a beautiful voice. President. I said, let me eradicate the cartels. No, please, President. We have to eradicate them. We have to knock the hell out of them because they're getting worse. They're taking over that country. The cartels are running Mexico. We can't have that. Too close to us, too close to you. But everything comes in through Mexico, mostly. At the same time, all of us must recommit to ensuring that law and order within our own nations, and that includes showing zero tolerance for the gang activity, tremendous gang activity in Venezuela. That's in much better shape than it ever has been. We've developed a great relationship in Venezuela. The savages who murder and rape with impunity must be permanently removed from society. We must not allow our criminal justice systems to be corrupted so that they protect these criminals and animals at the expense of your people. And for some reason, all over the world, this is a region that has problems that other regions don't have. They have different problems, but they don't have this problem. The United States last year, we achieved the largest drop in murder rate in recorded history. We have the lowest murder rate in 125 years. Hard to believe because, I don't know, it's, we've got a lot of them out, but we allowed through the Biden policies and Obama, who was another terrible president, by the way. It was Barack Hussein Obama, terrible president. He was a divider, great divider. I call him the great divider. But they allowed a lot of people into our country that shouldn't be here, but in particular Biden, because Biden had no idea what he was doing. He had no clue. It was being run by whoever got near the auto pen was running the country. He was the auto pen president, and frankly, they let at least 25 million people come in to our country, some from prisons, some from mental institutions, gang members, the heads of gangs, the mentally insane. I'll tell you, people came in from mental institutions and insane asylums, and we took them. We had an open border policy. It's a policy divided and devised by idiots, but they pour it into our country. So we went from the worst border in history to by far the best border. We have the best, strongest border that we've ever had. We have great people that did that job. By securing our border and cracking down on traffickers and smugglers, we've reduced the fentanyl pouring across our border by 67%. This is in our first year, Give me a little more time, we'll do better. 67%, which is a number that's unthinkable. They say if you could do 2%, 1%, but we got it down 67%. And we got a lot of the murderers out. We had 11,888 murderers allowed in our country with this ridiculous open border policy that these eggheads put in. But we're also working closely with you on ending human smuggling and the implementing of the Safe Third Country agreements, which are very important. In January, America's armed forces also ended the reign of one of the biggest cartel kingpins of all, with the Operation Absolute Resolve to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice in a precision raid that nobody's ever seen anything like it. This was in a very powerful military base, fort. And they went in and they took him out and they got him out, and People couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. We were right into the heart and took them out. And it was nasty. It was about 18 minutes of pure violence. And we took them out. We lost nobody. Not one person was lost. Not one aircraft or no military equipment, zero. People have never seen anything like it. And you're talking about into a military base with a lot of soldiers, good soldiers. Since that operation, we've been working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, who's doing a great job working with us. I mean, she's doing a great job because she's working with us. If she wasn't working with us, I would not say she's doing a great job. In fact, if she wasn't working with us, I'd say she's doing a very poor job. Unacceptable. No, but she's doing a great job, Marco, right? And gets along great with Marco. And we're taking out tremendous amounts of oil. They're making more money now than they've ever made. We have the big oil companies in. They are making more money. We're getting some. They're getting a lot. They're making more money now than they've ever made in the history of their country. Can you imagine? And it's being spent properly, and they're watching it closely. And I'm pleased to say that this week we have formally recognized the Venezuelan government. We've actually legally recognized them. We have also just reached a historic gold deal. It's called the gold deal with Venezuela to allow our two countries to work together to facilitate the sale of Venezuelan gold and other minerals. They have great amounts of gold. They have good land, tell you. Very good land.
Our title's wrong.
But they
down here.
weren't able to
Apologies.
take advantage. The system didn't allow them to take advantage of the value of their land. As we achieve a historic transformation in Venezuela, we're also looking forward to the great change that will soon be coming to Cuba. Cuba's at the end of the line. They're very much at the end of the line. They have no money. They have no oil. They have a bad philosophy. They have a bad regime that's been bad for a long time. And they used to get the money from Venezuela. They get the oil from Venezuela. But they don't have any money from Venezuela. They don't have any oil. They don't have anything from... People can't even... They land in Cuba. They can't get gasoline to fly out. They have to leave their planes behind. And they want to negotiate, and they are negotiating with Marco and myself and some others. And I would think a deal would be made very easily with Cuba. But for 50 years, I've been hearing, as a little boy, I'd be hearing about Cuba. You know, Cuba's a disaster. But I've been hearing so much about Cuba. But Cuba's in its last moments of life, as it was. It'll have a great new life, but it's in its last moments of life the way it is. And but our focus right now is on Iran.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll do that. I would say, what will you do? Take about 2 days off, Marco? No, he won't. Maybe an hour. He'll take 1 hour off, and then he'll finish up a deal on Cuba. That'll be an easy one. But it'll be the entire region that we're doing that. Many of you have come today, and they say, I hope you can take care of Cuba, because you've had problems with Cuba, right? You mentioned. I was surprised. But 4 of you said, actually, could you do us a favor? Take care of Cuba. I'll take care of it, okay? So, and as these situations in Venezuela and Cuba should make clear under our new doctrine, and it is a doctrine, we will not allow hostile foreign influence to gain a foothold in this hemisphere. That includes the Panama Canal, which we talked about. We're not going to allow it. And together we'll protect our sovereignty, our security, and our cherished freedom and independence. And just in finishing up, the nations gathered here today are filled with unlimited potential. You have tremendous potential. It's a great part of the world. But to fulfill that tremendous potential, we must smash the grip of the cartels and criminal gangs and horrible organizations run by, in some cases, absolute animals, and truly liberate our people. And some people are afraid to do it because they've gotten such a foothold. But I think you can get out of that, and we'll work with you if you need. With the courage and resolve of the leaders in this room, great leaders will make our nation safer, stronger, richer, and more successful than ever before. So I want to thank you all very much for coming. I look forward to the incredible progress that's soon to come. You're going to see some incredible things. And now I'd like to ask Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth to say a few words, and then I'll sign a proclamation formally launching the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, which is what it is. It's a counter cartel coalition. And thank you all for being here very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we're going to listen to Rubio and Hegseth. We also have a lot of news about Iran. Big news in the Middle East, but we're going to wait until after this. So stick around.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank all the leaders that are here today. I'll be very brief. First of all, Mr. President, thank you for making this region a priority. We've had successive American presidents say that the Western Hemisphere is going to be a priority, and they never do it. And the president has made it a personal priority. He's also a president of action. It's why I believe he will go down as the most historic figure, one of the most historic figures in American history, and certainly of the last 100 years, because of what he has been able to do and is doing right now with the Western Hemisphere. Thank you for your bold leadership. It's an honor to be able to serve in your administration. And, Mr. President, 2 points I want to make. The first is we have a lot of allies around the world. And we are grateful for our allies. And the countries represented here today, all 12 of the leaders here, are allies. But they're more than allies. They're friends. At a time when we have learned that oftentimes an ally, when you need them, maybe may not be there for you. These are countries that have been there for us, and these are leaders that are not just allies, they are friends. And they are always willing to work and cooperate with the United States. And we're grateful to them. And as you said, Mr. President, these are also countries with extraordinary potential. Some are fulfilling it. Some are well on their way to fulfilling it. And this is important. We want to be a partner with you in that. We want the world to see that when you are a friend and an ally of the United States, it is a good thing. It's reciprocated. It comes back the other way as well. And so the fact the president is here today and making this a priority is so critical. If I may, because some of these cameras cover in Spanish. You all right about that? Oh, good. Please. We don't need an interpreter for this one. Quiero darle las gracias. I think I'm a good interpreter. You'll find out in a second. But las gracias a los países que están aquí hoy. Estos países, primero, el presidente ha hecho esta región una prioridad en su administración. Hay muchos presidentes que han dicho que lo van a hacer, pero él lo ha hecho. Y se lo agradecemos. Y muy agradecido a los 12 países que están aquí hoy. Estos son países que no solamente son aliados, son amigos. Son países que siempre responden cuando hay una necesidad y trabajan en conjunto con nosotros, y queda mucho por hacer. Estos son países que tienen una gran población, mucho potencial, y queremos ser sus socios en desarrollar sus países, sus economías y su seguridad. Y le doy las gracias de verdad por estar aquí en el día de hoy con nosotros. Que Dios bendiga a todos esos países, a los Estados Unidos, y gracias como siempre por la cooperación. Seguiremos trabajando en conjunto y vamos a hacer cosas muy buenas, muy importantes para esta región, que van a hacer que en las generaciones futuras nos van a agradecer el labor que estamos haciendo en el momento de hoy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Is he better in Spanish or in English? I think he's better in Spanish. I mean, it's great. Pete, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I only speak American. Well, Mr. President, it's an honor to be here and to establish in this hemisphere peace through strength. For far too long, our country's gaze was only on borders in far-flung places. Not our own border, not our own hemisphere, not the Western Hemisphere. President Trump has established the Trump corollary of the Monroe Doctrine, the Donroe Doctrine. And the War Department is implementing it as fast as we can. In fact, 2 days ago, Mr. President, we launched 18 countries were signatories to the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, ACCC, which is not just an organization that's going to hold conferences and release white papers. That's not what we exist to do. It's an action coalition of like-minded countries who are going to bring their capabilities to bear, with American leadership at the forefront, to ensure we attack and get after this cartel challenge, which for far too long we have accepted as some new normal in our own countries. President Trump and the American people rejected that in our own. We don't have to live with communities flooded with drugs or violence or cartels and gangs. We can seal our border, and we have to for our citizens. We share a hemisphere and geography. We share cultures, Western Christian civilization. We share these things together. We have to have the courage to defend it. And we have a commander-in-chief in our country who's set that compass heading. And at the War Department, we look forward to working with all of your countries and more that are not here to say, with our shared assets and our intelligence and our capabilities, with American leadership, we will go on offense against the cartels. They will know that we're just around the corner. Whether it's drug boats or on land, we look, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, the ACCC, will be a force for good, for peace through strength in this hemisphere. And we look forward to working with your great countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot of news here. Not sure if we're done yet. There's a lot of news in the Middle East. And now, folks, we are going to get to it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, buckle up because we have a lot to talk about. I want to quickly give a little recap of where we are today because I think we have new people tuning in that were not here for the intro of today's broadcast. The reason why we've gone live so early on this Saturday morning here, big breaking news developments right out of the gate today. Ladies and gentlemen, where's our audio coming from? Okay, that's fine. So first off, right out of the gate, the Iranian president, a guy named Masoud Pezeshkian, this morning issued a statement. He said, well, this is Iran's Interim Leadership Council has approved that neighboring countries of Iran will no longer be attacked by Iran unless an attack on Iran originates inside of them. So what does that mean? Well, the U.S. has military bases all across the Middle East. Here's Iran. We've got bases in UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, everywhere. And Iran is saying, hey, listen, no longer are we going to launch ballistic missiles or rockets at United Arab Emirates or Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, just so long as you, Middle Eastern Arab countries, don't allow the U.S. to attack us from inside of your territory. This is what Iran is saying now as of this morning. Now, we also got a statement from Iran. They also have apologized. Iran's president, Pezeshkian, he apologized to all of their neighboring countries, these Arab nations, saying Tehran, once again, will not attack them unless attacks originate from inside their territory. And so Iran now has taken a total pivot. Iran has made a 180-degree pivot. And I'm going to try to quickly explain what I mean by that. It seems like for the last 7 days, Iran's foreign policy here, if you can call it foreign policy, their strategy, the Iranian strategy has been to attack all of these Middle Eastern countries. In fact, they've attacked 12 of them. Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq, Azerbaijan. They attempted to attack Turkey, Jordan, Israel. They've attacked 12 different countries in the region. And we're sitting here saying, why? It seems like Iran has declared war on the entire Middle East. What is Iran doing here? Well, the expert analysis right now, and I think this is probably true, is that Iran's strategy was to apply pressure on all of these countries in the Middle East that are kind of loosely allied with the United States. I mean, not loosely, that are firmly allied. We've got bases in these countries. Iran's strategy was to apply pressure onto all of our allies in the region. Blow up their hotels, blow up their bases, blow up their restaurants, blow up all their oil fields they tried to do numerous times. Try to apply pressure on these Middle Eastern Arab nations and non-Arab nations as well, so that these nations would say, all right, we don't want to deal with this anymore. We're going to apply pressure on the U.S. to de-escalate. To be very clear, Iran's strategy was, let's use Saudi Arabia as an example. Iran's strategy was to attack Saudi Arabia so that Saudi Arabia would get so upset and so annoyed that all of their stuff is getting bombed by Iran that then Saudi Arabia would pivot to the U.S. and say, okay, listen, U.S., we know we're allies, we're good friends, but we are sick of having our oil fields and hotels and whatever else blown up. So U.S., let's de-escalate this. Why don't you pull out of the region? Let's just go back to normal how things used to be 2 weeks ago. That seems to be Iran's strategy. It seems that was their strategy. Now, has that strategy worked? Has Iran's strategy of pressuring all these countries, hoping that they would then pressure us to pull out, has that strategy worked? Well, no. In fact, the exact opposite has happened. All of these countries have actually, their relationships have solidified between the U.S. and Israel and Saudi Arabia and UAE. We have come together. The coalition has strengthened. Now all of these countries are pissed off at Iran. They are livid that Iran has been launching missiles and rockets and suicide drones, etc., into their countries. All these countries are now pissed off at Iran. They're closer than ever with the U.S. And so Iran today, they have flipped their approach here 180 degrees. Today, Iran came out and said, all right, hey, we're sorry. We're sorry about that, everybody. I apologize. We didn't really mean it when we were launching all those missiles and drones into your countries. We're sorry when we blew up your hotel and your oil field. We're sorry about that. In fact, going forward, the attacks are going to stop. No longer are we going to be attacking your countries, just so long as the U.S. doesn't attack us from inside of your countries. Deal? Please? This is where Iran is now. By the way, following this announcement, Iran has, guess what? Much to nobody's surprise, continued to attack these countries. The attacks from Iran have continued in the last 7 hours following this big announcement. So Iran didn't even stop after making this announcement. And the reason why is because, the Iranian president, Pezeshkian is his name, I believe, he came out and made this announcement in an interview. It was a video interview. You can go back and watch it. They're speaking Arabic or Persian or whatever, Farsi. Anyway, we're not going to watch it, but so he makes this announcement. The problem is President Mahmoud Pezeshkian, he's not in charge of the country anymore. The problem is we've been talking for the last week about how Iran has been planning for a decentralized war effort. Right now, the best guess is that there are 31 individual decentralized command centers spread out across the country. There's not one point of command. There's not one top-down hierarchical command center anymore. There are 31, at a minimum, 31 or more individual points of command, and all of them are doing their own thing. And so even if President Mahmoud Pezeshkian, he comes out and says, listen, everybody stand down, we're going to stop attacking the Arab Gulf nations, etc., nobody's listening to him. Nobody inside of Iran is listening to him. He's not in control. If he issues kind of a stand-down order here, things are beyond that right now. He does not have top-down authority in this country anymore. Everything has been decentralized. It's all been decentralized. Now, President Trump issued a response. We just talked about what Iran said, or the president of Iran said today. President Trump himself issued a response that is now sending waves across the Middle East. We're going to read this right now. Take a look at this. Iran, which is being beaten to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle Eastern neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule the Middle East. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to the surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, thank you, President Trump. I have said you're welcome. Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead now the loser of the Middle East, and will be for many decades until they surrender or, more likely, completely collapse. Today, listen, folks, today, Iran will be hit very hard. That's why we're here today. This is why we're up so early today. Iran will be hit very hard today. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death, because of Iran's very bad behavior, are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Trump says that now, today, Saturday, Iran is going to be hit harder than ever, very hard. And on top of that, now new personnel, regions, facilities are going to be targeted for bombing that up until this point, we haven't even hit yet. So now Trump is broadening the scope of the bombing operation. Today, we're going to be bombing more people than ever, or more facilities, compounds, members of leadership, whatever, than ever. Trump, you can tell Trump wants to wrap this up. Trump wants this to be done. Trump perhaps thought that they would have surrendered by now, and they haven't. And it's like, all right, well then we're just gonna have to bomb you even harder. All right, then the bombing is going to double up, triple up, quadruple up, whatever. We are doubling down. Now, Trump also earlier today, an official from the Trump administration said that by the end of this, very soon, the United States is going to have complete and total control of all of the oil inside of Iran, which is probably true. Take a look.
This is a long-term gain because what we want to do is get such massive oil reserves in Iran out of the hands of terrorists. And so what we're going to experience here in the short term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit, because ultimately we're not going to have to worry about these issues in the Strait of Hormuz, because we're going to get all of the oil out of the hands of terrorists. And if you look at what has happened in Venezuela, the actions the president took in early January has unleashed Venezuela's potential. We were just down there this week. Chevron, huge producer, told us they are at record levels of production in Venezuela. That's just in 2 months. So we have seen more progress in 2 months in Venezuela than you've seen in the 20 years leading up to this point. That's just on the oil and gas. There are a lot of companies that had stuck it out under Maduro and are now hitting record levels of production. We brought down a bunch of other companies that want to invest, and they're only at a fraction of what they can be on the oil and gas sector. There is so many more fields, so much more potential. Delcy and her team also said they want to move at Trump speed. That was the language of the week. This has been a huge week for the U.S. Venezuela's relations. We reestablished diplomatic relations with Venezuela. We talked to them about critical minerals and gold and coal. We're going to unleash all of that to the benefit of both Venezuela and the U.S.
So Trump wants to do in Iran what he just did in Venezuela. That is the end goal here. Now we have another update. This is coming out late last night, and this is tying into why today might be so insane. We're hearing from Trump that today is going to be wild. In fact, we're hearing from Iran that today is going to be wild. Bear with me. We have a lot to talk about here, folks. We're hearing from Trump today is going to be wild. We're hearing from Iran today is going to be wild. We're also hearing from Israel that today is going to be wild. Late last night, Israel called for residents to evacuate the area near Iran's Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. The warning applies to civilians near the holy city of Qom, located about 16 kilometers from Fordow. The Israeli military urged people to immediately leave the industrial zone and published a map marking the area. The statement says staying there could pose a risk to their lives. Such warnings usually appear before possible strikes on specific sites. Fordow is one of the key facilities on Iran's nuclear program. This is a location that we also dropped bunker buster bombs on during Operation Midnight Hammer 8 months ago. The uranium enrichment plant is built inside of a mountain complex and is considered one of the most heavily protected nuclear complexes in the country. You might remember this. We talked a lot about Fordow 8 months ago. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Israel has issued an evacuation warning to the adjacent city in Qom, which is 16 or less kilometers away. Permission to get a little bit conspiratorial right here. In fact, this is not even my conspiracy. I'm reading this like everywhere on the internet right now. People are speculating whether or not this is true. I kind of don't believe it, but I'll tell you nonetheless. People are speculating that Israel wants to drop a nuclear weapon on the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. People are speculating that Operation Midnight Hammer actually did not adequately destroy the entire facility, that the facility is still intact to some degree. And right now, people are speculating that Israel wants to drop a nuclear bomb, some type of nuclear bunker buster bomb on this facility to get rid of it once and for all. And that is why Israel has issued this evacuation order for everyone in the entire region. That is the rumor. And I personally, I kind of don't believe that. That seems wild to me. I would guess that they are not going to do that. Time will tell. But anyway, it was about 12 hours ago that Israel issued this evacuation order for this entire region. Can we pull this up on the map? Qom. There it is. And it's the hills right outside, I think to the north. So this is the holy city of Qom. I don't know why it's holy. I think maybe the Prophet Muhammad, he did something there a long time ago. I don't really know. I don't remember. And here, and just north of the city. So here's the city. And north, up in the hills, on the far side of this hill, is Fort Al. And as you might remember, we talked a lot about this a couple months ago during Operation Midnight Hammer. This was, in fact, perhaps the primary target of Operation Midnight Hammer. They've got a couple entrances. They've got some more entrances. And it was up here we dropped these bunker buster bombs from the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. So anyway, massive evacuation order. Israel, this is a fact. Israel 12 hours ago said, all right, everybody in the region, you should probably leave. What they're going to do next, I suppose that's within the realm of speculation. We will see. But there's one piece of the news today. Another piece of the news here is that, excuse me, the Secretary General of Kabat, a Kurdish organization based in Iraq, tells Al Jazeera that Kurdish fighters in Iraq will likely stage a ground operation in Iran. The Secretary General of a Kurdish organization based in Iraq, just 7 hours ago, early in the dead of night, said that, Kurdish fighters are likely going to stage a ground invasion of Iran. And the Kurds, of course, are living up here. Let me zoom out a little bit. If we're talking about the Kurdistan region, so if we're talking about Kurds in Iraq, we're talking up here. Northwest of Erbil, and that allegedly they're going to be invading Iraq. And we also have pretty good intelligence suggesting that both the United States and Israel have been giving weapons and munitions and even training to the Kurds in recent history, but also just like for the last couple decades. We've been involved with the Kurds. They've been sort of a loose ally of ours. We have made use of the Kurds in situations like this on numerous occasions. So this situation with the Kurds seems to be kind of escalating. We've been talking about the Kurds for days now, but the situation continues kind of to escalate here. Now, this is where we get to some of the more emergent news. Bear with me here, folks. I need to pull some of this up. This is stuff that is coming through the pipeline like now-ish. Okay, first thing I want to share with you folks here. Update. An Iranian Shahed 136 suicide drone likely attempted to strike the air traffic control radar at Dubai International Airport, but fell short of the target. You can see that tower here. This is at the Dubai airport. The drone is exploding here. It seems as if the Iranians, and this is just within the last 90 minutes, it seems as if the Iranians attempted to blow up this control radar at the Dubai airport. And this is curious because what you can see here, let's take a look at flight radar real quick. This is the Dubai International Airport. We have actually been seeing all morning, we've had flights going in and out of Dubai. So the Dubai airspace, well, really the Emirati, let's call it what it really is, the Emirati airspace, seems to have been opened. Maybe not all the way. Maybe they've got select flights going in and out. But for the first time in about a week, we are actually seeing airplanes. These are commercial airplanes flying over Emirati airspace. We also see in eastern Saudi Arabia, flights are like, yesterday, you did not have airplanes flying in this region either. So some of the Middle Eastern airspace is beginning to reopen. We had jets. We've got commercial airliners flying over Jordan also. We haven't seen that in a couple days. So it seems like all of these Arab Gulf nations are feeling a little bit more confident in reopening the airspace sort of slowly. And really, where is that confidence coming from? Well, it's because everybody knows that Iran's capacity to fire missiles and rockets and drones is ever diminishing. Hour by hour, the Iranian regime is less capable to continue firing off drones and missiles. Now, with that being said, what do we have here? There's something else I want to show you, ladies and gentlemen. Since the morning, U.S. naval forces have been striking facilities on Kish Island in Iran. This is an island right off the coast. It's called Kish Island. So allegedly this morning, this is the U.S. naval assets have been battering this little island called Kish Island. Let's take a look at what might be on that island. What might we be targeting? Here's Kish Island. Let's take a look. What do we have here? Okay, well, we see there's an airstrip. You know what? Actually, I believe we were looking at this island yesterday, and what we concluded was that this seemed almost sort of like, by the way, before I say this, I'm sure the Iranian regime has some type of asset on this island, but this also seems to be sort of like the Iranian vacation island. If you're a rich Iranian, you're looking for a nice vacation getaway, it seems like this is kind of the place you go. It's a little bit more affluent, a little bit more luxurious. You go on the beaches. They've got nice hotels and nice restaurants. And they've also got this nice sort of like residential area. This seems to be kind of the nice, affluent vacation spot for the rich Iranians. Now, anyway, that being said, that's really only the eastern side of the island. I'm sure that there's something that is of strategic value on this island that allegedly we have been striking earlier this morning. So anyway, there's one update. Another thing I wanted to share with you folks is that, oh, hold up. We got a red alert. Ladies and gentlemen, confrontation alerts far to the north on the north side of Israel, right along the border with Lebanon. We have been seeing this a lot. This is not enemy aircraft inbound, so it's not a drone attack. It's not a rocket attack. This is not a ballistic missile attack. This is probably just some exchange of small arms, small munitions getting shot across the border. We've been seeing a lot of this, and I guarantee you within 60 seconds, this is probably going to resolve here. This stuff never lasts. And right there, it's already over. And right there, it's already over. Now, folks, there is an update I want to share with you. Yesterday evening, this is before I signed off here on this broadcast, this must be about 12 hours ago now, maybe 14 hours ago, we saw that there was a joint U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign targeting this airport. It is the Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran. And this is the big airport in Tehran that a lot of people use and is also a key function of the Iranian military. This airport is right in the middle of the city. We're going to zoom in on it. We talked a lot about this yesterday together, if you remember back. Here's that big airport. And so there are Iranian Air Force assets. These are munitions storage facilities. You can tell they're storing ammunition and bombs and missiles in here all over the place. So anyway, this is that big airport we talked about yesterday. We were bombing the living hell out of it right about the time we were wrapping up yesterday's broadcast. Well, this morning we got an update from the Israeli Defense Force, and they made this announcement. The Israeli Defense Force has announced that overnight the Air Force targeted and destroyed a total of 16 aircraft in strikes on Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran, all of which are alleged to have been used by the Quds Force in Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps for transferring weapons to the Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon and other Iranian-backed proxy groups across the Middle East. I think everybody sees this term a lot. Who are these guys? Quds Force. What are they? This is effectively the Iranian version of the U.S. CIA. This is their sort of intelligence/spy force. That's who the Quds Force is. They're 1/5 of the IRGC. The IRGC has sort of 5 different wings. This is their intelligence covert ops wing. So the Quds Force, allegedly, it's sort of like the Iranian Mossad or the Iranian CIA. Now, of course, nowhere near as powerful or equipped, but anyway, that's what they are nonetheless. And so the Quds Force, allegedly, they've been smuggling weapons to Hezbollah, and I have no doubt believing that's the case. And so last night, maybe 14 hours ago, we dropped a bunch of bombs on the Quds Force airplanes at the airport. Additionally, several fighter jets with the Iranian Air Force were targeted due to the threat they posed to the Israeli Air Force. We have another red alert up here. Hostile aircraft intrusion along the confrontation line in northern Israel, right along the border with Lebanon. Allegedly, there's a hostile aircraft intrusion. This might be a drone getting fired from Hezbollah into Israel. We've seen a lot of this also. Oh, there's another one. Something is going on in North Israel. Why don't we wait and see what happens here before we continue talking about, in fact, you know what? I think we've got eyes on the ground. We've got eyes on the ground. why don't we just take a look at some cameras from North? So this is Haifa area, North Israel, Haifa area. Ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye. Let's make sure this is live. Okay, now we're live. Keep an eye on this. We might just end up seeing drones flying across the skies of North Israel. In fact, well, let me move my camera so you guys can really see what's going on. There's a better view. We have hostile aircraft intrusions all over North Israel right now, and these are probably drones getting launched by Hezbollah. So we will see. We will see. I'm just going to let this play out here for a minute. We've seen a lot of this. Generally, and nothing ends up happening when we get these alerts. Really, the alerts that we are really looking out for are the ballistic missile alerts, which are becoming increasingly uncommon. The Iranian regime is not really firing a whole lot of ballistic missiles these days, as you might have noticed. But still, Hezbollah has been a little bit more active. Skirmishes along the border. In fact, last night, Beirut was just going crazy. There were airstrikes. There was anti-air fire firing up into the sky. It seemed like there was some Israeli special forces helicopter problem. The story goes, this is what happened last night. It seemed like the Israeli special forces tried to carry out some midnight raid on the outskirts of Beirut. That's a hostile aircraft. Another one, hostile aircraft in right about the same region. So, folks, keep an eye on this. Anyway, no, it seems like the Israeli special forces tried to carry out a midnight raid right outside of Beirut, and it seemed like the raid went wrong, like they got caught or pinned down. I'm not actually sure what ended up happening. I'm sure we're probably not going to know actually what ended up happening. But anyway, in Beirut, in the outskirts of Beirut last night, all hell broke loose. And we were listening and watching to a lot of that yesterday evening. And now I'll tell you what, it seems like the red alerts in North Israel have de-escalated. Okay, it seems like things have de-escalated. It seems like it's all good. And real quick, I'm going to just do, I'm going to take a minute here, folks. I need to clean up the chat. We have some spammers. One moment. Bear with me now, folks. I'm hunting some chat spammers. I'll take this chance to say also, hey, if you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. I'm just real quick scanning the chat. I'm looking at Rumble chat. I'm looking at the YouTube chat. And I think that everything is good. Okay, I think that everything is fine. Thank you, folks, for bearing with me. Because we have more updates here I want to share with you. So we talked about that airport in Tehran that got heavily bombarded last night. We also have a statement here from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Take a listen to what he said. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says this morning, he said, quote, "This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they are down." And you know what I have to say about that? Based. Good. Why do we need to fight fair with psychotic, doomsday, apocalyptic jihadist terrorists? Why would we ever say, oh, well, we need to have a fair fight? No. We want this fight to be as unfair as it possibly can be. Good. We want asymmetric power here. Good. In fact, there's a very excellent breakdown of sort of Pete Hegseth's mindset here that I want to play for you folks. I found this clip last night, and I actually really want you all to listen to it because it puts all of this into perfect context. So I'm going to actually bring this up, and we're going to listen to this together. I think you guys are really going to enjoy this.
Do you think we would have been able to pull off that mission as successfully as we did 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Has the technology improved that quickly that this is not something that's been possible historically? And how does that change the pacing and the face of war for the next couple of years?
I'd say no, it wasn't only a technology maturation from 5 years ago. It's the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement that we used to have, there were some, I mean, if you read about them, some of them are insane. Like if in Afghanistan, if the guy had a small gun, you had to have a small gun. And, you know, there was this parity in weird ways. And when you're like, well, but is the objective to have like a fair fight or an unfair fight? Well, if you're on our side, you want it to be unfair. So the rules of engagement were relaxed to be.
Who writes those, Emil? Who sits in an office and says, you can't shoot back if a combatant is shooting at you if you aren't matched gun for gun.
Yeah,
Who writes that?
Crazy policies that are written into military departments. And that's why when Secretary Hegseth talks about this kind of thing and what was happening with him when he was in Afghanistan, if you ever read his book in Iraq, he's like, the rules of engagement were so punishing that we were at risk all the time because you had to have like a legal understanding of what was happening in every minute in the battlefield, as opposed to, well, your job is to, take out these guys and protect these guys. Here's your munitions. Here's like the red lines. And then like in the middle of that, use your judgment. Your commanding officer, use your judgment on how to win. And we kind of gone back to that. Use your judgment, push responsibility field, still have your red lines. But other than that, the objective is the objective. It's more of a Colin Powell approach. It's like go all in, have a clear objective, come out, use overwhelming force. And we were not doing that for the last 4 years.
And so this kind of puts everything into context here. We have heard Pete Hegseth, our now Secretary of War, we have heard Pete Hegseth talk a lot about fighting unfair fights. When you fight to win. Rules be damned, you fight to win. If you have an enemy, you take them out with full force. We've talked a lot about getting rid of getting wokeness out of the military, making the military less, I'm going to use a word here, and I want you all to understand what I mean, making the military less feminine. The military should be masculine and dominant and powerful, and we should not spare anybody's feelings. And we hear this a lot from Pete Hegseth. Make the military less woke, bring it back to what it used to be. And this has been a mission of Pete Hegseth for the last 13 months, ever since he became Secretary of War. And it seems like that has been working. Make the military less. Can I tell you something? Of course, you guys know I'm not trying to be offensive when I say this. In fact, you might have noticed the same thing. During the Biden administration, military recruitment was catastrophically low. No, young men did not want to join the military. Okay, you say, why? Hey, why, 18, 19, 21-year-old young American man, why don't you want to join the military in 2022? Let's say it's halfway through the Biden administration. Do you know what those young men were saying? Do you know what they were saying? For better or for worse, don't hate the messenger. I'm just going to tell you what they all said. I saw it time and time again. Young men in this country during the Biden admin, they said, well, I don't want to join the military because it's gay. They said, I don't want to join the military. I don't want to join the Army or the Marines because it's all gay. It's all gay now. That's what they said for 4 years. That's what young men in this country thought and they felt. That's what they felt. And you can kind of understand why they began to felt that way. You had military drag shows. Seriously. You had the military celebrating Gay Pride Month during the Biden administration. They said, I don't want to join. It's all gay and shit. It's all gay. And now, and thank God, Pete Hegseth understood that. He said, this is ridiculous. You know what? They're kind of right. We need to flip this, rip that stuff out. We don't want it in the military. He said, now we're back. The U.S. military's back. We're going to make this most elite war fighting, dynamic that the world has ever seen. And that's what Hegseth has done for 13 months now. And so now you kind of have that, some background. He even talked about this in his book. You can tell that Hegseth's time in the Middle East when he was active duty really left an impact on him. He said, this is ridiculous. Our order of operations here is just ridiculous. We're not doing this anymore. And so there's an update on Hegseth there. We have some other updates. What are we looking at here? Oh, this is that air base. We got the confirmation from the IDF. This is what we did to that, not an air base, an airport. This is what the United States and Israel did to that airport last night, 14 hours ago. Take a look. Off there in the distance is that Mehrabad airport in Tehran, Iran. And last night we just bombed the living hell out of this. So allegedly, what did we take? We took out like 14 different airplanes. We were crippling the Quds Force. We were destroying their strategic like ammunition storage facilities. And we just bombed the living hell out of it. So the airport is no more. The airport is no more. Seems to be the case. Now, that was 14 hours ago. We also have some other updates that are a little bit more recent. I want you to take a look at this. American aviation, the American Air Force, bombed underground Iranian military facilities located in Jam City, Bushehr province, southern Iran, with bunker buster bombs. This would have happened about 2.5 hours ago. Okay, what happened 2.5 hours ago? Where allegedly we're dropping bunker buster bombs. Take a look at this. You can see that from the city, from the nearby city. The bombs continue to drop. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump has this morning said, today, this, like, as in soon, literally any minute, we are going all in. We have read through that statement from Trump earlier this morning on Truth Social. He posted that statement. Today, folks, is probably going to be the biggest, most eventful day of this conflict that we have seen thus far. That is why we are here very early in the morning, because it seems like today all hell is breaking loose. Trump says we're going to hit him harder than we've ever hit him today, soon. Israel might be, I kind of don't believe this, but there's enough rumors about this swirling that I'll share it with you. Israel might be dropping a nuclear bomb on the Fordow nuclear enrichment facility outside the city of Qom. There's a lot of speculation about Israel dropping a nuclear bunker buster bomb in the Iranian nuclear enrichment facility of Fordow, which you might remember was one of the primary targets of Operation Midnight Hammer 8 months ago. And then also Iran, from their side, they are also saying that they're going to escalate today also. We haven't even talked about that yet. What you're looking at right now is a series of U.S. airstrikes on various bunkers in southern Iran. This is the U.S. dropping bunker buster bombs. And there is that. Now, we also have an update. What are we looking at here? This is a report. The Dubai International Airport has just suspended all operations. Now, we saw a drone. We saw an Iranian suicide drone land very near the Dubai International Airport about 2 hours ago. In fact, this happens to be the footage. This is the footage right here. Yeah, this happened just recently in the last couple hours. Iranian suicide drone. So it's not good to operate an airport when you've got drones flying and blowing everybody up. Not ideal. I'll play that one more time. There it is. And like, by the way, this is the airport terminal. There's like families, people rushing to their to their airplanes. I need to go to gate C4. C4. And you can see that. Wow, it just landed like right there. Wow. So anyway, allegedly, Dubai International Airport has just suspended all operations. The world's busiest international hub, handling tens of millions of passengers every year, is now completely shut down. Well, is that true? Can we check our flight radar? So I'll tell you what, this is Dubai. It seems like airplanes are still going in and out, so maybe they temporarily shut it down and then they have reopened it. Potentially they've reopened it. We will see here. But definitely you don't want suicide drones trying to blow up your airport. Iran is still popping them off. They're still popping them off. Now, what do we have here? We have a statement from Lieutenant General Kellogg. This is coming out of Fox News. What does he have to say about the current operation here?
Very much. Look, what this really tells me is something that I haven't seen in my generation on the rules of engagement. Is the president is going after everything. It's full, it's full speed ahead. They're taking out targets most of us hadn't thought about. There's a huge target list out there, and there's no restrictions. And the president's right about winning. There is no doubt in my mind that we're destroying every target we want to get to. And Brett just came on a minute ago, and he's probably the drone king of the world out there. And we're just using things that we hadn't used before and going after these targets, like the LUCAS system, which is a drone system that we reverse engineered from the Shahed 136. That's got basically a huge warhead on it that we're sending back to the Iranians. So we took their design, reverse engineer it and send it back. And we're going after their deeply buried bunkers. We're going after every target we can find that's out there. You know, this is one of those that I advise the mullahs is you better go back to your mosque because, you know, there's a game in America called whack-a-mole. We're doing whack-a-mole right now. And it's sort of like everybody sticks their head up and says, I'm in charge. You're gone. You're history. And the Revolutionary Guards is gone too. Their military is gone. Their military, the economic piece is gone. It's just a massive win for the United States.
So I looked into this, ladies and gentlemen, real quick. Over the last 7 days, what percentage of Iranian ballistic missiles and what percentage of Iranian suicide drones are successfully getting intercepted? Well, we have approximate numbers here. Okay, this is information research coming out over the last 7 days. Approximately 95% of Iranian ballistic missiles are getting successfully intercepted. 95%. Ballistic missiles, 95%. With Iranian suicide drones, that number is approximately 85%. So the Iranians are having slightly more success with the suicide drones than they are with the ballistic missiles, but still the vast majority of both of these munitions are getting intercepted. 95% for the missiles, ballistic missiles, 85% for the drones. And we've seen a lot of footage of drones making it through. Just know that 85 out of 100 approximately of these drones are getting shot down, actually. We never even see them because they get shot down and blown up. In fact, we've actually seen some of them getting shot down and blown up. We've seen a little bit of that. We've had videos of them kind of falling out of the sky after getting shot. Now, there's something else we've got to talk about here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, folks. The news is just coming out at light speed today. Today is going to be a light speed day. Do me a favor. Make sure to like. Make sure to subscribe. We're live on Rumble right now. We're live on YouTube right now. Hit that like button. Make sure to follow, subscribe, do it all. It really means a lot. Really helps a lot. We have a statement from the Iranian regime coming out just about an hour ago. While President Trump was busy talking at that summit. Take a look here. Iran says it is, quote, awaiting U.S. naval escorts for ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says the U.S. should recall recent targeting of tankers that have attempted to make their way through in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what is Iran talking about? Let's put all this into context. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a total shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. Some ships have tried to make their way through. Iran said, if you try to navigate through the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to blow you up. We have seen on 4 that I'm aware of, on 4 occasions over the last 7 days, Iran has in fact fired missiles and drones, sometimes successfully, at some of these tankers. They've done damage to some of these tankers out there that have attempted to make the journey. And so now the U.S., Trump has said very publicly, time and time again, numerous times over the last week, that, okay, we are going to use the U.S. Navy to reopen the strait. The Strait of Hormuz is getting reopened. We're going to do it by force. We're going to make use of the U.S. Navy. We're sending in the Navy here, maybe later today, maybe very soon. We're going to use the Navy to either sort of perch up in the strait and be firing down drones and missiles, or sort of selectively escort individual ships through. But we want this back open. We want the oil to flow. The oil must flow. Why? 20% of the global oil supply comes out of the Persian Gulf. But to get it out of the Persian Gulf, you got to ship it through the Strait of Hormuz. So by nature of the Strait of Hormuz being shut down under these Iranian threats, you know, there's been a little bit of economic turbulence, to say the least. Oil prices have gone up, 10 or 12% over the last couple days. And so anyway, Trump, he doesn't want the economic turbulence. He wants the Strait of Hormuz back opened up, and he's going to use the U.S. Navy to do it. And so let's go back to our statement from Iran an hour ago. Iran says it is awaiting the U.S. naval escorts. They're waiting for it. Iran says to the U.S., you should recall our recent targeting of tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a threat. What is this? What are you looking at here? This is a threat from Iran. Iran says, hey, Trump, remember those tankers? Remember those 4 tankers, maybe more, that we've shot at and done damage to over the last 7 days? we're going to do that to your naval vessels. Stay out of the Strait of Hormuz. Otherwise, we're going to blow you up too. That is the threat coming from Iran right now. That is what this is. Now, real quick, we have 2 super chats up here. I see this. What's the source? Tasneem Media. Now, we have a super chat here from Legendary CEO. He says, for light speed flux capacitor Y fuel. I don't know, but hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good morning. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate everyone tuning in here today. Now, folks, this is where we get to a very curious story, and I need your help to break all of this down because this is multifaceted. Do not jump to any conclusions before we get through all the information. This is a 3-part story, and we're going to make sense of this together. We just got a statement about 90 minutes ago, less than 90 minutes ago, from the foreign minister, the Iranian foreign minister, a guy named Saeed Abbas Araghchi. We've seen him a lot over the last week, over the last couple months. He issued a statement publicly on Twitter just now. He says this. The United States has committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant on Keshem Island. Water supply in 30 villages in Iran have now been impacted. He says, attacking Iran's infrastructure is a dangerous move with grave consequences. The U.S. set this precedent, not Iran. So a couple things here. First off, this is the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. He's been on Fox News. This guy's everywhere. He is now publicly accusing the United States of blowing up an Iranian desalination plant and taking the water supply away effectively from 30 different villages in the region. He also says that this is an unprecedented U.S. escalation. Iran is not doing stuff like this, only the U.S. is. Now, first off, whether or not it is true that we've actually blown up a desalination plant, you can't help but remember that dozens of times over the last 7 days during which Iran has blown up hotels and restaurants and vacation spots. Is Iran only targeting military installations, military sites, or is Iran just sort of throwing drones out, blowing people up indiscriminately? Seems to me, and we've got videos of this, like numerous videos of this, of the Iranian regime firing suicide drones at hotels and residential neighborhoods and restaurants, blowing people up at random. We have seen that time and time again. So I'm not sure about this. This is unprecedented. Anyway, I don't even know if this allegation is true. Has the U.S. actually committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking a freshwater desalination plant? Well, let's see where this is. Keshem Island. Keshem Island. I think it's the big one. That's right. It's the big island. That's right. So here's Iran, and it's actually directly adjacent. I mean, it's in the Strait of Hormuz. So this is Keshem Island. Iran is accusing the United States of blowing up a water desalination plant that takes salt water and makes it into drinkable, potable water. And I'm not sure here. Keshem desalination plant. There it would be. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. This is where that desalination plant would be, allegedly, something in this area. The Keshem water and electricity facilities on the far east side of the island. So this is what they are accusing the U.S. of doing, of blowing up this site. Now, we have no more information here. This is CNN citing an Iranian official. The Iranian official says, allegedly, we are studying attacking new U.S. sites that have not previously been targeted. They said, if the U.S. attacks new targets, like this desalination plant, then we too in Iran, we will also begin attacking new targets. So Iran is saying they are threatening to escalate. They're saying that we are going to escalate. Now, here's the problem. Do we have a report here? Yes, we do. A very dangerous claim is circulating right now. Before you believe it, You need to read the full breakdown below. Reports are circulating that the United States has struck a freshwater desalination plant on Keshem Island in Iran. Iran's foreign minister is warning of consequences for this alleged strike. However, there is absolutely no verified proof that this strike has even happened. There's no satellite imagery. There's no confirmation from the Pentagon or CENTCOM. There's no independent verification from any major outlet at all whatsoever. The source of this information is solely and exclusively from Abbas Araghchi, who's the Iranian foreign minister. Nobody else is confirming or even reporting this. The source is only Iranian state-affiliated media. That doesn't mean that it's fake, but it doesn't mean that it's confirmed either. Now, here's where it gets important. Keshem Island sits right at the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz. A desalination plant is civilian infrastructure. If the U.S. actually struck it, that's a massive escalation and a potential war crime. Really? But there's another scenario nobody's talking about. Iran, Iran could target its own infrastructure, blame it on the U.S. and Israel, and use it as a justification to strike civilian infrastructure across the Gulf. 70% of the United Arab Emirates' total water supply comes from desalination. They have their own desalination plants. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar all heavily depend on desalination plants as well. If Iran establishes a precedent that they hit our water supply so we can hit yours too, the Arab Gulf states are in serious trouble. One strike on a major desalination plant in the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia would create an immediate humanitarian crisis. Millions of people with no clean water in a desert climate. This is either a real escalation, a setup for retaliation, or misinformation designed to shift the narrative. Until this is verified, treat it as unconfirmed, but pay very close attention to what Iran does next. Because the consequences that they are warning about could be aimed at infrastructure that keeps entire countries alive. We're going to keep monitoring the situation here, but something very curious, something very, dare I say, suspicious is unfolding right now, second by second. Let me ask you a question. Let's get community feedback here. Yes or no question. Is it possible that Iran might blow up their own water desalination plant, false flag, in order to act as a justification or a pretense with which to then blow up the United Arab Emirates water desalination plant, or the Saudi, or the Qatari, or the Bahraini water desalination plants, as a means with which to escalate in a justified way? I wouldn't put it past. Considering that they've been launching missiles and suicide drones at hotels and residential neighborhoods for the last 7 days, I would not exactly put it past them at this point. This is a very concerning situation, folks. It has been 27 minutes since we have had any red alerts in Israel. Here's what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to put up our quad cam here. You can see there is still smoke rising up from Beirut, Lebanon. We have a report pertaining to China from one of my favorites, Carl Higbie. Let's go and talk about China here for a minute. And I am going to eat the breakfast that my beautiful wife has cooked for me. You know what's for breakfast today, ladies and gentlemen? This is called a sausage egg McMuffin and not one, but two McDonald's hash browns. Look at that. All right. So we're going to eat this real quick, and we're going to watch Carl Higbie's segment on how China is being impacted by this entire dynamic. And really, I think all of us here know this really is predominantly about China. All of this goes back to China.
You also may have noticed Trump's being a lot nicer to Russia. And the left, and of course the rhinos, are spazzing out, proving pretty much how illiterate they are on foreign policy.
There's like a moral blindness in this administration when it comes to Russia. And you see it in the NDS with one line on Russia, one line. A whole page is on Europe and attacking Europe or criticizing Europe. And one sentence on Russia. It just bothers me.
Why? Why, Don? Because Russia wants back in the global trade market after being sanctioned at the yin-yang because of their Ukraine invasion. And to people like Representative Don Bacon over there, who's a Republican, a bit concerning that he was also a senior military officer. First, we don't need Europe. That's why he's criticizing them. Second, the reason Trump is being nicer to Russia is because, and China's freaking out about this, Russia is now willing to start trading on the U.S. dollar again and not in the BRICS currency to join the global market. This would absolutely spell the end of China as we know it. Russia is the last piece of the puzzle to bring China to its knees. And we don't actually have a problem with, well, we shouldn't have a problem with Russian values. They're people. Putin's a Cold War relic. But beyond the neocons and what they want you to believe because they want to keep sending unaccountable money to Ukraine, we should actually have a relationship with Russia. Very similar values amongst the people. And Trump is willing to gamble 30 cents more at a gallon at the pump for like a few weeks to do that. Again, trust the guy. Oil is still remarkably cheaper right now than it was under Joe Biden. But here's the other side that's not entirely public yet. What's China doing right now? They already know they're not in a position to do anything militarily against us. Opponents of the Iran strike are whining that we're depleting our munition reserves. Well, not nearly as much as China's depleted theirs. This attack showed China two things. One, our military is way stronger than they thought. And two, China had put a lot of their air defenses, a lot of their resources and weaponry in Venezuela and Iran, and we took it out in a day. The smokescreen of the military might of China was decimated in the first 20 hours of this campaign. And they're thinking to themselves over there, Mr. Xi Jinping, saying, oh, man, we calculated this one wrong.
Well, I'll tell you something here, folks. China, as many of you know, just like us, China is also sort of an international arms dealer. China sells arms and weaponry and munitions all over the world. They've sold them to Venezuela and Cuba and Russia as well. And Iran, of course, they've made a lot of money doing this. And so now what has been made crystal clear, totally transparently clear? Well, over the last week or so, the entire world has been made to witness that Chinese military equipment is nothing compared to U.S. military equipment. All of these Chinese rocket launchers and surface-to-air missiles, et cetera, all of them have just been completely dominated and destroyed by us. And so all of these countries that have been lining up to buy military hardware from China for a very long time now, all of them are now realizing they're looking at their missile launchers and all their Chinese manufactured bullshit, and they're saying, wait a minute, this stuff doesn't even work? Wait a minute. This stuff is just a bunch of Temu Chinese plastic garbage? This stuff isn't even unbelievable. And so right now, I'll tell you, Chinese arms dealing business, international arms business has taken a huge blow because now everybody knows that it doesn't really work that well. That's another component of all of this. Now, we have another. Why don't we talk about the oil aspect while I finish eating my little sandwich here? Let's talk about the Chinese oil aspect, because that's a huge component here too, folks.
I think the president and the administration have probably the biggest meetings of the term coming up in China in April. My estimation, based on the conversations and the comments made by the president before he came into office and since he's been in office, is that finding a grand bargain or a deal with China is probably one of his top priorities. And if you think about the importance of that, is the U.S. going to wade into a giant global conflict led by a U.S.-China rift, or is the U.S. going to find some grand bargain? I think he would probably have a preference for the grand bargain. And that being the case, I think you could look at in the context of Maduro and the actions in Iran as creating maximal leverage going into those negotiations. The
reason for that, Freeberg?
90% of the oil that comes out of Iran goes to China. And there's been a long developing and developed relationship between Maduro's government and China. And these are big economic drivers or support the economic driving in China. So creating leverage by having significant influence or damage or destruction to those supply chains for China gives the United States footing to be able to negotiate a better deal for America. I would imagine that the president's intention here isn't to go and decide who should be in charge and drive regime change and end in a multi-year conflict with Iran. But ultimately, if there's some transaction with China that gets everyone out of this and puts the U.S. on a strong footing where American businesses can sell into China, which is very challenging, as everyone knows today, and there's parity, regulatory parity, economic and trade parity between the U.S. and China. There's a point of view on what happens with Taiwan and availability of key technologies like semiconductors. I think it could be a win-win. And I think that a deal with China could be the crowning achievement of this administration, particularly going into the midterms. So the timing is right. And I think that's probably a core part of the motivation here.
I'll tell you something here, folks. I think for a long time, China, maybe for 2 or 3 decades now, has sort of maybe deluded themselves. You know what? Maybe it wasn't even delusional, given how incompetent some of our old presidents were. China they have believed for decades now that they were on the cusp of surpassing the United States as the preeminent, hegemonic world global superpower. That they were going to take our spot as the most powerful nation in the world. And I think the last 13 months since Trump got back into the White House, this has been like a slap in the face. Really, not just one, a series of, pardon my language, President Trump, since stepping back in the White House, has been bitch slapping China on a daily basis. China is very, very, very unhappy with what has been going on. First, kicked out of the Panama Canal. Then what happened in Venezuela happened. They were kicked out of Venezuela effectively, and they lost 5% of their annual oil import. Now this is happening in Iran. Potentially 15% of their annual oil import is now being ripped away. Iran, for a long time, has effectively been really a proxy force of the CCP, funded, supplied with Chinese weaponry, etc. We always talk about the Iranian proxy forces, the Yemeni Houthi pirates, Hamas, Hezbollah. We know Iran has proxy projection power forces, but is it possible that Iran itself is a Chinese proxy? Like, effectively, that's what they've been. China has been using Iran to destabilize the Middle East and keep the United States focused on the Middle East and away from China. Trump says, listen, we want out of the Middle East. We need to. Trump's objective here, we've talked about this a lot. Trump wants to not destabilize the Middle East. Trump wants to ultimately restabilize the Middle East, shut down the Iranian regime, shut down China's presence in the Middle East, stop the destabilization, ultimately pull the United States out of the Middle East, get us out, hand operational control of the Middle East to our regional allies. Who's that? Israel, UAE, Qatar, all the main players, Saudi Arabia. Hand off day-to-day operational control and maintenance of the Middle East to the Middle Easterners. And then that opens us, the United States, opens us up to sort of pivot over and then refocus on China, exclusively China. And China doesn't want that. China doesn't want us entirely focused on them. They want us distracted in the Middle East and having domestic issues and having, God knows how many tons of fentanyl flooding in the country, having 120,000 dead Americans every year, overdosing on Chinese fentanyl and dealing with the cartels and having all of this drama, all of this chaos. This is all part of China's plan. And Trump is systematically shutting all of these down. All of these Chinese sort of vectors of attack and vectors of destabilization, Trump is shutting them down and pulling us out of a lot of these foreign commitments so that now we can then reorient and refocus on the Orient, focus on the Chinese. And this is Trump's plan. And he's sort of economically crippling China in the process by means of ripping away China's cheap oil, cheap black market oil. Now, we have some updates here, ladies and gentlemen, new updates. I want to share some information with you guys. Today, we're going to be here all day doing live breaking news coverage. Today is set to be total chaos. The Israelis are talking about escalation today. The Americans are talking about, Trump is talking about escalations today, soon. And the Iranians themselves, the Iranians are talking about big time escalations today. So we're going to be here all day. We went live very early. If you're new, make sure to hit that follow button, like, and subscribe. And there's an update I want to share with you folks while we have a moment here. Stand by here. Okay, what do we have? Pull this up on the big screen. United Arab Emirate officials say Iranian aggression against non-combatant Gulf states must end immediately. They warn missiles are now central to any future deal with Iran and says the attacks have created a huge trust gap that will last decades. Wow. This, folks, this is a report that came out 25 minutes ago, as reported by Reuters through a United Arab Emirati official. Folks, this is massive, massive. This is the concrete proof that the United Arab Emirates and various other Arab Gulf nations, they have been pushed away from Iran. They are distancing from Iran. And now no longer is the demand of the Iranian regime, okay, no more nuclear enrichment, shut down your nuclear uranium enrichment program. Now that's step one. It's also, you have lost the privilege to have ballistic missiles and suicide drones. We've seen what you people do with these ballistic missiles and suicide drones. You launch them into the side of hotels. You launch them in residential neighborhoods. You're blowing up random people indiscriminately. So now this is not coming from the US. This is coming from the UAE. The UAE is now saying, we don't even trust you guys to have a missile program. You got to shut that down too. And there's a big gap, big distance here, okay, between these two countries, between all of them, between the Arab nations and Iran. The Middle Easterners are very justifiably pissed off here. Who are you calling you people? You people. You know who I mean. You people. We have a massive super chat here from Klaus. Thank you, Klaus. Hey, thank you very much. He says, our main adversary isn't the IRGC. Our main adversary is Democrat influence on public opinion. Hashtag TDS. I wonder who is maybe propelling or funding or influencing a lot of that Democrat domestic influence. And of course, I'm talking about China. Everybody always talks about George Soros. I want to talk about China. You guys know I'm a China guy. Ni hao ma. Ni hao ma. Maybe I'm getting a little bit predictable. I'm always talking about China. How much Chinese money is flooding in this country? How much Chinese influence is flooding in this country? How many Chinese spies do we have in this country? What is China plotting to bring this country to its knees? The downfall of America. Okay, I always want to talk about China. Everybody talks about, and by the way, Soros and the Open Society, that is that's a big problem. That is a big problem, and we're talking about that a lot too. But I feel like nobody really talks about China. We need to talk about China more. Everybody talks about Soros. Everybody talks about Israeli influence in American politics, which is a real thing, by the way, of course. But nobody talks about China. I feel like I'm the only one. And Cam Higbee over here, it's me and it's us and it's Cam Higbee talking about China, and nobody else is talking about China. It's a big problem. Big problem. And I'm so thankful that finally we have a president in the White House that gets it. Trump gets it. China is a problem. In fact, they are the single biggest problem. What is going on up there in Beirut? Our Beirut camera guy, dude, you messed up the angle. You messed up the footage. You got to move that camera. Yep, you can do it. Come on now. Come on. Oh, come on. You can do it. Come on now. You can figure it out. Oh. Well, that doesn't look so bad. Okay, I think you figured it out. I think you got it back. I think everything is fine. No, I'll say it. I'll go on the record. I think China is the single biggest problem that we are facing right now. China. How many of the problems that we have here domestically go back to China in one way or another? I'm telling you, pinpoint a problem we have here in the U.S., and I will find a way to blame it on China. And not like in an insane, it's like, no, actually China is involved in like everything. Seriously, though. No, they got the camera fixed. It's a big problem. Anyway, thank you. Sorry, I digress. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you very much. We have a super chat from Craig Burton. From Craig Burton, he says, Iran claims to be worried about the drinking water coming from the Strait, but they have no problem blowing up oil tankers. Well, they have it's a desalination plant is what it is. It purifies the water. So, but no, thank you very much. I appreciate that. through reverse osmosis, I believe is how they do it. Thank you very much. Sea Warmer, Super Chat, he says, we have discussed renaming the Strait of Hormuz. The strait is used by professionals and reopened by professionals. I feel like it needs to be called the Pro Strait. We just call it the Strait of America. We're going to call it the Strait of America. Here's what we're going to do. Can we pull up our map here? Let's come up with some new names. So this is now, okay, the Persian Gulf is now going to be called the American Gulf, and the Strait of Hormuz is now going to be called the Strait of America, and the Gulf of Oman is now going to be called the Gulf of America. So this is the American Gulf, and this is the Gulf of America, not to be confused. And connecting them is the Strait of America. And I think that's probably where things need to go here. I think that's going to make a lot of sense. I think everybody's going to be happy about that. Anyway. I can't see any problems with that whatsoever. Now I'm pulling up another update here, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. There's more I need to show you. No, thank you. I appreciate that. We have another big super chat here from El Gringos. He says, Matt, we the pressure need to keep pressure up. We the people need to keep pressure on Paxton on the SAVE Act. That's right, and that's 100% right. We've been talking about the SAVE Act a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, sir. In fact, I thought I saw a statement from Trump. I thought that Trump talked about that earlier today. I'm pretty sure he said that he's not going to give his endorsement out until the SAVE Act is on his desk. I believe I saw President Trump say that. So good. Trump is playing hardball, thank God. We need to play hardball to get this thing done. Thank you very much. Now, we have a curious report here. What is this here? Can I pull this up? Put this up on the big screen. UKMTO, which is the Operations Center. It is the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center, the UKMTO. Okay. The UKMTO has received a report of an incident just north of Jubail, Saudi Arabia. According to the reports, a UAV, that would be an Iranian suicide drone, reportedly struck a vessel at that location, prompting the majority of the crew to be evacuated. The vessel is now operating with a skeleton crew. Curse of the Black Pearl type of scenario. I saw a movie about that one time. Skeleton crew. Okay, why don't we pull this up on Google Maps? Let's take a look at Jubail, Saudi Arabia. Allegedly, we just had an Iranian suicide drone cause quite a problem at a port just north of Jubail. And so you can kind of guess where it would be. It must have been somewhere in here. I would speculate it might have even been right here because there's only so many ports in this area. Savvy? Yep, that's right. So, purportedly, an Iranian suicide drone. This is a cocaine boat. Yeah, you can tell they're loading this thing up with cocaine. That's what that is, probably. Yep, that's right. They're taking this one to Europe so they can party. Anyway, so allegedly, I mean, this is what a tanker boat looks like here, a tanker vessel. So, I guess an Iranian suicide drone just crashed into one of these or came damn close to it. Let me take a look here. According to the reports, a UAV reportedly struck a vessel at that location, prompting the majority of the crew to be evacuated. The crew was evacuated. The vessel is now operating with a skeleton crew. Captain Barbosa. That's right. So let the record show the Iranians are still, guess what? They are still firing out drones. They're still firing out. Remember 8 hours ago when they said that they were going to stop firing drones and missiles at all of these neighboring Gulf nations? Remember when they said that? Seems to have not been the case. It seems like they have actually, in fact, not stopped. I'm going to pull up some more updates here for you folks. Somebody said, take a look at flight radar. Maybe something weird is going on. Let's take a look at flight radar here, folks. Let me track military planes here real quick. Flip off passenger. military or government. This website really is so laggy. Okay, so what do we think we're looking at right now? Sometimes we can actually see drones up in the sky. We can see stratotankers doing aerial refueling. But right now, I'm zooming out. Right now, we are only looking at military planes. Looks like, I'm going to guess we have a series of U.S. stratotankers off the coast of Israel right now. That is U.S. And same. And doing the same thing. Well, they're going somewhere. We don't know where they're going. They're going somewhere. Right now, notably, we can't publicly see any Royal Air Force drones. Yesterday, we saw between Cyprus, and then yesterday, also here, right in the middle of the northern Persian Gulf, we saw a U.S. surveillance drone just loitering publicly for hours. We don't see any of that right now. Maybe later. We'll put our cameras back on here. Folks, the sun set in the Middle East about 90 minutes ago. Things have just gotten dark. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have our daily update here. Breaking news. We need to share this. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back inside of the living room of Larry Daniels. Larry Daniels seems to be tuning into today's broadcast. He has some type of little cookie and looks like a cup of coffee. He's got the broadcast up on his mega screen on his super deluxe TV screen, and he has a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2 and a PlayStation 3 and a PlayStation 4, and I think that's a PlayStation 5. This guy, he loves PlayStation. Thank you, Larry Daniels. Thank you for the daily update. He's tuning into the broadcast. He's got all of them. Now, we do have some more updates coming out. Hold up. Whoa, hold up. This would have happened in the last couple hours. Can I pull this up here? What do I have here to show? What are we looking at now? This would have happened in the last couple hours. Footage shows U.S. and Israeli airstrikes striking IRGC bases in Sanandaj, Kurdistan province in western Iran. Holy hell. Wow. You need to be very careful with shrapnel in situations like this. I'd keep your head down, dude. Wow. You can hear it just going everywhere. You can see it going everywhere. It's like a big splash. Yeah, you know when a fat guy jumps in a swimming pool, it makes that big splash? Cannonball! That's kind of what this is, and I'll tell you what, you do not want to get hit by the splashback here. I'm going to play that one more time. Astounding. So he's on like some rooftop here. You can tell. Some like rooftop patio. They've got a tree. They've got a tree on the roof, surrounded by cinder blocks. And they're a little his little satellite dish. So what town? This is in Sanandaj. Why don't we pull this up on Google Maps, ladies and gentlemen? These are U.S.-Israeli airstrikes destroying an IRGC base in Sanandaj, western Iran in the Kurdistan. Yeah, there it is. Sanandaj. Why don't we zoom out and see exactly where we're looking at? Zoom out here. All right. So just right about on the border with Iraq. I'll tell you what, very curiously, we have seen a lot of targeted bombings, a lot of targeted airstrikes in this Kurdistan region, in the Kurdistan province. We've seen a lot of that. It's almost, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist. It is almost as if the U.S. and Israel are destroying a bunch of IRGC targets in the Kurdistan area so that then maybe soon, the Kurds, who we have been arming, giving weapons to, so that then the Kurds can march on down from the hills and help take the fight to the Iranian regime on the ground. It almost seems like there's some type of plan unfolding. I don't want to sound like a crazy person, but it seems like there's some type of plan unfolding right this very moment. You can't help but connect the dots. I'm starting to connect some dots. So anyway, somewhere, we don't know exactly where in this town, Sanandaj, somewhere in this town, we're taking out IRGC holdouts. Can we drop down? Can we see what it looks like down here? I'm sure it's beautiful. I'm sure it's beautiful. Well, look at that. Actually, it kind of a little bit is beautiful. You know, I'm not saying that I'd want to live there, but you know what? I'm a little bit impressed. It doesn't really seem that bad. I'm not going to be moving there myself. I'm quite happy where I am. But they've got, I don't know, it's a clothing shop. You know what? Hey, it's not half bad. Really, it's not. Good for them. And this guy's like, hey, what's up? Hey. Hey, how are you doing? Hey there, sir. Hello. They've got their little knickknacks on the ground. Well, why don't we go ahead and take a look at one more spot? We'll look at one more spot here somewhere. Let's look over here. I don't know. We'll pick a spot at random. This looks like some type of monument or maybe like a water feature. Probably water is coming out of this thing sometimes. And yeah, that's what it must be. This almost looks like a water treatment facility. Have you ever been to one of those? It almost kind of looks like that. But who knows? You know what? Hey, you know what? It's not half bad in this place. Hopefully we don't have to blow up the entire city. Hopefully we can just kind of surgically take out the IRGC and then leave the rest of the city standing, because this place doesn't really seem half bad. It seems kind of cozy a little bit. Yeah, you don't fall in there. This guy he's working hard. He's out there working hard, all in a day's work. All right, so there's that. And then we also have some other updates here, folks. Why don't we keep on looking around? We have, hold up. We're doing a quick scan. Why don't we turn up the audio real quick coming out of Beirut. Let's get some Beirut audio. Oh, I have something here to share with you folks. Guys, we are going to be here all day. It is going to be a big day. I'm telling you. It's going to be a crazy day. Now, one moment here, folks. Wow, wow, wow. I'm just doing a quick little scan here. Okay. So we're gonna do our best to piece together a little story here, folks. Bear with me. We got to figure this one out together. I think we have a couple components here. Mute that here for one moment. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Whoops. There we go. Okay, I think we need to start here. We have a confirmation that Bahrain is now allowing the U.S. to launch missile strikes on Iran from its own territory. We have HIMAR launchers, which are sort of like a rocket artillery munition. Is that right? It's not surface to air. In fact, maybe I can find a picture of a HIMAR for you guys? Yeah, exactly. This is what we're talking about here. And so I think that Lockheed Martin makes these things, makes these bad boys. Anyway, so allegedly, yeah, okay. So allegedly, we have U.S. HIMAR launcher systems spotted in Manama, and that Bahrain is now letting us, the U.S., launch HIMAR rockets, like rocket artillery, across the Persian Gulf into Iran. Do we have a video of this? Oh, yeah, there he is. Now, that guy, we're not sure exactly what that is because that obviously did not launch from the HIMAR. It launched from something else. But that is a HIMAR unit. This rocket in the air, I'm not sure exactly what. This could be an interceptor or an attack rocket. I'm not sure. I wish we could see where that one came from. That might have been fired out of the HIMAR. Yeah, that one. Okay, so that one came from the HIMAR. You can tell. So I would suppose that actually we have not one but two. I bet we have two HIMAR launchers here. You've got one right there, and then also one kind of obscured right behind this building. Because those kind of look like the same type of rocket. So these seem to be offensive. Offensive. Two HIMARS. Yeah, okay, same conclusion. That's what I think. Okay, now, here's a question that the people around the world want to know. I'm just going to leave this up on the screen here. You guys can look at that guy. What is the distance that a HIMAR-launched rocket, how far can a HIMAR even shoot? What's our range here? And, you know, maybe somebody in the chat is going to know, actually, before I even have this. Try to, so they fire different types of rockets. It depends on the munition. I'll just pull this up here. We can take a look at this. So I've got, this is what I see, five. So the GMLRS fires 57 miles. GMLRS fires 93 miles. The GLSDB rocket fires 93. ATACMS, ATACMS, fires 186 miles. And the PrISM rocket missile fires 310 miles. Whoa. These are in full production, and they're in use right now in Iran. So we're probably making use of some of these PrISM missiles. 310K. Remember that number, 310. Don't forget about that, because why don't we take a look? What is the length or the width, the width of the Persian Gulf? Real quick here. Okay, so we're firing from Bahrain. I would bet probably at 100 miles. Probably at 100 miles from Bahrain to the coast. There's 10 right there. Maybe 120 or 130. So most certainly, these PrISM missiles that are fired from Bahrain, from Manama, they can probably fire in about this deep. Right about this deep. That's pretty far inland. That really is. And that seems to be what's happening. Well, hey, I'll tell you what, Iran is not going to be happy about that, because remember, this is now 8 hours ago, maybe 9. The Iranian regime, they came out and said, listen, hey, Arab Gulf nations that are on the south and west side of the Persian Gulf, we are sorry that we have been attacking you. We're sorry. They said this. The Iranian regime came out and said, well, the president of Iran, 8 hours ago, he said, hey, we're sorry we've been attacking you. We're going to stop. Going forward, We're going to stop. We're not going to keep on firing missiles and drones into your countries, but only if you stop allowing the U.S. to attack us from inside of your territory. That was their condition. We'll stop attacking you if you stop allowing the U.S. to attack us. And we have seen that none of that has happened. We've seen that the U.S. is still launching airstrikes from various locations in the Middle East. Now we get the confirmation that Bahrain is just letting us use HIMARS to launch PRISM missiles into Iran, which actually seems to be a new development. That's like an escalation of sorts. And then also, we've seen Iran continue to fire rockets and suicide drones. In fact, they blew up a suicide drone at the Dubai International Airport about 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, just very recently. So pretty much that plan of de-escalation seems to be off the table. Nobody's doing that. Nobody wants to do that. Now, where's our camera? There it is. There it is. Need to keep on scanning for updates here. Let me see. Iran is still making threats. Yeah, they are. They are still making threats. In fact, they were talking about blowing up U.S. Navy vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. They said, hey, listen, America, the second your naval vessels arrive in the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to start blowing them up also. So they are not. They are still behaving in a little bit of a delinquent way. Let's call them delinquent. Maybe that's a good word. CENTCOM has just released footage here. CENTCOM has just released footage of B-52 Strato Fortresses. The Strato Fortress. That sounds so cool. During Operation Epic Fury. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to turn down the music. So no music on this. We can look at it, though. Oh, boy. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hold that thought. Hold that thought. We have confrontation line red alerts in northern Israel. This does not seem to be incoming drones. This does not seem to be ballistic missiles. This seems to be some type of confrontation on the ground amongst the Israeli-Lebanese border. There's Hezbollah all over the place in here. You know, they're just in here taking shots at each other. We have seen a lot of chaos and confrontations in this area specifically. But it seems to be over. The red alert seems to be over. So anyway, let's get back to our Strato Fortress video. Looks pretty damn cool. You can't deny that. Looks freaking awesome. Yes, it does. You do not want to see these things flying over the sky. Operation Epic Fury. The Strato Fortress is what they're calling that. And personally, I think it looks kind of badass. Here's what I'll tell you right here. I have another update. This is coming from Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf is his name. He says, and I quote, "The defense policies of the Islamic Republic of Iran are consistent based on the guidance of our martyred imam. As long as the presence of U.S. bases in the region continue, the countries will not enjoy peace." So this is the Iranian parliamentary speaker. He says as long as all of these Middle Eastern nations accommodate U.S. bases, we're going to keep firing at them. That's what he says. There will be no peace as long as the U.S. has any presence in the Middle East. He then goes on to say, Iranian officials and people are united on this principle. Iranian officials and people are united on this principle. Now, I don't want to sound, maybe I'm going to sound a little bit rude. Maybe I'm going to upset some people when I say this. What have we not seen so far? What have we not seen really at all, anywhere, curiously, in the entire country of Iran? We have not seen any Iranians, freedom fighters, revolutionaries rise up and try to start taking back their country. It's been total shutdown. Now, I guess you could say, well, of course they're not going to rise up because we're dropping bombs all over the place. They're all bunkered down. And you know what? Maybe that's a good explanation. They don't want to do it yet because we are still conducting air raids. But you might have expected to see little revolutionary groups. A group of revolutionaries have taken over the small city of Abadeh. Abadeh has been taken over by revolutionary anti-Iranian regime freedom fighters, etc. You might have expected to see sort of city by city by city get toppled, right? But we haven't seen any of that. Not only nothing in Tehran, but all of the other random cities across. There's been nothing so far. Nothing. They've been told to wait. I don't really know that they have. If they have, I haven't seen that. In fact, we know that the IDF sent out text messages to all of their phones telling them to rise up. President Trump has been very vocal on Truth Social, telling them to rise up also. So if the Iranian people have been told to wait, the time has not come yet. I haven't seen that. I've seen to the contrary that Trump and Israel have been telling them explicitly, all right, rise up, let's go. Now's the time. But maybe I missed something there. Maybe I missed that. Trump told them to wait. I have seen the exact opposite. You know what? But I'll look into it. How about this? I'll look into it. I'm having people say, Trump told them to wait. Okay, I'm going to look into this right now because I'm curious, and I think this is kind of important. Okay, I'm looking around here. I'm totally happy to be proven wrong here. I just haven't seen that, like I said. I'm gonna look into this. I'll turn up our Beirut camera here. And what the hell's going on here? Hold up. One of you said, stay inside for the right time. Okay, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I'm trying to find, if it's a Truth Social post or what, because I just want to be informed on this. They aren't armed. Yeah, that's true. You know, it makes you appreciate the Second Amendment. Sure does. It sure does. Anytime an authoritarian regime comes to power, pretty much the very first thing they do is disarm the populace. That's like step one. Okay, here's the report I've got. Yes, President Trump has made statements urging the Iranian people to overthrow their regime, but to do so after the U.S. and Israeli military strikes conclude, effectively telling them to wait until the attacks finish. In a video address posted on Truth Social on February 28th, that was day one of this conflict, February 28th, Trump said, and I quote, "When we are finished, take over your government, it will be yours to take." This phrasing implies remaining on standby during ongoing bombings. There you have it. I forgot he said that in that video. In a subsequent interview with the Washington Reporter, Trump elaborated that Iranians, quote, should wait until the herd thins out a bit. They should wait a little bit longer. end quote, before toppling the remaining regime, as U.S. forces continued striking Iranian leadership. These comments came amid a major U.S.-Israeli assault on Iran that began in late February 2026, which killed Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Okay, this is a curiosity of mine. We know that the U.S. and Israel have been funneling weapons to the Kurds. We know the Kurds have been receiving U.S. weaponry, and that maybe they are going to make a play here soon on the ground. What do you want to bet that the U.S., maybe Israel as well, has been giving weapons to Iranian, what do you want to call them? Anti-regime Iranian groups, Iranian revolutionary groups. Let's call them Iranian revolutionary groups. Has the U.S. been smuggling weapons not only to the Kurds, but also inside of Iran to revolutionary groups, actual Iranian revolutionary groups? I would suppose yes. I would suppose yes. I would guess yes. I would suppose yes. Freedom fight. Yeah, you call them freedom fighters. There you have it. There's a good term. You call them freedom fighters. Jerusalem. So you've got the Kurds potentially, you've got armed Kurds potentially getting involved, potentially armed Iranian freedom fighters getting involved soon-ish. And also potential the Azerbaijanis potentially also. Who knows? Unapologetic American says, I spit out my coffee yesterday when you randomly found Mima taking out the local waterfowl. I was howling. What do you want to bet I can find that again? You want to see? Let's see how good my memory is. But that was super funny. Can I find that? Oh man, this is going to be tough. Frick. Okay, hey. You need to give me 3 shots. Give me 3 tries here. This is try number 1. I found it. Well, well, would you look at that? First try, baby. First try. One and done. One take, easy bake, no mistake. There you have it. Yeah, this is what we found yesterday. Look at this. So this is in Iran. These are a bunch of Iranians. And this is Mima out here with a shotgun shooting what appear to be ducks in the pond. They're duck hunting. This is Mima and the family out here duck hunting. A bunch of nice, they're looking nice. A bunch of Iranians. And there is Grandma hitting the hookah. Grandma, put that down. You're going to get lung cancer. It gets even worse, though. They had Cletus park the car. They said, Cletus, park the car. Damn it, Cletus, you hit the rock again. It doesn't matter. The car's a hunk of shit anyway, so. Anyway. They're out here. They are out here. These are like a bunch of Iranian hillbillies. You know what? I like them. I'm sure they're nice. I'm sure they're nice people. I'm sure they're nice people. We're praying for them. We're hoping everything ends up fine for them. Damn it, Cletus. And he says, found it. Found it. Anyway, I'm going to do a quick scan for updates. We're looking around here. Okay, I do have a couple things here to share with you guys. Stand by here. Give me a break. One moment. Okay, so a little update here. We have this image. Something that's notable is Iranian-backed groups and their use of repurposed civilian platforms to attack U.S. bases and infrastructure in Iraq makes the targeting and destruction of mobile launch platforms all the more difficult. That is right. This is a repurposed truck, and it has a little. I mean, look at this. So they're putting on the bed of the truck. They've got rockets in the bed, and they're launching rockets out of this truck. Good Lord. Now I was thinking, do they have any sort of hydraulic system to jack this thing up? Do they? I don't think they do. Do you folks see hydraulics here? Because I think they have to manually crank this thing up. I don't even see a hydraulic unit here. Well, that's a pain in the ass. So anyway, that's what they're doing with these. Do they do? You think they do? You see it? Okay. Now, it's down in further down there. There's something I want to show you here, though. It's kind of a nifty little truck. Take a look at this. An airstrike position belonging to Iran-backed Kataib al-Imam Ali, the 40th Brigade of Iraq's Popular Mobilization Forces, in Qayara, south of Okay. So anyway, I'm going to just skip over all of the insanely difficult names. We continue to take out terrorist locations in Iraq. There you go. This is a recent U.S. strike. And this must have happened about 2.5 hours ago because this is when it was sunny. Right now, the sun has set. After Iranian strikes against residential and commercial areas in the capital of Manama, Bahrain, civil defense elements are working to put out fires on houses and surrounding buildings. You hear that? In Bahrain, in Manama, we've talked about them a lot. That's where we just saw the HIMARS launchers. Iranian drone strike crashed into houses and surrounding buildings, they say, and now they're working to put out the fires. Now they're working to put out the fires. We had an intelligence report from maybe 2 weeks before this operation kicked off. So what is that, 3 weeks ago now, that just came out, just got declassified, suggesting that U.S. intelligence, prior to this conflict, determined that a boots-on-the-ground invasion would not be successful in Iran. To be very clear, U.S. intelligence has determined, allegedly, that a boots-on-the-ground invasion of Iran would not be effective or successful. And you know what? I agree. Whatever that's worth, I agree, and thank God we're not going to do that. Hopefully, we are not going to do that. Oh, you guys don't like the music? I'm sorry, I thought you might like that. Well, let me do this here. Let's get audio. I like to have a little bit of background audio. But the Beirut audio is it's just too much. It's too windy. That's fine. I kind of like the white noise. I kind of like the background audio, if I'm honest with you. Anyway, so it seems like we are probably, I pray we are not going to have a boots-on-the-ground invasion of this country. That would be catastrophic. Can I show you something here? Why don't we pull up it's called a topographic map. It shows the terrain of the country. Let's go and pull up a topographic map of Iran. Maybe we can find a good one here. You know, oh, that's kind of a good one right there. Look at that. Well, kind of. So anyway, this place is a mountainous hellscape. Maybe I can find a better one. I'll try to find a better one. This is on Instagram. Yeah, this is probably a decent one. Anyway, this is a mountainous hellscape. And not only is it a mountainous hellscape, but the Iranians have spent decades burrowing in, building bunker complexes everywhere, mountainside, bunker complexes, tunnel systems. It would be very deadly, very dangerous, very bad. Uphill fighting, downhill fighting. You got people popping out of bunkers every single place, tunnel systems. It would be very difficult here. Very difficult. What's wrong with Benny? Okay, I know I'm going to regret asking this. I know I'm going to regret this. I should not do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I keep having people come in here complaining about Benny Johnson. What did he do? Why is everybody mad at Benny Johnson? Because for the last couple days, I've had people coming in here complaining. And I don't know. Frankly, I have no idea myself. What happened? What's the drama? Go ahead, spill the tea. Spill the tea. Because people keep talking about it. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? He's freaking out because of the operation here. Oh, is that why? Okay. He's freaking out. We're freaking out. I'm freaking out. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. It is not my birthday. Thank you, though. We have a big super chat here from known as Ilku. He says, yesterday I read an article from our Bulgarian media that America would use again, since a long time ago, the MOAB, the Massive Ordnance Air Blast. The mother of all bombs, they call it. Yeah, the mother of all bombs. Was that confirmed or just a hoax? Well, it has not been confirmed. In fact, I haven't heard anything about the MOAB. That said, I would not be surprised. Trump has used the MOAB before. In what, like 2019 or something? I think Trump dropped a MOAB on an ISIS airbase, on an airbase in Syria. He did it once. He did it before. I would not be surprised at all. There's all different types of bombs, and they all have different purposes, right? Use different bombs for different reasons. I wouldn't be surprised. In 2017 in Syria. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know. I remember he did it. So I wouldn't rule it out of the realm of possibility here. But no, that said, I haven't heard anything about it. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Thank you very much. And by the way, shout out all the way from Bulgaria. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ad hoc here says, Marine here, Matt. F those hills were more than ready to be set loose and get in this Semper Fi. There you have it. Some people, they want to go in. Well, I'll tell you this. I was very happy to read that intelligence report this morning saying that it's been deemed pretty much a bad idea. I was happy to see that. Because, this is my thought with that. It's like, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. How many people are going to die in the process? I am, call me crazy here. If we can accomplish our objectives whilst minimizing American casualties, I think that's a good idea. I think minimizing American casualties is a good idea. I like that. I don't like the idea of having young Americans get their legs blown off. I'm not a fan of that. So I would love to see an outcome here where we are able to pull this operation off and achieve our strategic objectives. What am I here? What the hell am I hearing? Without having any more American injuries or deaths. I think that's the best outcome. Time will tell. Fingers crossed. Literally, I'm telling you, seriously, I think a lot of people say this figuratively. Literally, I have been praying that we do not have a ground invasion of Iran. I have been literally praying that we do not do that. That we are able to have this operation go off and we achieve what we want without a ground operation being necessary. Now, speaking about boots on the ground, the concept of boots on the ground, we're talking about maybe some Kurdish fighters. We've been arming the Kurds. Maybe they will be on the ground. Potentially, we have Iranian freedom fighters inside the country that are looking to help us overthrow the regime or replace the regime. Maybe we've been arming them also. Okay, if you're talking about Iranian freedom fighters or revolutionaries or Kurdish fighters, hell, even for me, I think it's a different case. If you've got members of a PMC like Blackwater or something, I don't know, maybe that's a component of this. We actually saw PMCs are involved in Venezuela at the moment, I believe. We're using PMCs to help protect the oil. The oil equipment down off the coast of Venezuela and on Venezuela. We're actually using PMCs right now in Venezuela. So you know what? Maybe we'll make use of PMCs again here. We know that Trump is not shying away from making use of PMCs. That might be the case also. There's a couple different options. Of course, when we say boots on the ground, we already know that we've had CIA boots on the ground. I would guess also that we probably have Spec Ops on the ground right now too. Who knows? Maybe we've got Delta Force on the ground. I think when most people say boots on the ground in Iran, people are worried about like a 100,000 troop deployment like we saw going into Iraq in 2003. When people say boots on the ground, I think they generally mean mass deployment, not like Delta Force, not CIA. But everybody has their own definition, I suppose, of what boots on the ground means. Seems like it's a windy night over there. All of our cameras are just blowing around. All the cameras are blowing around. Blowing around. What do I have here? I'm doing a quick scan here, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. I'm looking for updates. Okay, all right, I've had enough. We're turning that off. I have an update here for you, folks. I have an update here for you. We have another statement from the Iranian parliament speaker. His name is Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. Ghalibaf is his name. The Iranian parliament speaker says, quote, "The American Zionist coalition's breach of the Keshem desalination plant was carried out with support from one of the air bases in the southern neighboring countries. This blatant crime will receive a proportionate response. U.S. military bases in the region have become platforms for operations against Iran. The origin of the attack will be the destination of our response." So this is an allegation here. Let's put all of this into context. The Iranian regime now, for about 3 hours, has been making the allegation that the United States blew up a water desalination plant on the island of Keshem, which is right here. The desalination plant is right here in this city, right on the water. It's like right here. So anyway, for like 3 hours, maybe 4, the Iranian regime has been accusing the United States of blowing up a water desalination plant. We haven't seen any proof of that. We've seen no satellite imagery. We've seen no photos. We've seen no official response from the U.S. government or CENTCOM or Trump or whatever. We just have this sort of empty allegation from the Iranian regime. And now they're saying, all right, because you blew up our desalination plant, we are going to reciprocate in that escalation. We're going to attack you in a like measure. And they're saying, okay, whichever country that U.S. plane that bombed the plant lifted off from, flew out of, we are going to attack that country. If that plane flew out of Qatar, we're going to figure it out. We're going to bomb Qatar. Maybe we're going to blow up the Qatari desalination plant. Maybe we're going to blow up the Emirati desalination plant. But the thing is, we haven't seen any proof that this even happened. We've got no proof that this thing even happened, that anybody bombed it at all. So I've kind of been sitting here speculating that, well, let me ask you, is it possible that the Iranian regime is lying about this situation, or that they perhaps even blew up their own desalination plant? Maybe it is blown up, but maybe they did it themselves as a false flag with which then they can use as a pretense or a justification to then escalate their attacks against the Arab Gulf nations or the United States itself. Might be a false flag. They might have blown up their own desalination plant. I don't know. But things are getting very curious here. Things are getting a little bit suspicious here, if I do say so myself. We're going to find out. Can I pull up exactly where that desalination plant is? It was, I thought it was right here. Keshem. Yeah. Oh, two blocks to the north. Okay, so this is allegedly right here. Allegedly, this is the water desalination plant, and it must run over to the coast here. In fact, this is one big compound. It's all behind the same gate or wall or fence. So it must be this entire compound here is the desalination plant, the water and electricity facilities. Yeah, desalination plant. Do we have any photos of this? People on Google are leaving reviews. Well, it's only 3.7 stars. It's not really that great. Darn it. Mohammad Reza Kobor gives it a 1 star. Omran Ravesh gives it 5 stars. Well, excellent. That's just great. That's great. I'm not sure what type of person leaves a 5-star review on or a 1-star review on a water desalination plant. But anyway, okay, let me take a look at some of these super chats here. So allegedly, the Iranians say that we blew this thing up. We've seen no proof of that at all, though. We have a super chat here from El Gringos. Okay, no, we saw that one. Thank you, sir. We have a super chat here from X Mantiv. Says, me and my husband stopped watching Benny because of clickbait nonsense. Now watch you. Benny talks at people. You talk to people. Big difference. Very good at what you were doing. Give my hubby a shout out, Mike. Listen, Mike. You better listen up, Mike. Hey, you have a very nice wife. Thank you both very much for tuning in. I really appreciate that. You listen to me, Mike. Thank you for tuning in, and shout out to your lovely wife. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Hey, I like talking to people. I like talking to people, not at people. I'll tell you what, man. Ma'am. I'll tell you what, ma'am. I really love doing these shows and having a dialogue, and we're figuring stuff out together. We're making sense of the situation together. Sometimes I go into like lecture monologue mode, but then other times we're having an actual conversation. We're breaking it down step by step. That's my favorite part. I love to do. I love doing what I'm doing here with you guys. I think it's super great. Because believe it or not, sometimes you guys know things that I don't know. Believe it or not. No, it's true though. You guys are helping put on the show also. You know, hold on, I have a report here I want to show you guys. What do we have here? Lebanese media footage shows an Israeli strike leveling a multi-story building in Beirut's southern suburbs tonight. The IDF says that since Monday, it has hit more than 500 targets across Lebanon, including 170 rocket launchers, with over 100 strikes carried out today alone. Many in Hezbollah's stronghold in southern Beirut. And by the way, for the record, we have been watching a lot of that live over the last couple of days. Up here in the top right, up there, we have been watching the Israeli Air Force drop bombs all over Hezbollah targets. This is Beirut, and so we know this. So we have footage here of an entire building getting blown up. Is that right? Can I pull this up? What do we have here? Oh, holy hell! Oh my gosh! I need to replay that. I got to rewind that here.
هل عم لك يعني في صف بنايات نزل 2 أو 3 بكل هالقوة وكمية التفجير والدمار اللي وقعت، ولكن طبعا أقل من
So anyway, okay, so listen, I'm going to move my head over here. Okay, everybody, look at this building over here on the far right. Wow. This was some type of Hezbollah location. I was looking to see if we can actually see the missile come in. I'm not sure. I'll tell you, like I really don't know. I'm just going to tell you what I think. It almost looks like somebody's strapped to like a device to one of the pillars on the bottom. It almost doesn't even look like an airstrike. It looks more like a demolition, right? Okay, I see some of you guys saying the same thing. That it looks more like a demolition, like somebody strapped a bomb on the base of that thing, as opposed to an actual airstrike. I was looking to see if I see a missile or something come in. I don't know. I don't know. Huh. Boom.
واضح في صف بنايات هل عم لك يعني في صف بنايات نزل 2 أو 3 بكل هالقوة وكمية التفجير
Huh. This just doesn't strike me as being an Israeli Air Force airstrike. Well, there you have it. There you have it. Like for all we know, that could have been a demolition video from 6 months ago. I don't know if this footage is old or what. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Somebody in the chat just said that United Arab Emirates just declared war. I have not seen that. I don't see that. What I do have a report pertaining to the UAE right here. I'll pull this up for you. I don't see a declaration of war. Matt, can you translate that? Yeah, they said you should make sure to like and subscribe the show if you enjoy it. I'm pretty sure. Wait, they said Hakmallah, Shugamallah. Yeah, that means make sure to like and subscribe. Okay, now we have a report here, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. According to the Financial Times, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait have requested to buy thousands of drones from Ukraine's TAF Industries. According to reports, Qatar submitted a request for 2,000 drones, while the UAE submitted a request for 5,000 drones. Additionally, Kuwait also showed an interest in buying interceptor drones. This is like insane. I'm just going to say this. This is from my American point of view. We have given this country $250 million, maybe more. I don't know, almost $500 million. I'm not even sure. Oh, no, I'm sorry. More. What am I saying? More than that. We've given them billions. Sorry, my brain is tripping. Anyway, we've given this country a lot of money. That's what I'm saying. And it kind of doesn't sit well with me that now Ukraine is potentially becoming an arms dealer for Arab Gulf nations, right? We are subsidizing Ukraine's existence, and because of our subsidization to protect themselves, they have built a drone manufacturing empire, and now they are selling drones all across the world, making money off of the back of our defense subsidies. And I'm just like, I don't know. That sits a little bit weird. That sits a little bit weird. Yeah, maybe they should give us some money. When is the United States going to get some money here? Maybe we need some money. Maybe we need some money. It is true, though, Ukraine, after 4 years of combat, drone-based combat, they make good drones. The Ukrainians know what they're doing with drones. It is undeniable. They do. Oh boy. Oh, folks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We have an update here. Breaking news right now. A Kurdish official in an interview just now with N12, this is an Israeli media outlet, said, and I quote, a Kurdish official said, and I quote, "This is an historic moment. We will begin acting against Iran soon." This is the second Kurdish official, the second story we've seen today. Two different officials, two different stories over the last couple hours coming out of the Kurds. The Kurds are saying, we are going to get involved. We are going to get involved. Second story in the last couple hours. Seems as if the Kurds are going to be getting involved. Seems to be the case. The Saudi Arabian Defense Ministry has just issued a statement. A ballistic missile was recently launched towards Prince Sultan Air Base and has fallen to the ground in an uninhabited area. So the Iranians, we just heard from the Saudi Arabians that the Iranians are still to this minute firing ballistic missiles. Yeah. And the Prince Sultan Air Base is just south of Riyadh. I'll pull this up on the map here. This is the airbase. The Prince Sultan Air Base is what it's called. The Iranians, we've seen them on numerous occasions try to fire drones and missiles at this very airbase. It's in Saudi Arabia. They've been taking shots at this thing. So anyway, they fired a ballistic missile just in the last couple minutes, and it fell down in an uninhabited area. You can see there's actually quite a lot of uninhabited area all over the place here. The Prince Sultan Air Base. And everybody's got all types of stuff down here. You can bet it's just hot as hell out here. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Now, I have another report here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold up. Okay, I've got some good news here for you folks. At least the fourth flight chartered by the U.S. government to evacuate U.S. citizens from the Middle East has just been completed. In the last couple days, there have been, at a minimum, 4 individual chartered flights to evacuate citizens from the region, and they just completed the 4th one. Now, we also got a report from the U.S. State Department yesterday. As of yesterday, 27,000 Americans have been evacuated. Some are flying in other ways. Some are chartering flights. Some are not chartering flights, other flights. But anyway, 27,000 Americans have been evacuated out of the Middle East in the last 7 days. 27,000. And I've got a report for you folks here also. Looks like we have some type of Islamic call to arms that has just come through the pipeline here. I'm going to pull this up. What do we have? The Iran-aligned, quote, axis of resistance movements in Iraq and Yemen said the war against Iran is the, quote, new Battle of Karbala, calling on all allied factions in the region to wage a war of attrition, expel American forces from the region, and infiltrate Israel. And you know this guy means business. You know that this guy means business. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, what happened? Hold up. Battle of Karbala. Let me get this big ugly guy off the screen here. the Battle of Karbala. The Battle of Karbala was fought on October 10th, 680 AD, between the army of the second Umayyad Caliph Yazid I and a small army led by Hussein ibn Ali, the grandson of the Islamic prophet Muhammad, at Karbala. Okay. So this is like Islamic history that nobody cares about. Is that fair? This is, and it seems like some internal, it was like Muslims versus Muslims, pretty much. Which I suppose is kind of, that's probably why he says that right now, because this is also in a way Muslims against Muslims. You've got a series of Shiite Islamic countries Shia versus Sunni. It's an Islamic civil war. Shia versus Sunni. And I hate to say it, but it's like they're all wrong. All of them are wrong. Doesn't matter which sort of Islamic denomination you are. All of them got it wrong. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Now I'm doing a quick scan for updates here, folks. In fact, let me take a look at one thing. We have every single report in the world suggesting that it is going to be a very, very big day today. The Israelis are talking about how things are going to escalate today. The Americans are talking, in fact, President Trump is talking about how things are going to escalate today. And of course, the Iranians are talking about how things are going to escalate today. So every single party involved in this, in fact, the Kurds have said twice today that they are going to get involved very soon. Every single party involved in this is indicating that today is going to be a big day. So we are going to be here all day doing live breaking news coverage. Now, I think I have some bad news to share with you folks. I think a U.S. drone got shot down over Iran earlier today. Can I show you this? A U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drone was reportedly shot down by IRGC Aerospace Forces today over Hormozgan province in Iran. This is allegedly the wreckage. I mean, it kind of looks like it. Allegedly the wreckage of an MQ-9 U.S.-made Reaper drone that was shot down in Iran. Now, I wonder, just real quick. No, it is not my birthday. How many Reaper drones does the U.S. have? In total, we have the overall U.S. military inventory of MQ-9 Reapers is therefore in the low 200s, somewhere around 230. Somewhere around 230 Reaper drones, I suppose 229, minus one. Now we have minus one. And I would suspect that we just have tons of these things flying all throughout the Middle East right now. All over the place. All over the place. Well, rest in peace, little Reaper drone. Rest in peace. Happy Shabbat. I'm not Jewish. But I guess if you are, happy Shabbat. Well, hold up. I think in Israel, Shabbat is over. Yeah, I think if you're in Israel, maybe it's over now. I'm not exactly sure how it works. I don't know. Oh my gosh, hold on. I have some breaking footage right now. Breaking footage. I want to show you something, folks. But first, hold on. I'm seeing maybe there's a red alert. Do we have a red alert here? Do we have a red alert? Hold up. Stand by now, folks. Okay, listen, ladies and gentlemen, Iranian ballistic missile launches. Ladies and gentlemen, Iranian ballistic missiles have launched. And no, this is not fake news. Let's put our cameras up here on the big screen. This is the first time in hours, in actually about 4 hours, that we have seen any Iranian ballistic missile launches. Everyone bunker down. Shiite is Shia. If you are Shia, you are a Shiite. Is that correct? So it's Shia/Shiite, it's the same, and Sunni. And then there's also, as far as I understand it, some also sort of smaller Islamic denominations that are not so popular. But I think there's not many of them. There's like the Sufis. But really it's the main two. Anyway, it doesn't matter because right now there are Iranian ballistic missiles inbound. Iranian ballistic missiles inbound to where? Buckle up. That's right, buckle up. Upper Galilee, Northern Golan, Lower Galilee, Ha-Amakim, Ha-Mifrats, Wadi Ara. I think this is central. I believe this is central Israel, probably Tel Aviv area. We see a lot of Tel Aviv area stuff. I think we're going to hear the alerts here pretty soon. That is right. Iranian ballistic missiles inbound. We have red alerts coming out right now. I think you're going to hear them here in a minute. Yeah, everybody watch the cameras very closely. In fact, I'm going to move my camera here so you can have a better view of Haifa on the right. It's a better spot for me right now. Oh, good. Okay, they put Haifa up here on the top. That's good. It's a better view now. Matt Morris, your Arabic is excellent. It's kind of suspicious. Uh-oh. Yeah, there it is. Well, no, this is an unrelated red alert. This is a confrontation line red alert on the border, Israeli border with Lebanon. This is unrelated, I think. Because that's not a ballistic missile alert. That's something else, incidentally, perhaps. Or maybe Hezbollah is trying to line up an attack with the ballistic missiles. They're trying to line it all up. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is the ballistic missile attack. Okay, everybody, stand by. We're looking at North Israel. This is North Israel, Haifa. We've got the cameras up top. Pay attention. There it is. And we might even see Hezbollah try to do something at the same time and line it all up. Incoming, potentially incoming. I would not be surprised if we see interceptors get launched here pretty soon. And here's the rough news for Israel right now, is that The USS Gerald R. Ford carrier battle group is Cam 5, North Israel, Cam 5. I think it got intercepted right behind that street light. It just kind of disappeared. We saw something there. The red alerts are still active. Actually, no, they're not. Now they're not. Just as I said that. So it seems like... I don't want to speak too soon. I think it's over. It might have just been one that made it through. Well, it looks like it got intercepted over Israel. When I say make it through, can I show you something? So, you know, every single time Iran launches ballistic missiles, they've got to make it all the way across Iraq, all the way across Jordan, sometimes across Syria, sometimes across Saudi Arabia or Kuwait. And we've got missile interceptors all over the place. All over the place. And so the figure that I've seen is only 1 out of every 10 ballistic missiles launched from Iran ends up actually making its way over the skies of Israel. That 9 out of 10 of them get intercepted on the journey there. So the ballistic missiles that we do, the very few that we do see, are kind of the lone survivors of all the ballistic missiles. They're the lucky ones. Or whatever, I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say. So leave this up here for a minute. Got some stuff I want to show you folks. Bear with me here. That's what they say. That's what they say. Oh, hey, Haifa. Something over Haifa. Top left, top left, top left. That looks like an interceptor. That looked like an interceptor. Oh, there's one also you can see. Cam 11 left side. It looks like it's kind of lagging out, though. Okay, I'm leaving this up. I think maybe something is still happening here. Maybe something is still happening. I do have stuff to share here, but let's just focus on what's happening right now. I'm doing a quick scan. Wait just a minute. I've got a lot of footage to show you guys, but I just want to make sure that this is concluded before I put it up here on the screen. Okay, I'm gonna throw this up here, folks. Let's talk about some other stuff here. So that recent ballistic missile attack that we were just looking at, we've got some footage. It was actually 2 ballistic missiles that we have footage of in northern Israel.
No, I think it's one and the thing is falling.
We got 2 ballistic missiles coming down from northern Israel. Two Iranian ballistic missiles shooting across the sky. And that might have been all that it was, just 2 of them. Matt, your screen is opposite of ours. I don't know what that means. We have a report coming out of Israel right now. Take a look at this. Yesterday, there was the rumor that Mojtaba Khomeini, the son of the previous Ayatollah,
was dead. There were rumors yesterday that he was killed. Well, today we get news just now. Israeli assessments currently say that the ostensible new Iranian Supreme Leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of the previous leader, is actually still alive. Israeli assessments say that he's actually alive, that he did not die yesterday. The rumor was he died. I said, I don't know about this, guys. We don't have any sources on this. We have this one here. This just came out. This is an Iranian drone strike at the Dubai airport. This happened 4 or 5 hours ago. We've talked about that, but now we have more footage. An Iranian suicide drone hit the Dubai airport. And real quick, where's this audio coming from? Mute that.
It's another drone. I don't know if you can see or not. It's coming to the airport again. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, straight to the airport.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, straight to the aircraft. Straight to
Matt Morris, I thought you were in the military. No, I've never been in the military. It seems to me like this Iranian suicide drone was targeted at what appears to be this airport satellite tower or radio tower. It looks like they were almost trying to take out that tower. By the way, this big building, this is the big airport terminal, like full of random civilians just trying to board their airplanes, full of families, children, women, men, just going about their day. They almost hit that damn thing. They could have killed, I don't know, a couple dozen people if that was a couple feet to the left or to the right, whatever. But it almost looks like they were trying to take out that tower. This was about 5 hours ago.
Yeah, straight to the airport. Oh my God. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, straight to the aircraft.
Well, thank God they missed. Thank God. Goodness gracious. Can I pull up this airport? Dubai. Let's just look at this on the map. You guys know that we are always pulling stuff up on the maps. So if I had to take a guess, I would guess that it is, you know it's at the end of one of these things, right? So if it's not that one, let's move on down. Maybe it wasn't that one. There's the air traffic control tower, but that's not the tower that it was. Well, let me zoom out a little bit. You know, maybe it was down, I don't know. I feel like it was here. But I'm just not seeing that tower with the white ball on the top. I'm just not seeing it anywhere. The tower is on the other side of the runway. Is that right? Well, there, that's probably it. So yeah, so there's the terminal. And this must be that white ball. And then our camera point of view was somewhere here to the south. But that's probably the white ball. And it looks like that drone ended up just like smacking into the runway, doing nothing. It just hit the runway and didn't really blow anything up at all. Hopefully nobody died. Matt, you're way off. Actually, I think I'm looking right at it, actually. Well, seems like a nice airport when there's not drones crashing into it, crashing next to it. Seems like a nice little airport. Anyway, there was something else I wanted to show you. This happened just like moments ago. Moments ago. The 23 Marina residential skyscraper in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, was just struck, guess what, by an Iranian suicide drone. These Iranian suicide drones are all over the place. This just happened within the last 25 minutes. Oh my gosh. Wow. So this is a bit, it's like a big residential tower. People have got their condos and their apartments up there. And a drone just crashed right into the side of that damn thing. Dude, I'm telling you guys, these Emiratis, these Qataris, these Saudi Arabians, all of them, these Arabs, these rich oil money Arabs, they're all billionaires and trillionaires. I'm telling you, man, they are so tired of having Iranian missiles and drones rain down in their countries. You just know these people, they just want to be peaceful and make money and sell oil and be rich and have their parties and have their flashy luxury lifestyle with their expensive cars and hotels and restaurants in the Burj Khalifa. These people, they just want to be rich and not have bombs raining down from the sky. But alas, they have a psychotic neighbor to the north that keeps on launching missiles and drones into their cities. Fatigue, total fatigue. We saw a five-star hotel about 6 days ago have a suicide drone, an Iranian suicide drone, crash into it. Similarly in Dubai here, and in Qatar they had another big hotel that had a drone crash into it. And this one was what? This wasn't a hotel. It was a residential skyscraper. The 23 Marina residential skyscraper. Can we pull this one up here? Oh, it's right there. We were almost looking at it. So there it is. That's the building right there. Yeah, and that is it. That is it. Can we look at this thing? Let's pull it up. Where's our building? Oh, well, there it is. Well, hello there, sir. So anyway, yeah, let's just make sure is that what it looks like? Yep, that's what it looks like. Wow. And now there's an Iranian suicide drone that crashed into that. I mean, like imagine you're paying $7,000 a month to have a nice room up there. $7,000 a month. That's your little condo up there. And then one day an Iranian suicide drone crashes into your living room. Astounding. Yeah, I do not think that any of these Arab Gulf nations are going to end up siding with Iran. I think they have been sufficiently pushed away from Iran, and now they just want this to be over with. It's like, all right, get rid of these psychotic nut jobs. $7,000 is cheap. I don't know how much do you think it costs to have a place in the 23 Marina? You know, I'm going to look it up right now. How much is a room in the 23 Marina? I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Not a room, but like an entire place. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm curious. They've got 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom units. Starting at around 2.4 million AED. We got to convert that to USD. Give me a minute. Let's convert. That's the bottom. That's the starting point. 2.4 million AED. That is 653,000 US dollars. Not per month, of course. That's the total price. That's the total price. So, I don't know. It depends on a bunch of variables. Depends on your down payment. Depends on what your interest rate is. Hold up. Do we have red alerts? No, that's probably $4,000 a month, something like that. Ballpark. Anyway, do we have red alerts? Hold up. I'm seeing red alerts. Do we have red alerts? No. False alarm. We do not have red alerts. We have a troll alert. Troll alert. Not a red alert. False alarm, folks. Is there a press conference coming up? Is that right? Stand by here. I don't see that. Let me check the official Trump calendar. What would be really nice today is a press conference from CENTCOM. It's been 2 or 3 days since we've had one of those. Let me see if we have a CENTCOM press conference. No. I don't see that. 600K divided by 12 is 50K a month. True. Generally, you don't have a 1-year mortgage, though. To be fair, I don't know how they do it in the United Arab Emirates, but over here in the U.S., generally your mortgage is on a 15-year or 30-year, normally a 30-year term. Not a lot of 1-year mortgages, at least here in the U.S. In the UAE, I don't know. Let me check with Carolyn Levitt. I wish there was a press conference. I'd love to get some more information about what's going on here, but I don't see anything about that. I don't see anything about that at all. Yeah, now it's going to be 50 years. Yeah, so you're going to be paying your mortgage until the day you die. That's right. That's right. So what is going on? What is going on over here? Wait a minute. Hold on. Are we tracking military planes? Wait a minute. I think we might have stumbled upon something very, very weird right now, folks. I just looked over at my computer there, and I think we have found something very weird. What in the hell is happening? Military or government? Were those all passenger? Okay, those are all passenger. Okay, you know what it looks like here? It looks like all of the Dubai flights that were going in and out of the Dubai International Airport have now been rerouted to an airport that is maybe in something over here. What's going on here? That's a passenger. I don't think they're landing. I think all of these are idling. These are not military planes. These are passenger planes. You know what I think has happened? I think all of these were looking to go land in Dubai and they can't. I think all of these planes wanted to land in Dubai and they've been turned away and now they're figuring something else out. Like this is very weird. This is very weird. All of them are getting out of town. You know, it might have something to do with that drone that just ran into a hotel building or in that residential building. I think Dubai has just shut down its airspace. I think they're kicking all these planes out right now. This is very curious. The airspace is closed. Everybody's got to go. We don't care where you go, but you can't stay here. Get out of town. See if I can find any updates. Hold up. Stand by here, folks. Oh, well, look at this. Guys, the Iranians are making threats again. Well, I'll be damned. Real quick. The Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has just said about Iran's de-escalation, gesture to our neighbors was killed by President Trump, warning that, quote, if Trump seeks escalation, it is precisely what he will get. Araghchi said our de-escalation gesture to the neighbors was killed by President Trump. If Mr. Trump seeks escalation, it is precisely what he will get. Did Iran surrender? No, they didn't. I'll talk about that here in a minute, though. I can guess what you're talking about. Loving my 8 kids with the super chat says, you're the best, Matt. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Thank you. 8 kids. Look at you. You're better than me. Good for you. Thank you very much. Now, as a little bit of a recap for those of you that are tuning in today, maybe 8 or 9 hours ago now, 8 or 9 hours ago, the Iranian president, issued a public statement to all of the Arab... Hold up. Hold up. This is a red alert in Haifa. In Haifa. Okay, red alert in Haifa, and it doesn't actually say what type of alert this is. We don't know what type this is. Is it drone? Is it ballistic missile? Is it confrontation line? We don't know. Just red alert. Okay, so pay attention here, folks. We have no idea what to expect right now. We don't know. Another one. Red alert in Haifa. I'm going to move my camera there so we have another Haifa angle. Oh yeah, interceptor. Look, 2 interceptors. 3, 4 interceptors. 5 interceptors. On Cam 5 and on 6 interceptors. Holy shit. Where did these even come from? Oh my gosh. Okay, nobody look away. There's another interceptor off in the distance there. I counted 7. I saw 7 of them. Okay. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Oh, I think we could see an interception out there in the distance. It looks like we're seeing some interceptions out there. Yep. Interceptions taking place. That might be it. Hold up, there's another one out there. Another interceptor getting launched. and another one. They're still going. It's not over. Goodness. Haifa again. Haifa again. More alerts right now in Haifa. Another one. Maybe we're not over. It's not over. Yep, on the west side, right on the coastline. Pay attention now. Something is popping off on cam 5 behind the mountain line, the ridge line. Whoa. That doesn't sound good at all. That doesn't sound good at all. Okay, I have a very weird update. I think this red alert might be over. Yeah, it seems like it's over. So once again, I would imagine here pretty soon we're going to have footage of what that all looked like. We'll have people's cell phone footage. So stand by. We're going to double back this here in a moment once we get some more footage of exactly what happened there. But I have a very curious and kind of gross update. Listen, if you have children tuning into the broadcast, maybe mute the show for the next 2 minutes. Very strange report right now. And I'm not sure exactly what to make of it here. Let's go ahead and pull this up. The official government account of the Syrian Election Committee is asking on Twitter for a link to a lesbian hentai age 18 to 21 video in the comments. Hentai is animated like Japanese cartoon porn. It's pornography. Cartoons. Additionally, the official account of the Syrian government was found to be following an account named Furry Porn. Posts made on behalf of the Syrian government have since been deleted, but screenshots... I thought this was hentai. Black Lagoon is not hentai, however, there is non-zero chance of hentai getting posted. Link. I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. The Syrian government is asking us for hentai links? No. Yeah, okay, I get you. Wink, wink. What would you like? Lesbian hentai, 18 to 21. Dude, what? I was gonna say maybe somebody was logged into the wrong account. They didn't realize what account they were on. But they knew what account. They knew what account they were on. There's no saying you're logged into the wrong account. Maybe the account got hacked. Maybe the account was hacked. Must have been hacked. That's crazy. That's crazy. Or maybe the Syrians just love furry porn and hentai. Maybe that's just what the Syrian government is into. I don't know what to tell you. Don't know what to tell you. We'll do a quick check-in on the Strait of Hormuz here, ladies and gentlemen. The traffic jam continues. I would bet that in the next 2 days, yeah, I would bet the next 2 days, by Monday, I would bet that by Monday, the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened. That would be my bet. I could be wrong. I might be wrong, but I would bet that by Monday, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be reopened. And why do I say that? Because Trump is currently right now repositioning naval assets to open it. And we know Trump wants to open it. Trump wants that Strait of Hormuz opened. And I would bet he's successful. Yeah, okay, once again, can I break down where we currently stand here today? Trump, probably 8 hours ago now, earlier today, said that Iran is going to get hit very hard. And when we talk about getting hit very hard, he said, can I bring up the post? Truth Social. What did he say exactly? Why am I not logged in at Truth Social? Okay. So Trump said earlier today, and I quote, Today, Iran will be hit very hard, under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death. Because of Iran's bad behavior, are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment in time. So 1, Iran is going to be getting hit very hard today. 2, targets in Iran, maybe individuals or locations. I don't know what that might mean. Various targets in Iran that were previously not being targeted, now today are going to be targeted. And Iran is going to be getting hit very hard. We've got something, might have just been a plane. We also heard from Israel, this is maybe 14 hours ago now, that they are looking to drop a bunch of bombs on the Iranian nuclear enrichment bunker Fordow. You might remember that name, Fordow, because that was one of the key primary targets during Operation Midnight Hammer 8 months ago. We dropped a bunch of those GBU 50,000-pound bunker buster bombs on that Fordow bunker. And so Israel wants to be dropping bombs on that. A lot of people are speculating that Israel's going to drop a nuke on the bunker. I kind of doubt that myself. And then, of course, Iran is talking a big game today, saying that they are going to stop pulling punches effectively. Iran, in case you've missed the news today, Iran has come out today and made a pretty big accusation. And I need to show you on the map. Iran has a little island here. It's called Keshem, right here. It's actually kind of a bigger island. On Keshem is a town over here on the far east coast. And in this town, similarly called Keshem, there is a water desalination plant where they suck up water from the ocean, take out the salt, and then make it drinkable, potable water. It's really, it's this entire facility here is this desalination operation on the island for drinking water. The Iranians today have come out, both the president and a member of parliament, the Iranian parliament, like the speaker of the parliament, have both come out today and said, so the Iranians have come out today and said that the U.S. has blown up this desalination plant. They're accusing the United States of blowing up the desalination plant. And they're very upset about it. They're saying it's a war crime. Now, the problem is we have no proof of this. We haven't seen this. We have no evidence of this. Nobody has confirmed this. We don't know at all. Doesn't seem to be the case. People are saying Cam 5. I don't think anything was happening, guys. We've had no red alerts. At most, I think you would have seen an airplane. Listen, folks, don't worry. I am on top. I'm on top of this. I got the alerts pulled up. Don't worry, folks. Sometimes an airplane is flying over, but I think we've all seen an airplane before. I've even been on one. Now, Anyway, the Iranian regime is accusing the U.S. of blowing up this water desalination plant. There's no proof or evidence of this. I don't know. We might have. I don't know. There's no satellite imagery. There's nothing. There's just nothing. And it's been like 8 hours. It's been 8 hours. It's like 8 hours later now. And so the Iranians are saying, well, because the U.S. blew up this water desalination plant, now we're going to really attack the U.S. and some of the Arab Gulf nations. So they're planning some big retaliatory attack. retaliating to something that we don't even know if it happened at all in the first place. Rewind it? No, I'm not going to do that because I have an update right now. I have an update right here. I'm going to put this up on the big screen. Take a look at this. According to the Iranian Foreign Minister, Sayez Abbas Araghchi, peace efforts initiated by Iran were shot down by U.S. President Donald J. Trump. He also reiterated that Iran is not seeking to strike its neighbors, even though Iran continues to try to strike civilian commercial infrastructure with both drones and ballistic missiles. So right now, the Iranians on one side are saying we're not looking to attack our regional neighbors. On the other side, they are literally, as of like 10 minutes ago, they have been for 8 hours, continuing to attack their regional neighbors. So it's hard to trust or believe what the Iranians are saying right now. What's that old ancient, what's the old Roman saying? It's Latin. The Romans used to say this. Acta non verba. Actions, not words. What matters more? Actions or words? Actions. You can say one thing, but what really matters is what you do. Acta non verba, they used to say. And so, okay, the Iranians are saying, hey, listen, we're sorry. They actually apologized. 8 hours ago, they apologized. They said, we're sorry for attacking all of our regional neighbors. We're sorry. We're going to stop. We're not going to do it anymore. We apologize. And then, following that announcement 8 hours ago, that apology, they've just continued to attack all their regional neighbors. They've just continued to attack all of them. So I think you can't really believe anything. You can't believe them as far as you can toss them. We're sorry. Senior Iranian security official Ali Larijani will speak to the people on state television in just a few hours. There will be some sort of big Iranian national address talking to the Iranian people. So I'm sure we're going to get some information from that. Ladies and gentlemen, an individual in my YouTube chat named Mohammed is calling me dumb. Mohammed? Is calling me dumb? Listen, sir, don't you have a goat to... Never mind. Anyway. Oh my gosh, we have some big updates here. Updates. Ladies and gentlemen, Hezbollah recently launched around 40 rockets towards Haifa. And we recently saw this. This is from that recent attack we just saw. Hezbollah launched around 40 rockets towards Haifa with multiple impacts reported. Rescue teams have been dispatched to the affected areas. Take a look. So, you know what? I think what we just saw was not, in fact, an Iranian ballistic missile barrage. I think we saw a Hezbollah rocket barrage. And if that's what this is the biggest maneuver that we have seen Hezbollah pull off here since the start of the war, 7 days ago. This would be the biggest play. The biggest maneuver. Wow, wow, wow. I thought Matt didn't show us Israeli impacts. I do, just frankly, there's not a whole lot of them. A lot of the Israeli impacts that are floating around on Twitter are either from the 12-day war 8 months ago or like just artificial intelligence generated bullshit. There was a lot of AI fake news bullshit floating around the internet right now. Here's another angle of that. This is that Hezbollah rocket attack from 10 minutes ago. It is my intention to show everybody everything. We're trying to break down all of it. That's wild. That's pretty wild. And so these Hezbollah rockets, as far as I understand, these aren't even guided or aimed. They just launch them off, and wherever they land, if they blow up a kindergarten, then they blow up a kindergarten. They're just letting these things, I mean, they're like big bottle rockets. Red alert, red alert. Okay, hold up. I think Hezbollah might be doing something again here, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps, yeah. It's on the northern Israel border with Lebanon. That's right. That's right. Oh, you saw something. Oh, look at that. North Israel. Wow. That looked like an interception right there, folks, on Cam 5. And there's more. Interceptors going up. Cam 5. There's 2 interceptors. I think Hezbollah tonight is letting these rockets rip. There's another interceptor going up. Oh, look at that. Up top. Incoming bottle rockets. Okay, the alert is done there. Yeah, it seems as if that wave is done. One moment here. I'm just going to leave that up there just for one moment here. Perfect. Okay. Okay, folks, bad news. We're getting initial reports of ongoing attacks on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Reports of attacks against the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq. Oh my God. Wow, hold on. I've got a video coming out of Dubai right now. You guys know that Dubai is still getting periodically hit by these suicide drones. A car is burning in Dubai after apparently being struck by debris from a missile interception. This is in Dubai. So, you know, every time you intercept the missile, well, the debris, it's got to fall down, and it's hot, and it's heavy, oftentimes heavy and hot and heavy. We've actually had about a half dozen casualties in the region over the last 7 days from falling debris, maybe closer to a dozen now. So this car got blown up, falling missile debris. Maybe drone debris. Might have been drone debris. Terrible. That's terrible. Imagine you're just driving down the freeway and then an explosive drone falls on your car. Bad luck. Yeah, very bad luck. Bad luck. Remember, I was reading a story one time about Texan Governor Greg Abbott. He's in a wheelchair. He's paralyzed from his waist down. I said, how'd that happen? I looked into it. In his 20s, he was running down a forest trail, just like out for a jog, going for a run, and a tree fell on him and paralyzed him. Just freak accident. He was running down a trail, out for a nice jog, and then a tree fell on him, and boom, he's now paralyzed. Right? Just total bad luck. Freak accident. Anyway, just sometimes terrible stuff happens. Sometimes terrible stuff happens. Bad luck. We have a super chat here from Nancy Chester. She says, Matt Morris rocks. Morris Forest community. Keep your powder dry, plus your head on a swivel. Sleeper cells in the States are a real threat. I think so. I think so. And hey, thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll say it again. I see this all over social media. I see it all over on X. We need to make Iran like how it used to be back in the 1970s. We got to make Iran just like how it was in the 1970s. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. Sure. But also, I want America to be like how it was in the 1970s. Listen, I'm more concerned about America being how it was in the 1970s than how Iran was in the 1970s. You know? Good luck to them. Thoughts and prayers, sincerely, but also America first. I want my own country to be how it was in the 70s before everything went to hell. I'm going to show you something. This is footage from last night. The U.S. and Israel were bombing an airfield. It's an airport in the center of Tehran. Massive airport in the center of Tehran, and we just blew the living hell out of it last night. This is an airport right beyond these buildings. We blew up like 17 different airplanes, a bunch of storage, ammunition storage facilities. The IRGC, specifically the Quds Force, had been using this airport to ship weapons all across the Middle East. From this airport, they were flying weapons actually to Hezbollah in Lebanon. And it is Hezbollah in Lebanon that is now firing rockets at Israel along the northern border. So it all ties together. It all ties back together. It all ties back together. Two minutes ago, an IDF spokesperson just came out and said, we have destroyed a highly strategic production site in Parchin. We don't know what exactly was destroyed. If you will allow me, Parchin, Iran, the IDF has just released a statement. We have destroyed something highly strategic, a highly strategic production site in Parchin. Zoom out. So Parchin is just southeast of Tehran. there was some highly strategic production site here that the IDF has just blown up. These almost look like... I think these are just big old apartment buildings, effectively. Just, man, I wouldn't want to live there. And here's Parchin. We just don't know what they blew up. You think there's some type of bunker complex underneath the mountains here? Ah, well. What do we have here? Look at that. Oh yeah, look what we have found. These to me look like ammunition storage facilities. These are all little bunker caves. Well. So now we knew that they blew something up over there. Uh-huh. They're doing something here. Just all over the damn place. These things are everywhere. Wow. There's so many of them. Every single one of these. Wow. Very curious. I don't suppose that those are naturally occurring rock formations. Do you think that's the natural geography of the Iranian hillside? I suspect not. How do we know that they are bunker caves? Good question. Good question. Hold on, have we got red alerts? Oh yes, we do. Okay, due to a detection of missile launches, alerts may be activated. All right. Missile launches. Stand by here, folks. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Lol, dude, Matt, you are hilarious. Hey, all I can do is be me. Hey, live, laugh, love. All I can do is be me. So we are seeing ballistic missile launches. This is that type of alert, and so I suppose we're gonna have the alert sound pop off here any second now. Nipa, hey, thank you very much. I'm happy you found your way here. Keep your eyes peeled here, folks. You know, I'm just thinking to myself, how many... Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. So this is a northern border confrontation line red alert. That alert we just heard is not a ballistic missile alert. That's some confrontation along the border. I imagine we're going to hear these ballistic missile alerts here any second. I was going to say, how many times have we heard President Trump say peace through strength? Peace through strength. We've heard him say that 10 million times. What do you think that strength looked like? What do you think that looks like? You think that was just a talking point? So that border conflict seems to have solved itself. That alert is now blue. It was red and now it's blue. But I believe we are going to be seeing these ballistic missile warnings here any minute. We have detected missile launches. Yeah. Missiles inbound at some point soon-ish, so stand by here, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Moore, some of the looks on your face are effing hilarious. Are you saying my face looks hilarious? Hey, are you saying my face looks hilarious? We have a massive Rumble rant from Carol Smith over here. She says, thank you for the excellent coverage. Maybe you could buy some Benadryl for your allergies. Say hello to Mrs. Matt for us. You know, Carol, thank you, Carol. I have taken Benadryl. I've taken Sudafed. I don't even know what I've taken. I've tried it all. The problem, Carol, if I'm honest, is dog allergies. I have dog allergies. And we have a long-haired German Shepherd. I have the worst type of dog you could possibly own as someone with dog allergies. That's really the problem. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here are those ballistic missile red alerts. This is what that looks like. There they are. This is the big one. This is the big one. Yeah, this is this Tel Aviv? Yeah, we're looking at Tel Aviv here, folks. Tel Aviv. So right now, if I were you, I would look right above me. Look right above my head. These things are wailing like a bunch of banshees. Even more alerts. Even more. Cam 3. There's one interceptor launched over Ben Gurion Airport. 2 more. There's 3 interceptors launched. Okay, all right, even better. Even better. Interception on Cam 3 just there. Maybe everything is fine. Is everything fine? You hear a big airplane coming down right now. A lot of the alerts are slowly going blue here. I think they got all of them. I think they got all of them. Good Lord. Some of the alerts are still active. Give this a minute here. And you can hear the sirens in Tel Aviv are still going. I've got updates for you guys. I've got updates. Folks, there are reports of coordinated attacks on the U.S. consulate in Erbil, northern Iraq, and on the embassy, U.S. embassy in Baghdad. Attacks at the same time. Right now, reports at least, coordinated attacks on the U.S. consulate in Erbil and northern Iraq, and on the U.S. embassy in Baghdad. Now, I've got footage coming out of Baghdad I want to show you folks. Oh my God. That's a CRAM. This is, in case you couldn't tell, this is effectively a giant U.S. Gatling gun. It's like a massive Gatling gun, and they're trying to shoot down drones. Wow. Sounds like they hit it. Sounds like they hit something up there. You want to know? You want to know what that looks like? This. You see this? So up on one of those rooftops, it's called a CRAM. And they're just trying to blast drones down out of the sky. Presumably a bunch of Iranian suicide drones were inbound to the U.S. embassy in Baghdad, and they're blasting them out of the sky. That's what that is. That's what you just saw. One more time. Jeez. It sounds so, like, apocalyptic. That's crazy. Let me turn this down a little bit. So anyway, there's a big problem over Baghdad right now. Okay, another report 19 seconds ago. Reuters, citing U.S. security forces, reports that Katyusha rockets have been targeting the U.S. embassy in Baghdad. Katyusha rockets. What in the hell? What the hell is that? Katyusha rocket. Wait, what? Is this from like World War II? So yeah, okay. So do you think the Russians ended up at one point selling the Iranians, or maybe Iranian-backed terror groups in Iraq, some of these rockets, and now they're launching them? Because keep in mind, this is not the IRGC; it's Iranian-backed terror groups in Iraq that are supporters of the Iranian regime. And now they're allegedly launching these things at the U.S. embassy in Iraq, in Baghdad. The missiles of death. And so, folks, what we might have just seen is the U.S. shoot down one of these rockets. I think we just saw one of these Katyusha rockets get blown out of the sky. I think that's what we just saw there, folks. I think that's what that was. Holy hell. But anyway, no, we are hoping that everybody at the U.S. Embassy is remaining safe, and also at the U.S. Consulate building in Erbil. Can I pull up these locations? One moment here, folks. U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. The Baghdad U.S. Embassy is really a massive compound. Here it is. It's not just like one building, it's an entire compound. It's all of this. It's this entire rectangle here along the water. And so what you just saw, in fact, I can tell you exactly where that was. It's these buildings here. So look at this. You recognize the buildings? I wonder if we can see this on Google Maps. How cool would that be? It's these, like, apartment buildings. On one of the rooftops here, I kid you not, they have this CRAM that is blasting missiles and drones out of the sky. It's on top of one of the rooftops here. One of these. I don't think we can see that on Google Maps right now, but anyway, it's there nonetheless in real life. That is exactly where that was. I'm just kind of scoping around. Holy Toledo. Yeah, Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo is right. Okay, and what about the U.S. consulate in Erbil? This is far to the north. This location is not as luxurious, if you will. It's just this little building, the U.S. consulate here. This location has actually this consulate in Erbil got hit by a drone maybe 5 days ago. 5 days ago. You think it wasn't on a rooftop? Oh, what is that? Okay, confrontation line. Just south of the border. That black line is the border here. Israel on the south, Lebanon on the north. That's probably just some kind of skirmishing on the ground. Goodness. What a day. What a day. Okay, that conflict seems to have resolved itself there. Little border dispute. So you think it wasn't on the rooftop? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It probably wasn't on the rooftop. Now that I look at that again, you're probably right about that. So I wonder, where's our Google Maps? If you will allow me, how cool would it be if we could find that? You think that's it? Well, I don't know. It's going to be pretty hard to find. And you know, keep in mind this photo. Oh, actually, this imagery here we're looking at was taken at some point in the last 3 months. So there is a chance that we could find it. I just don't know. If I were putting this thing down, you can't have it, you know, too obfuscated by the buildings. It's got to be able to reach up into the sky. So you can't have it right next to a building. You got to have some space. You got to give it some space. Might be on a boat. Oh, yeah, could be. Yeah, you're right. Could be. It could be just kind of floating in the water here. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Probably on a helipad. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? All I know is I'm going for a swim. Don't point it out. Okay. Okay. Do not point it out. Okay, some of you, listen, folks. This is called Google Maps. This is a website that is publicly available to everyone, and it is also not real-time satellite imagery. This imagery is months old. Months old. If the U.S. military did not want people knowing where their CRAM Gatling gun is, then they would have not left it out for Google Maps, any civilian to look up on Google Maps. So those of you who are saying, don't point it out, do not worry. Trust me. Everything is fine. Do not give out the info. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, relax. Are you giving out OPSEC? Okay, some of you need to calm down a little bit here. This is on Google Maps. This is publicly available for literally everyone in the entire world to look at. There is nothing secret on here. Okay, I'm getting trolled. I think I'm getting trolled. I think people are trolling me. I think I must be getting trolled. I think I'm being trolled. You got me. You guys got me. You got me. I fell for it. Ooh, we have some updated footage here. Hold up, wait a minute. Red alerts. Wait a minute. These alerts here. Hostile aircraft intrusion. Hostile aircraft intrusion in far northeast Israel. This might be a suicide drone getting launched into Israel by Hezbollah in Lebanon. Okay. I think for this one, we should go up and pull up our cameras. We might see something in North Israel here. Yeah, this would be drones. This would be a drone warning. And this one might be resolved here pretty soon. Let's see here. It's wild to be in the Levant right now. If you had to choose, where would you rather be? In Tel Aviv or in Dubai right now? Honestly, I'd rather be in Tel Aviv. Meaning, I think Tel Aviv is slightly safer than Dubai. Dubai seems pretty bad. Dubai is getting hit hard. And also Manama in Bahrain has also been getting hit very hard. Not that I really want to be in Tel Aviv, to be honest with you. I don't want to be in any of these places. But if you had to pick. Neither is the best choice. Well, folks, we had every single warning that today was going to be a pretty active day. And you know what's curious, though, is, okay, so we heard from the U.S., we heard from Trump that he was about to hit them very hard. Israel was talking about bombing the Fordow enrichment facility in Iran. I don't think that's happened yet. And we also have heard from the Iranian regime that they are going to really start doing a lot of damage. Oddly enough, it seems to be Hezbollah. Hezbollah is really the most active entity out here. Hezbollah, for the first time, this is the first day where we have really seen Hezbollah go crazy. They're launching rockets. We also have reports that the Kurds, we've had 2 reports from Kurdish government officials that the Kurds are, in fact, going to mount a ground invasion into Iran. It's going to be happening. Would you ever consider going on Timcast? You know, no disrespect. I just don't think I really want to go on anybody's podcasts. I really like just doing my own show, and I'm not really a social butterfly type of guy. I've actually thought a lot about whether or not I would ever collaborate with anybody or go on anybody else's show. I've been invited. I get invited all the time. Really, I do. I've been invited on mainstream media and different podcasts. I always say respectfully, no thank you. I appreciate the offer, but respectfully, no thank you. I just kind of like doing my own thing. Now, hey, Silly and Fun has rated the broadcast. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your community with us. Right now, we are doing some live situation monitoring. Oh, hold up. Red alert. Okay, folks, this is another alert on the confrontation line. I think just some gunfire being exchanged. This is not a missile. This is not a rocket. This is not a drone. Just some gunfire along the border. That's just a little small red alert up there. Now, quickly, I want to show you guys something. Islamic regime cluster missiles over central Israel. We've been seeing a lot of these. So this is footage that just came out 15 minutes ago during that recent Tel Aviv attack. Everything got intercepted, but we keep getting more footage of these alleged cluster missiles, these cluster munitions. This is new footage. We have it again. We got it again. And everybody is still arguing and debating, oh, it's only debris. Oh, it's cluster munitions. Oh, these are like flares meant to distract the Iron Dome missile interceptors. And I don't know. And frankly, I don't know. Could be debris. Could be distractors. Could be cluster like explosive munitions. Each of these could be a bomb. I don't know. I don't think anybody really knows for certain. I was looking into this, really. I tried to figure it out, and I don't think anybody knows for sure. We have a new supporter over on YouTube. His name is William Walker. Thank you, sir. Grimwrath. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you very, sir, much. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a big Rumble rant over here from D1 Dunn. He says, thanks for being so diligent. Hey, thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much. We're very lucky to have such a nice, supportive, wholesome community over here. Well, you know what? Actually, I need to go on the record here. I really like everyone that's tuning in today, other than one person. There's one person that's here. Absolutely hate him. I hate him. I hate him. But everybody else, other than that one person, I like all of you guys. But there is one person who I absolutely hate, and I'm not gonna say who you are. I'm not gonna say who. But I want you to know I don't like you at all. Anyway. We have a massive Rumble rant over here on Rumble from Jalib Broder. He says, great coverage, Matt. Started watching you during the Minnesota riots. Your little podcast is better than what Fox News and CNN put out. Vegas Dave in beautiful South Carolina. Vegas Dave in beautiful South Carolina. Shout out Vegas Dave. And shout out all of the South Carolinians. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Keep on coming back. Oh, I just saw a flash somewhere. I don't have any red alerts right now. Somebody said red alert. No, not at the moment. Not at the moment. No, thank you very much. It is so funny, you know. I'm over here scanning all the news outlets, taking a look at everything, and stuff that we cover here on this broadcast, an hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours later, it will finally make its way onto the mainstream media. And I'm sitting here like, man, we talked about that 3 hours ago. Mainstream media, they really are way behind. They're way behind. I don't think anybody could be more dialed in than we are right now. Oh, folks. We have a very eerie photo I want to share with you. This is the sky over southern Tehran in Iran. Reports of a fire at the Ray refinery. This is the sky. The skies are on fire at the Ray refinery. Why don't we try to pull that up here? So what would this mean? This would mean that the U.S. and Israel, perhaps, are currently dropping bombs in Iran. Go figure. Ray refinery. Is that right? No. We might need to find this one by hand. They said just south of Tehran. Refinery. Well, this took us over to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I typed in refinery. Why is it? Okay, there are no refineries anywhere in the world other than in North Idaho. Okay. I guess Iran doesn't have any refineries. I'm gonna try to find the exact location here. Hold up, stand by. I'm gonna try to figure out exactly where this is. They call it the Ray Refinery, Iran. The Shar-e-Ray Oil Refinery. Hold up. Okay, well they're just everywhere. They're just everywhere. I just want to know exactly what we're talking about here. I just want to know exactly. Otherwise known as the Tehran Refinery. South of, what are you called? The Iran Erbit Oil Refining Company. The Baran. I would bet that it's this one. I think it's this. This is called the Tehran Oil Refinery. I bet it's this one. So anyway, we have a flyby. Anyway, I'll move my camera here. It seems as if the U.S. and Israel are in the process of bombing this refinery. We just have photos from all over the damn place now. Anyway, all right, we're blowing it up. President Trump said that he was going to be broadening our bombing campaigns today. He said, now we're going to start bombing things that so far we have not been bombing. We are expanding the bombing targets. Looks like flights into Dubai are starting to resume. Is that right? Let me take. Oh, okay, folks. We might hold up. We might have ballistic missile launches or rocket launches. Yeah, sirens in Haifa and in Tel Aviv. Rockets or ballistic missiles inbound. I think we're talking Haifa. Yeah, we're looking at Haifa. Okay. Take a look here. Pay attention now, folks. That's more alerts in Haifa. Oh, hey, interceptors on top left, Haifa cam. Interceptors taken to the sky. You can also see interceptors on cam 5. We think that these are rockets coming from Hezbollah. Wow. Hezbollah has... That sounded like a hit. Wonder where that was. That doesn't sound good at all. That doesn't sound good at all. Oh, interception over there, top left. Okay, the alerts are done now. I think the alerts are over. I think that might be it there, folks. I think that might have been it. Getting some hit. Yeah, I'm gonna look for reports of any hits there. I'm scanning here for reports. We have a massive super chat here from Marla Jones over on YouTube. She says, "Hey Matt, could you give a shout out to my husband Dwayne? Every day he asks me what Matt Morris had to say today. My cue to tune in. We both love you." Shout out Dwayne and Marla Jones. Hey, thank you both for tuning in. I love that this is like a family affair. Everybody in the house is tuning in. That's awesome. Thank you very much. It's funny you super chat. I was just thinking, I wonder what Dwayne is doing today. I wonder what Dwayne is up to. Dwayne and Marla. I wonder what they're doing today. They're tuning into the show, of course. Obviously. No, thank you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very kind. It's a family affair. The good kind. Oh, Marla, you are not going to believe this. Hold up. Hold up. Oh. Marla and Dwayne, you're not going to believe this. Okay. Hold that thought. That red alert is over. I need to show you this. Israeli aircraft are reportedly striking about 30 different large oil storage tanks, marking the first such attacks on state infrastructure since the start of the war. And we just saw that they were targeting this Tehran oil refinery. And so this is totally in line. This is lockstep here. Now we have the video confirmation. Look at this. Israel is striking oil storage and oil refinement infrastructure right now. I should probably move my camera. Let me get out of here. This is a 90-second long video here. Let it play. Wow. I'm sure even from this distance that you can feel that heat, you know? That's just hot as hell, I bet. Yeah, gnarly, totally gnarly. Greta will be furious. Yeah, I'm over here recycling my Coke cans like a dumbass. Putting them into the recycling machine. Gotta save the environment. Meanwhile, we are blowing up oil fields. Boy, do I feel stupid. I'm using a cardboard straw over here in America to save the turtles. And they're over there blowing up oil refinement facilities. Boy, do I feel dumb. So anyway, man, they're just decimating the Iranian oil apparatus, really. And I'm gonna play that one more time real quick, and I'm gonna get through some of these super chats. This is what's happening right now, folks. U.S. and Israel probably, well, Israel and U.S. probably are taking out the Iranian oil infrastructure. Lori Michael says, hope the super chat helps you a little. You know what helps me is just you tuning in and being a part of the show. Thank you very much, Lori. Thank you very much, ma'am. I always like that name, Lori. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. That's very nice. We have another super chat from Natasha. Says, watching with our newborn. Definitely a family affair. Love the way you say button. Button. I don't know how. I've never thought about it. Button. Thank you, Natasha. And also, I hope your newborn is doing very well. That's great. That's exciting news for you. So, can I just make a guess here? If I might get a little bit artistic with you folks, not autistic, maybe a little bit autistic, mostly just artistic. I'm going to draw a little image. You know, I would imagine that before this operation was underway, when they're planning the operation, however many weeks ago, they've got a list. They've got different levels of infrastructure. This is level 1, this is level 2, this is level 3, this is level 4, this is level 5, and you got different levels. And so level 1, on day 1 of the operation, what are our day 1 targets? This is IRGC locations, this is weapons, storage, I'm going to spell everything wrong, storage facilities, these are Iranian naval vessels, and this is all the stuff that we saw them blow up, okay? And we will just continue escalating up this target ladder until at some point the Iranian regime surrenders. And so now maybe we're on step 2. Maybe this is oil facilities, this is airports, this is maybe train stations, whatever. That is a confrontation line red alert. I think we don't need to panic about that yet. That's a small little tiny red alert. So don't worry about that one. Yeah, down here it's leadership. Yeah, right. And that we will just continue sort of broadening out our targets, our scope of targets here until the Iranian regime surrenders. You know, what's gonna be next? After oil facilities and airports and train stations, then what? I don't know. I'm not the military tactician, but this kind of seems to be the way things are going, yeah? Seems to be the case. Seems to be the case. Trump said as much. I'm in fear. I'll just show you the Truth Social post. Truth Social. Trump said it himself. Trump gave us the confirmation here. Trump said this morning, today Iran will be hit very hard. Under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death because of Iran's bad behavior are areas and groups of people that were not originally considered for targeting up until this moment in time. Now they are. Now we are targeting them. So this is Trump earlier today saying, yeah, we are expanding the scope of targets. And I think that scope will continue to be expanded until the regime collapses. I think so. We were talking about this maybe 5 hours ago. We were talking about the Roman method or the Roman approach. And it seems to be that Trump is kind of taking the Roman approach. What do I mean by that? Well, what Trump is doing, day 1 of this operation, they ended up killing like 100 members of the Iranian leadership. Like 100 of them. IRGC, political leadership, the Ayatollah. Took out a lot of them. And now you have kind of the second string leaders. And the message is this, listen, we are going to keep on blowing up leadership until you guys capitulate until you surrender and you agree to do what we want. And so the first string of leadership, the Ayatollah, his compatriots, they refused to do it. Okay, blow them up. Trump blew them up. Now we're on the second string. Did they capitulate? Did they surrender? No? All right, blow them up. Okay, third string. Okay. It seems like Trump is just going to keep on wiping the playfield clean here until we get to a group of Iranian leaders inside of this country that agree, all right, we're going to do what you want. All right, okay. We don't want to end up like the last 7, groups of leaders. So on behalf of, group number 8 here, we're gonna surrender, we're gonna capitulate, and we're gonna do whatever you want. That seems to kind of be the approach here. That Trump is just going to keep on blowing through leaders until we get somebody that agrees to do what he wants. The true FAFO, that's we call it the FAFO method. The Roman method, we call it the FAFO method. I'm going to do a quick scan for updates out here, folks. I really want to know what's going on at that U.S. Embassy. Okay, so Israel has just announced that it has launched strikes on 30 oil storage tanks across Iran. 30 of them. We're blowing up all of the Iranian regime's oil. No oil for you. Matt, have you seen the movie Deterrence? No, I don't think I have. Maybe I should, though. Counselor 10454 on Rumble, he says, thanks for all you do, Matt. A big thank you to your wife and kids. We really enjoy your news broadcast and your sense of humor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy. I'm happy somebody enjoys it. Thank you very much. And I'll tell you, it's who knows how long this chaos is going to continue on. And really, chaos is the wrong word. It's not chaos. It's not. This is a very premeditated, highly orchestrated plan that the U.S. government, the U.S. Department of War, the U.S. military, and the Israelis are carrying out right now. This is not chaos. We're not shooting blindly into the. I don't know what we're doing. This is very surgical. Surgical. So maybe sometimes it looks like chaos, but really it is not. It's anything but. Controlled, you can call it controlled chaos. Yeah, sure. Sure. Oh, that's right. Okay, before we had that red alert, thank you for reminding me. I was going to... Dude. Every time. We have a red alert on the confrontation line up here in northern Israel. Now, this is not a drone, not a missile, not a rocket, not an enemy aircraft. I think they're just taking pot shots at each other across the border here. These are generally not a big deal. These alerts here are generally not a big deal. I imagine, yeah, that it's going to get resolved real fast. And it already is. And it already is. Okay, so... Yeah, all of these red alerts are interrupting me. It's getting very rude, to be honest. So, I wanted to take a look at the Dubai International Airport here. And it would appear as if the Emirati airspace is back open. There was about an hour where they were turning away airplanes, and we saw all those airplanes fly over to the east, getting away from the skies of Dubai. But now it seems as if the Dubai International Airport has been reopened for civilian aircraft. These are not military. That being said, why don't we take a look at military aircraft or government and see if there's anything strange going on out here? What are you doing, sir? This is an Emirati Airbus C-295 just flying southeast. Who knows where you're going? Do we see any big Strato tanker movements? What do we have? This must be U.S. We actually don't know. This is an Airbus A330, but we don't know which country it's from. The country of origin is not registered. Where are you flying? That's real. I've never seen a plane like that. That doesn't have a country of origin listed. It looks like it's Saudi, or I would guess it's Saudi Arabian. But we don't know, and it's a military government aircraft. Air Camel, Air Carpet, Flying Carpet. Ah, oh, okay. Hold up. Wait a minute now, folks. We've got some action over here. Look at this. So these must be a bunch of U.S. Strato tankers. We see these guys all the time flying out here over the Jordanian desert, doing oftentimes aerial refueling. That is not surprising at all. But then what's more, over the skies of Cyprus, I would imagine that these are both Royal Air Force. This is a Royal Air Force drone out here, yep, a Protector RG Mk1. Confrontation line, red alerts. Okay, this is hostile aircraft. These might be some type of drones getting fired by Hezbollah into Israel. And red alert. So you can see there's different types. Hostile aircraft, confrontation line. This is when I say they're just probably shooting each other across the border. Hostile aircraft could be a drone. And I would bet that all these get resolved here in just a moment. Normally these ones don't last very long. Sarah says, someone turn off those damned sirens. Well, Sarah, why don't you tell your friends in Hezbollah to stop firing drones and rockets? Okay, Sarah, thank you. You can pass my message along. And then maybe we won't have any more alerts, Sarah. Sarah? Now, we already saw this one de-escalate. Yeah, these are wrapping up. These are concluding there. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, we have this Royal Air Force drone just up here hunting Iranian or Hezbollah drones. We saw one of these Shahed suicide drones make its way across the Eastern Mediterranean about 5 days ago and actually do some damage at the Royal Air Force Base over here. So the Brits don't want to get hit by another suicide drone. And what are you doing? This is an Airbus, Royal Air Force Airbus. And that seems to be all the action that there is. I'm going to bring our cameras back up. There we go. Okay. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. Knulin Void says, really great job, Matt. Thank you. Thank you. Knulin Void. This almost sounds a little bit Norwegian. You sound a little bit Norwegian. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, pardon me, folks. I'm doing a little bit of a scan here. What's our time? We've already been live for almost 6 hours. Okay, in Israel, it is only 9:22 p.m., which means it's almost 11 in Iran. Almost. We have a statement here from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Let's see what he just had to say. This is hot off the press. He says, and I quote, "If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation. We will kill you." And that's a statement from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. If you kill Americans or threaten Americans, we will hunt you down and we will kill you without hesitation. Thank you, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. I think that's a good message. As an American, I can personally get behind that one. I can endorse that. Makes sense to me. Huh, okay, we have a very strange message, almost a conflicting message. I'm going to share with you in just one moment here. One moment here, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement here. Marco Rubio told Turkey, the country, that Washington does not plan to arm Iranian Kurdish groups. This is according to Turkey's foreign minister. Turkey's foreign minister says that Rubio told Turkey that the U.S. is not going to be planning on arming Iranian Kurdish groups. Huh. Well, we've seen, you know, I can't help but wonder if we're kind of playing word games here. And what I mean by that, let me zoom out. Is it possible that Rubio told the Turks, no, we're not going to be arming any Iranian Kurdish groups. No, we're not doing that. Meanwhile, we are actively arming Iraqi Kurdish groups. So he's saying, no, we're not arming any of the Kurds in Iran, but we are arming the Kurds in Iraq. Is this a kind of sleight of hand? A little sleight of hand here? I'm curious. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. A decoy? Who knows? Oh, folks, okay, I have more updates about the ongoing airstrikes that the U.S. and Israel are currently conducting all across Iran. We are blowing up their entire oil infrastructure. Here's a photo. Reports of widespread strikes in Tehran, including at Mehrabad Airport. Explosions also heard in Karaj. What is this? That's a confrontation line alert. We're not going to worry about that one too much. Not worrying about that one too much. So I think right now, ladies and gentlemen, the big development of the night is that right now the U.S. and Israel are scouring Iran, just blowing up oil infrastructure. This is kind of surreal. It's like you have these beautiful fountains with the lighting, and then in the background, a massive explosion, massive fire. The duality. The duality of Iran. Is what we can call that. Tehran is getting hit hard. In fact, I have more footage coming out of Tehran right now. This is an oil refinery in Tehran. Pull it on up. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Wow. This is that big tower. This is the tallest building in Tehran. This big tower here. Wow, that's nuts. Yeah, I mean, it is not going to be long until Iran is pretty much in the dark. Like, seriously, if you're an Iranian person right now, and there's about 90 million of them, I would stockpile food and water. If you have not already, food, water, candles, batteries, gasoline, whatever, propane, whatever you have, because if we are bombing all of their energy infrastructure, it's not going to be long before pretty much this entire country is in the dark. It's lights out. I'd start stockpiling some candles. Yeah. Stockpile bacon. Yeah, they're probably not going to be stockpiling bacon. Probably not. I would. That's what I would do. Wow. Israel is getting cooked now. I don't think so. We haven't really had no, Israel's not taking a lot of damage. In fact, this is the skyline of Tel Aviv. Do we have Jerusalem? No, that's a replay from President Trump. Let's make sure all these are live. Yeah, that's so that's Tel Aviv. Let me try to find a Jerusalem live feed for you folks here. Just one moment. That's Beirut. Jerusalem. That's Tel Aviv also. Well, there's not really a good Tel Aviv live cam right now, if I'm being honest. I'm sorry, not a good Jerusalem live cam. I have a live cam staring at the Western Wall, which is technically in Jerusalem, but you can't really see much. You can't really see much, so we're not going to watch that. That's not exactly what we're looking for right now. This is a oh wow, confrontations up here in northern Israel. Folks, one of the big new developments we've seen over the last 2 days is that Hezbollah is starting to get really active. This is all Hezbollah. Hezbollah. For the first 5 days of this conflict, they weren't really doing a whole lot. They weren't doing a whole lot. Now they are. The last 2 days, they've been very active, very active. Very active. Yeah, that's right. Some of my labels are incorrect. Yeah, you're right about that. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. It's a one-man show. Sometimes these things happen. I still think I might hire an Indian. I've been thinking about hiring an H-1B Indian to help me run the broadcast. I've got to change all the scenes and all the settings and all the titles. I do it all myself. It would be much easier if I could say, Ranjit, I need you to change the title, please. Ranjit, change the cameras, please. See, it's that easy. I could pay him $3 an hour. Oh, holy, you guys are going to like this. Wow. Ranjit, do me a favor, pull this up. Perfect. All right. So we've been talking about how the U.S., this is probably 20 hours ago, the U.S. and Israel bombed the living hell out of the Meribat airport in really the heart of Tehran. So we saw that happening last night. like I said, maybe 18 hours ago, 20 hours ago. Now we have aftermath satellite footage of exactly what happened here. So we targeted some of their airplanes. We blew up some airplanes, and you can see the airplane debris. We have another one here. These are airplanes that were kind of parked off on the side. Boom, 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 boom. And this makes sense. The IDF earlier today said that we took out like 17 different airplanes. And why these ones? Well, according to the IDF, these are airplanes that were being used by the Quds Force. The Quds Force is a division of the IRGC. Quds Force is effectively sort of the CIA or the Mossad of the IRGC, if that makes sense. They're sort of the clandestine operations, intelligence, spies, smuggling weapons. That's kind of what the Quds Force is in the IRGC. They're the clandestine operations division of the IRGC. And so, anyway, allegedly, they were using these airplanes here out of the Mabrat airport to smuggle weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon. And we have more footage here. The IRGCIA. Yeah, there you go. Good one. That's right. And we've got more footage of this here. Man, we really just bombed the living hell out of these things, didn't we? Didn't we? And you can note, they were very selective. They picked some airplanes, but not other airplanes. Why this airplane, but not that airplane? Well, our intelligence must have had reason to believe that these airplanes were, operational and maybe equipped out in a certain way. They picked these ones. They were very, that is to say, they were very discriminatory with their bombs here. They didn't just blow them all up. They only blew certain ones, like that one right there in the middle. It's that one. Not that one, but that one. They were very discriminate. So that's some follow-up news about yesterday evening's airport bombing. And right now, the U.S. and Israel are continuing. We're getting more footage. They just continue to blow up oil-related infrastructure. Another video here. This is some oil refinery or oil storage. Wow. Oh my. Oh. Dude, that is like Doomsday Apocalypse. That's so crazy. Wow. Wow. This is the Hongguyan refinery that we are seeing here. I think a lot of this is actually the same refinery. It's the same spot, just different angles. There's that lovely fountain again. There's another angle. Yeah, this does sound like a Chinese refinery in Iran, and you can't help but notice. We've been talking a lot about China lately, haven't we? I wonder if this is sort of a direct shot. Can we find that? It almost seems like this is a... So this is on the south side of Tehran, south central Tehran. Seems as if there are some business ties here with the Chinese. Do they have a website? Can I go to a website? There are reviews on Google. Hello, I'm want to buy EN590 and Jet A1. Please contact me directly. Thanks, I'm from Lithuania. Okay. 6 years ago, Robert Simon said, "This place will make a nice parking lot in the coming days." 6 years ago. Well, Robert Simon ended up being right 6 years later. Now it is going to be a parking lot. There you have. You know, it wasn't a couple days, it was a couple of years. But, yeah, now it is going to be a parking lot. Okay, we have a statement from the IDF spokesperson here. What do we have here? What do we have here?
בימים האחרונים כולנו חיים תחת מציאות של ירי טילים לעורף ושהייה ממושכת במרחבים מוגנים.
Okay, I was hoping that we would be speaking in a language that I understand. Okay. So anyway, the translation is this: the campaign may last a long time, but it is necessary. He says, the campaign may last a long time, but it is necessary. This is from the IDF spokesman. There you have that. There you have that. Hakalugi, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Netanyahu just issued a warning to the Lebanese government. Netanyahu says, failure to disarm Hezbollah will bring, quote, disastrous consequences for Lebanon. So Netanyahu just now, 9 minutes ago, he said, listen, Lebanon, you can either solve the Hezbollah problem on your own. If you don't, then things are going to get very bad for Lebanon. So you'd better solve this problem. The Hezbollah problem. We have more footage of this refinery that is getting blown up right now. Hold up, do we have red alerts? What's the is something? No, nothing. Okay. More footage of this refinery. Flames erupted in South Tehran following a strike, likely at the Tehran oil refinery. Yep. It's the same one.
نه زدن یه جای دیگر رو.
اونجا کجاست اونجوری داره میسوزه؟
یه جا هم
Not good. You don't want to see that. Whoa. Oh my gosh.
چیه اونجا؟ قرمز شد اصلا.
Wow.
نفته که اونجوری داره میسوزه یا نفته یا بنزینه.
Matt, I've seen on X that the Israeli reactor was hit. Is this true or fake? We have no confirmation. We saw Iran threatening to do that 2 days ago. But I do not believe that the Dimona nuclear research facility, as it is called, has been hit. No. I want to show you, by the way, thank you for asking that question because it's a good reminder. I want to give a PSA for everyone here. Just one moment. Let me pull something up for you guys. I want to give you an example of the just never-ending amount of fake news bullshit that is going on the internet right now. I'm going to show you something. By the way, this is fake. What I'm about to show you is fake. It is AI. This is a post that says, U.S. Delta forces have been captured in Iran. These are the soldiers who arrested Nicolas Maduro. We told you Iran is not Venezuela. Folks, this has 15,000 likes and 1.9 million views. This has 1.9 million views. And it has a bunch of AI-generated photos of Delta Force, I don't know, operators. Like, dude. And this has 15,000 likes and 1.9 million views. And people see this on Twitter, and they just believe it. They just believe it. Wow, Delta Force got apprehended by the IRGC? These are the same guys that kidnapped Maduro? Oh my gosh. Man, there is so much bullshit going around right now. So much bullshit. And then you have a note here. No credible evidence supports claims of U.S. Delta Force soldiers captured in Iran, including those who captured Maduro. These images are AI generated. Thank you. But before this can get fact-checked and corrected, almost 2 million people have already seen this, and they've already latched onto the story. They latch onto it. What I think is going on here, there's a bunch of, I'm going to be honest, I'll be a little bit rude, low IQ third worlders. That is to say, people from the third world who are low IQ and stupid and also hate America, and they see stuff like this and they say, oh, wow, America's getting owned? Whoa, America is losing the war and Delta Force got captured by Iran? All right, let's go. It's just a bunch of stupid people from the third world that hate America. Sarah says, show me how it's AI. Sarah? Sarah? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Anyway, so, and there is a never-ending number of posts that are going viral just like this, It really, like, my personal faith in humanity has gone down a little bit just because there's so many stupid morons that are latching on to stuff like this. It's so obviously fake. Oh, I was muted. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I wasn't saying anything important anyway. I was just sitting here laughing. I wasn't saying anything important anyway. It doesn't matter. We do have a new Israeli assessment real quick. Israeli assessments say that Iran now has only about 100 operational missile launchers remaining out of roughly 420 before the war. Around 150 launchers were destroyed, while 150 were struck and are buried in underground bunkers, leaving them currently unusable. Wow. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you've got a bunch of equipment, missile launchers or missiles or drones, whatever, inside of an underground bunker, if you collapse the entrance, if you blow up the door, if you blow up the entrance to the bunker, then, you know, you can't really get to your missiles, can you? Some people think we are losing. I just, you know, I hate to be a little bit rude here, but permission to be a little bit, well, Red alert on the confrontation line. I think, once again, I think they're just taking shots at each other along the border here. Yeah. I think this one here, this is not super concerning. This is not drones. This is not missiles. This is not some unidentified aircraft. This is not rockets. You want me to be rude? Okay. Anyway, like I was going to say, this is going to be a little bit rude, but I think you really do have to be kind of stupid to think that Iran is winning this. If you think Iran is winning this conflict so far, you do have to be just a little bit dumb. We actually have sort of, on that note, kind of in a related sense here. We have a report coming out of... This is from Netanyahu himself. Net and Yahoo. He says... Prime Minister Netanyahu said Israel has gained, quote, near total air control over Tehran and is increasing pressure on the Iranian regime. He urged Iranians to rise up, promised safety to regime personnel who surrender, and warned Lebanon that it will face consequences if it fails to restrain Hezbollah. Hezbollah is getting a little bit rambunctious here, as you might have noticed during this very broadcast. You might have noticed that. Get that back. Apologies here, folks. And so this is effectively pretty much what President Trump has said himself. If you surrender, even if you're a member of the Iranian leadership, if you're a member of the IRGC, doesn't matter who you are, if you surrender now, you will be granted full immunity. However, if you don't, it's going to be very bad. For you. It will be very bad for you. We've got Spartan Sardaukar in the chat. Hi there, Spartan Sardaukar. Speaking of people who are rambunctious, he's one of my most rambunctious viewers. Doing a quick news skim here. Okay, we have another photo. Just a real fast one I'll show you. This is currently the skyline in Tehran. I think all of these photos coming out of Tehran are coming out of that oil refinery that's on the south side. Tehran Oil Refinery. And, you know, do we have an address here? Copy. Here's what I want to do. I wonder if this oil refinery specifically was chosen because it has Chinese ties. It seems like this refinery has Chinese ties. So I'm going to look into that now real quick, folks. Why this refinery and why not some other refinery? Does this refinery have ties to China or the CCP? I am very curious. We'll do some research here. Matt Morris, I think you meant he's one of your most retarded anti-American commie viewers. I have a special place in my heart for all of you. Oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, this is a big one. Rocket and potentially ballistic missile attack targeted at Tel Aviv right now. Sirens are going off. Okay, lock in here, folks. This is a big one. Red alert, red alert. Oh boy, Okay, tune in to Tel Aviv. This is the real deal. We're going to see interceptors get launched out here, I guarantee you. This is all about Tel Aviv. Stay safe. That's right. Stay safe. Holy guacamole. The alerts just keep on coming in. We have yet to see any interceptors get launched off, though. They keep coming in. Any interceptors? Do we have any interceptors here at all, or no? Okay, some of the alerts are getting cleared already. Some of the alerts have gone blue. We have a code blue, which is good. Folks, I think that maybe it's over. I think things are simmering down here. It was a code red and now it's code blue. What was that? Okay, that was nothing. Maybe that's nothing. At this point, I don't even really think the Iranians are launching ballistic missiles. I think all of these alerts are, well, no. I was going to say, I think all these alerts are actually rockets from Hezbollah, but there's no way that Hezbollah is launching rockets from Lebanon down to Tel Aviv. If the target is Tel Aviv, it's got to be Iranian ballistic missiles. If the target is Haifa, then it probably is, at this point, it's probably rockets. We're just talking kind of geographically on the map here. There's no way that Hezbollah is going to be able to fire off their bottle rockets and get them down to Tel Aviv. No way. Look at Beirut. I'm pulling up Beirut. What do we see? Yeah, these alerts are over. The alerts are over now. I'm gonna leave these cameras up here for a moment. Okay, so folks, let's go back to that refinery that has now been blown up. It's on fire right this very moment. It's on the south side of Tehran. Here's my report. Unlike other Iranian facilities like Abadan, Iraq, Yadaviran, and South Pars, where Chinese firms have invested and upgraded them heavily, this refinery, it's called the Tehran refinery, doesn't seem to have any Chinese involvement at all. So very curiously, almost nonsensically, the big refinery that's been blown up just now actually might be one of the very few refineries that does not have Chinese involvement. Which is just astounding. It's like It's the exact opposite of what you would expect, to be honest. I'm a little bit confuddled. Sarah, do you like to party? Dude, are you hitting on Sarah? This is unbelievable. This is getting out of hand. Okay, I have a statement here. I'm pull this up. Okay. Okay, I'm turning that off. Statement from the Turkish Foreign Minister. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan is his name. Warned Iran today against firing any more ballistic missiles into the country following the shoot down of Iranian ballistic missile that landed in Turkish territory on March 4th, 3 days ago. Additionally, Foreign Minister Fidan said that, quote, Turkey opposes any attacks targeting the infrastructure and energy resources of countries that are not directly involved in the war. So Turkey is condemning the Iranian regime's behavior, and they said, listen, do not fire any more ballistic missiles into Turkey. We saw them do that 3 days ago. In fact, Iran, they did something that was a little bit next level. 3 days ago, Iran fired exo-atmospheric ballistic missiles at Turkey. They all got shot down. But you know what that means? Iran, they fired ballistic missiles into space beyond the Earth's atmosphere that then came crashing back down, attempting to damage, I believe, a NATO base that is inside of Turkey, in eastern Turkey. It's a very big NATO base. And they got shot down, they got intercepted, but they fired exo-atmospheric ballistic missiles. That is really shocking. That's a big deal. And so Turkey said, don't be doing that anymore. Don't do that. Big mistake. Very stupid. And then they also condemned the rest of the Iranian regime's behavior. Absolutely condemnable behavior. Don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. Okay, I'm doing a quick update scan here, ladies and gentlemen. Caterpillar eyebrows. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, things are heating up. Okay, actually a lot of things are heating up. I've got two things here that are hot. First off, a statement from Iran's representative of Iran is a guy named Katam Al-Anbiya, representative of Iran. Says, Azerbaijan must immediately expel the Zionists and their assets from their soil, or they will become targets of the Iranian armed forces. Iran is now saying to Azerbaijan, who they fired suicide drones at 2 days ago, by the way. Azerbaijan is already very pissed off at Iran. They say, Azerbaijan, you must immediately expel Zionists and their assets from your soil, or you will become a target of the Iranian armed forces. What's more, we saw yesterday morning, 27 or 28 hours ago now, we saw the Azerbaijani secret police actually intercepted a would-be Iranian terror attack. There were Iranian terrorists in Azerbaijan that were attempting to blow up a pipeline, a massive pipeline, and a mosque, and the Israeli embassy. And the terror attack got foiled. This pipeline runs from Baku in Azerbaijan all the way across Turkey and then down into the Mediterranean. So it's a big pipeline, and the Azerbaijanis make a lot of money from that pipeline. And the Iranian regime attempted to blow it up the other day, alongside the Israeli embassy and some random mosque, And so anyway, the Azerbaijanis, between that and the suicide drones crashing into their airport or right beside their airport, and now this threat from the Iranians, the Azerbaijanis are not going to take this very lightly, I don't think. They're already pissed off. They're already upset. Anyway, okay, I had another crazy piece of footage to share with you guys. What the hell are we looking at here? Wild footage. Rockets light up the night sky over Kiryat Shimona as Iron Dome interceptors streak toward incoming Hezbollah fire. If I had to guess, this is footage from about an hour ago. Yeah, it must be, yeah. These are Israeli interceptors versus Hezbollah rockets. One more time. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely astounding. Oops, my bad. I had to make that big. Just something else. Just something else. I will say once again, folks, thank you all for being here today. I really appreciate it. We are, well, what are we doing? We are monitoring the situation. This situation is getting monitored. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. We've got 18,000 people in the YouTube chat, 8,000 people in the Rumble chat. Thank you all. Hey, if you are new, consider dropping a follow. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. As I like to say, make sure to follow me everywhere other than in real life. Please, if you would avoid that one. That's a little bit too far. But hey, on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on Twitter, that's what I'm talking about. It's absolutely outrageous. I've got more photos of that Iranian fuel. These are Iranian fuel storage depots. Hi there, dear. Some food and a drink. I'll take that. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear. All right. This is the Iranian fuel storage depot. And there's another photo. And once again, there's another one. Once again, I think this is all the same location. No, oh no. This is a different location. It's another fuel depot that was hit in northwestern Tehran. Okay, so we're hitting all types of fuel storage depots, not just that one refinement location, which is right here, the Tehran oil refinery, but also somewhere in northwest. Anbar, where's that? Oil. Well, I mean, it can't be this. It's got to be somewhere up to the northwest. I'll find the location here. I'll find exactly where that is. If I can. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, drama on the confrontation line. This is right on the Lebanese-Israeli border. Red alert. They're probably taking shots at each other. Real quick here, folks. 3 oil depots in the areas of Kuhak and Sharan in Tehran, and Karaj, west of the capital, were targeted in Israeli fighter jet strikes. Holy hell. That is like it almost looks like a guy's face. There's his nose and there's his big eyebrows. That's terrible. We have footage here.
الو نترس هم اینجا خوبه انبار نفت رو زد
The Lord.
آره نه نترس آره نترس خدا
نترسید از آسانسور هم نیاد
مامان از آسانسور نیا بیا بابا بلند شو بیا
یواش بیا
بلند شو بیا خدا
Oh, good Lord.
عجب گرمایی داد عجب گرمایی داد
یا خدا
سبین لطفا یه بذار بده من سبین جان یه دقیقه بده من
بی مطلبش
نه نازی هیچی نیست نازی هیچی قاسم
بده من گوشیو
And there's another video too, though. That's not even it. Oh, gosh. And you know what? I would imagine that these fires are probably going to be going for a long time, considering they are at oil storage depots and even a refinement facility. These things are going to be blazing on for potentially quite a while. Yeah. Okay, we have a statement from an Iranian representative named Larijani, representative of Iran. He says, 2 countries in the region have claimed that they will prevent a U.S. attack from their soil. We find it unlikely, but we will wait and see. If they do prevent it, we will have no issue from them. That's from an Iranian representative. Which 2 countries do you think he might be talking about? If any of that is even true, it could be total bullshit, but this has been one of the requests of the Iranian regime right now, is that all of these Arab Gulf nations stop allowing the U.S. to attack them from their soil. We know it's not Bahrain. We know that it's not Bahrain. I extremely doubt it is Kuwait. It might be United Arab Emirates. I frankly doubt it's Qatar. And it might be Saudi Arabia. It would not surprise me if it's United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia. I would not be surprised. But we will find out. I'm not sure. Or it just could be total bullshit. Could be total bullshit. Could be total bullshit. I'll say 2 countries in the region. Oh, red alert. This is a red alert on the confrontation line. That's probably a little small one. Oh. I think they're taking shots at each other once again on the northern border. Such is life in the dunes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a massive update here coming out of the Iranian regime. It's probably propaganda bullshit, and I'm going to share this with you in just a moment, but I need 60 seconds. Sorry, folks. I had to go water my flowers. I forgot to water my tulips this morning, and it was an emergency. I had to go do it. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement here from the IRGC. The IRGC says, with the destruction of key radars and THAAD missile interception systems... Okay. That's a small alert on the confrontation line. Probably don't worry about that one. Yeah, that's a little tiny alert. Okay, don't worry about that one. Anyway, the IRGC says, with the destruction of key radars and THAAD systems, a large portion of the U.S. monitoring, interception, and air defense network in the region has been disabled, effectively bringing down a security shield built over many years. This radar blindness means the region's airspace is now open for further waves of powerful Iranian attacks. Really? Is that right? Really, is that right? Is that right? Dude, the IRGC is like psychotic. These people are psychotic. This is, once again, I'm going to make the same joke twice in a couple days here. This is the IRGC right now. They're like, yeah, we've got the Americans on the run. We're dominating them. They don't stand a chance. Dude, you don't have arms or legs. Like, you are bleeding out. Ah, it's just a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. Okay. Okay. Iran also just said that 82 U.S.-Israeli drones, U.S. or Israeli drones, have been shot down since the war began. So, okay, has Iran been shooting down 11 drones, let's call it 12 drones per day? Has Iran been shooting down 12 U.S. or Israeli drones per day, every day for the last 7 days? I think probably not. I would suspect not. Now, we know that they've shot down a couple. We've seen photos. We know for a fact that they have. I would say probably 10 at most. They've shot down a couple. They have. 10, maybe. 82 of them? I think not so. I don't think so. They're saying 12 per day. I'm saying 12 in total, maybe. Mullah Cope. Yeah. Maybe 5. Could be 5. We just don't know. You know, it is important to remember here. We are grossly overpowering the Iranians. But it's not, we're not like invincible. You need to never fall into the trap of thinking that you are, or we are, invincible, and that they're never going to do any damage whatsoever. They're never going to kill anybody. They're never going to blow anything up. They will. They have. And they will more, sure. We're not invincible. However, with that said, we are just absolutely and completely dominating them. It is true. It is true. Yes, we are. You got to live in reality. Matt Morris, it's like the Democrats. They live in alternate reality with Iran. You know, I'll be honest. I actually have not even watched any CNN at all. I don't even know. Between you and me, I don't even know what they're saying. If you want, we could pull up some CNN clips and take a look at what their coverage is, but I would imagine it's just totally incompetent. We have a statement again from the Iranian Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, a guy named Ali Larijani. We've heard from him a couple times here today. And he says this: the war will end only when Iran's adversaries understand that they no longer have the right to violate Iranian territory and agree to pay compensation for the damages caused. He wants us to pay them back. Not only do they want the war to come to an end and the United States must surrender, they want reparations. Now they are demanding reparations. This, like I said, these people are psychotic. They are psychotic. This is insane. Reparations. Dude, we've killed literally everybody. You're like the only one left. You know, the funny thing is that the United States, we are going to get reparations. Whenever this is over, we are taking control of all of the Iranian oil. Whenever this is done, the Iranian oil is going to be ours. So if anybody here is getting reparations, it's actually us. It's us. It is the United States of America. Thank you. We're going to be taking that oil. Thank you. Cody Bollinger, hey, thank you very much. Welcome to the show. He's a new supporter. Thank you very much. And also Famous Beats. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. He's got the Famous Beats. Saturn Dreaming of Mercury says the IRGC have become the present definition of darkening council of words without knowledge. That's got to be a reference to some. Is that like a Lord of the Rings reference or something? Are you speaking Elvish? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's got to be a word for this. There's got to be a cultural word for this. Like, why are Iranians like this? And I'm not trying to be rude. Hey, I love Iranians. Hey, the Persians are great negotiators. But anyway, I can't help but notice a little, like, cultural quirk. Is there a word or a phrase that explains why, in Iranian culture, they always... How would you describe this? What? Takia? No, that's a different thing. No. It's a different thing. Takia is this Islamic rule that says they are allowed to lie to non-Muslims. This is a different phenomenon. I'm looking into this. You know, different cultures, they've got different different behaviors. The behavior you're describing, where people in Iranian or Persian culture may boast, exaggerate their position, or act as if they hold stronger cards in their hand than they actually do, or project more confidence or power than reality warrants doesn't have one single universally agreed upon word or phrase that perfectly captures it across all contexts. However, several closely related cultural concepts and traits come up repeatedly in discussions of Iranian social and negotiation dynamics. The closest overreaching cultural pattern is that of Tarof. Tarof is the word. This is the famous Persian ritual of politeness, deference, and indirect communication. Well, that sounds like the exact opposite of what I'm talking about. While Tarof is most commonly known for excessive offers or refusals, for example, insisting, no, please take it, no, take it, you have to take it, when you actually want to keep it, or refusing hospitality multiple times before ultimately accepting, it extends to broader art, the art of artful pretending, hiding true feelings or intentions, and presenting oneself in a socially advantageous or elevated light to maintain harmony, respect, and leverage. Who cares? I care. That's why I'm talking about this. In practice, this can involve seeming more generous, capable, or in control than one actually is. Essentially bluffing, or as exaggerating strengths to protect status, avoid showing weakness, or gain an edge in interactions. So maybe like I said, this seems to be some cultural quirk. And I don't even necessarily think it's like a Muslim thing. I think this is uniquely kind of an Iranian thing. It's a Persian thing. Because I don't think all Muslims are like this specifically. We have a big super chat over here on YouTube from Chaser on the interweb. He says, love your content. Can I get a little snapshot update on what's been happening today? Been outside working in the yard. Yeah, I'll give you a hyper TLDR. So Iran wants all of the nations in the region, the Middle Eastern nations, to stop allowing the United States to attack Iran from inside of their region. And Iran also apologized to all of these countries in the region for bombing them. They said, hey, we're sorry for attacking you and bombing you over the last 7 days. We're going to stop bombing you and attacking you, but only if you stop allowing the U.S. to attack us from inside of your countries. Now, since then, they made that statement probably 8 or 9 hours ago at this point, maybe 10. Since then, Iran has continued attacking everybody in the entire region. So they have not really stopped attacking anybody. We're hearing from the Iranians that they're going to escalate their attacks. We're hearing from the United States, from Trump, that we're going to escalate our attacks against them. We're also hearing from Israel that Israel is going to escalate their attacks against Iran. Azerbaijan is pissed off. They might get involved. The Kurds might get involved. We keep hearing about the Kurds. And so pretty much this entire situation is escalating in every single which way conceivable. That's where we're at. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. CJ Miro says people pay money in restitution in Islam, particularly in cases of harm or death. It's generally called diya. Diya refers to financial compensation paid to the victim or their heirs in case of murder. There you have it. Yeah, we're not going to pay that. Thank you very much. Ryan Armstrong, he says, Matt, been watching every day since you started the coverage on Iran. Is the beginning of moderation of Islam. Can 47 years of indoctrination can be overcome by the people of Iran quickly? Let's pray they can do it with regional support. This is something I have been saying for a week now, and every time I've said this, people say, no, Matt, no, you just wait and see. We don't know what the Iranian people are going to do. Right now, the Iranian people have received kind of a stand-down order from President Trump. Trump has said, listen, Iranian people, we want to help you. Do not take to the streets yet. Don't do it yet, because first we want to take out some of the IRGC leadership structure and drop a couple bombs. But then once we're done, then we want you to take to the streets and overthrow your government or what's left of it. Now, we don't know if they're going to do that. The Iranian people, they might do that. They might rise up and take their country back, or they might not. It's yet to be seen. It's yet to be determined. We don't know. We don't know what they're going to do. It's really, really hard to say. Really hard to say. I see these you know, I hate to be the guy that has to say this, but we see these polls on the internet that says 93% of the Iranian people hate the Iranian regime and they want to see him go. I don't know how in the living hell anybody would know that. Frankly, 93%, 91%, I don't know. I hope it's true. I wish that would be true. I do, sincerely. But I question the number. How in the hell do we know that? Even here in the United States, if we see a poll that says President Trump has 48% approval rating, we say, well, I don't trust that poll. I don't believe that poll. We don't even believe polls here in our own country. So I'm a little bit suspicious of polls coming out of Iran where they don't even have like free speech or I don't know. I'm very suspicious of polls coming out of Iran. I'm suspicious of polls in my own country. So anyway, the point is, we have no idea what they're going to do. We don't know. I guess we are hoping that once all the bombing is done, that they rise up and everything goes off without a hitch. It might not happen. I don't know, to be honest with you. Are any pagans in Iran? I guess it depends on how you define pagan. Is a pagan everybody who's not Christian? I guess Jews are pagan in that sense. What's a pagan? I'm scanning for updates here real quick. I see a couple minutes ago, a new wave of ballistic missiles has been launched against Israel. Sometimes we get that news. Okay, we just got like an absolutely crazy update. More than one God. Well, there are non-Christian monotheistic, I guess you would point to the Zoroastrian. The Zoroastrians are monotheistic, but they're not Abrahamic. I think a lot of people would say that they're pagans. Anyway, this is neither here nor there, because we have a very curious update from Iran's Larijani. We've been hearing a lot from this guy. Today he said, "We did not close the Strait of Hormuz. The strait has effectively closed on its own." The IRGC threatened to blow up all the vessels going through the Strait of Hormuz 6 days ago. And they have fired rockets and suicide drones at least 4 vessels in the last 6 days. They've been actively blowing up boats. What do you mean you didn't close it? You closed it. You issued the threat, and then you've been blowing boats up. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Of course you did. You were threatening to do it, and then you actually were blowing people up. That's just crazy. You know, I feel like if you're going to try to push out propaganda, it has to be at least a little bit believable. That's just insane. Larijani also just said, "When the enemy attacks us from bases in the region, we respond, and we will continue to respond. This is our right and a standing policy. Regional countries must either prevent the U.S. from using their territory against Iran, or we will have no choice but to do it ourselves." The Iranians, they have a really big problem with these Arab Gulf nations allowing the U.S. to operate from them. They really don't like that. That has the Iranians going crazy right now. They've been talking about that all day. Massive destruction at Tehran's oil storage fields right now. The U.S. and Israel are conducting a bombing campaign. Right now, they have been for an hour, blowing up what seems to be all of the Iranian regime's oil infrastructure. This is a new development as of like probably the last 2 hours.
Yo, قبل تعهد ونارتش يو قبل تعهد ونارتش.
And we are blowing up oil infrastructure. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Yes, we are. The Iranian regime also, earlier today, maybe 10 hours ago, accused the United States of blowing up a water desalination plant. In fact, they called it a war crime. They said the U.S. blowing up this water desalination plant, which is right over here on this little island. They said blowing up this desalination plant is a war crime, and you will be punished in like. Meaning they're going to engage in a similar type of attack. Now, the problem with this narrative that the U.S. blew up a water desalination plant, it's been 10 hours now. 10 hours have gone by, and there's no proof of it. There's no videos, there's no photos, there's no satellite imagery. You guys know the Chinese have been releasing satellite imagery in an attempt to make the U.S. look bad or expose the U.S. doing whatever we're doing. There has been no satellite imagery at all of this desalination plant. What's more, even if it is blown up, it might have been an Iranian false flag, then to act as the pretense or the justification to further attack the U.S. and our Gulf allies. So, very weird story about that desalination plant. But we don't even know if it's blown up. We don't even know. There's no proof that it is. The Iraqi government has just issued a statement. We all saw about 90 minutes ago the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq, was having these Russian rockets fired at it by Iranian-backed anti-American Iraqis. So the Iraqi government has issued a statement. The commander-in-chief of the Iraqi Armed Forces, Prime Minister Mr. Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, has issued orders to all military in Iraq and security commands across all sectors of responsibility to pursue the perpetrators of the terrorist act of launching projectiles towards the perimeter of the U.S. Embassy in Iraq. Bring them to justice. So the Iraqi government officially is going to try to hunt down these anti-American Iranian-backed Iraqis, terrorists, that were firing rockets at the U.S. Embassy 90 minutes ago. Is our broadcast lagging out here? Yeah, it seems like it is. Somebody cut the undersea cable. Oh, no, it's back. Okay, it's back. Oh, or maybe not. Well, what in the heck is going on here? For the time being, I'm going to flip our cameras over there. Seems like the Emirati airspace has reopened. Was that the Fordow fuel enrichment plant that we hit? We hit it during Midnight Hammer 8 months ago. As far as I'm aware, we have not hit it again. Now, I'll tell you about Fordow. The Israelis, probably 16 hours ago now, issued an evacuation warning for everyone within 16 kilometers of that nuclear enrichment plant. So it seems like the Israelis want to hit Fordow again. But once again, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think it's actually happened yet. The Israelis would love to hit it again, though. The IDF is hitting it now. I've seen no. They could be, but I just haven't seen anything about that. Okay, we have a statement from Netanyahu. What does Netanyahu have to say here? Let's pull this up. All right, gibby gobby gooby dooby. He says, and I quote, "Many countries are turning to us now. I tell you, many countries are turning to us now for cooperation." Okay, so Netanyahu says that countries in the region, many countries are turning to Israel for cooperation. There you have it. Perhaps the coalition is growing. Perhaps the coalition is growing. Now, there was another update that I wanted to share with you folks. We have more footage of this oil infrastructure. It is currently on fire. Coming out of Iran right now.
الو نه ترس هم اینجا خوبه انبار نفت رو زد نه ترس آره نه ترس خدا
نه ترسید از آسانسور هم نیاد
مامان از آسانسور نیا بیا بابا بلند شو بیا
یواش بیا
بلند شو بیا خدا
نه ترسید عجب گرمایی داد عجب گرمایی داد
یا خدا
سبین لطفا یه بزن بده من سبین جان یه دقیقه بده من
بی مطلبش
نه نازی هیچی نیست نازی هیچی قاسم
Matt Morse, you better spend a nice spa weekend with your wife after this is over. Do I look like the type of guy that is taking spa weekends? Do I strike you as a spa? The only spa I do is spaghetti. I'll go get some spaghetti. How about that? With my wife, we're gonna have some spaghetti. Hold up, what's that? Okay, this is a curious one, folks. This is Confrontation Line, so gunfire. But it's not right on the border. It's getting closer to the border here. This is not a drone strike. This is not a drone strike. This is not a rocket launch or a missile launch. And it seems like this is kind of resolving itself right there. Okay. I think they're, you know, I don't want to downplay it, but I think they're up there just kind of shooting at each other. Okay, this is an article coming out of Reuters. A report coming out of Reuters, folks, reports this. I think you're going to like this. I'm sorry, let me put this up on the big screen. Cracks are emerging in Iran's leadership 1 week after Khamenei's death. The IRGC is furious after President Pezeshkian apologized to Gulf states and pledged to stop strikes on their territory. He was forced into a partial climb down. Hardline cleric Hamid Rasai called Pezeshkian's stance unprofessional, weak, and unacceptable. Clerics are accelerating appointment of a new supreme leader. Decision will come out possibly as early as Sunday. Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Khamenei, is the frontrunner, backed by the IRGC, but it's untested and has alienated moderates. I guess he's kind of an extremist. Even the interim leadership council is split. Judiciary Chief Mohseni directly contradicted Pezeshkian, saying strikes on regional states will continue. So there's no consensus of anything. Remember, 6 hours ago, we were talking about this. And I said, listen, it seems like Pezeshkian is actually not in charge of the country. There are 31, maybe more, sort of autonomous IRGC command centers, and it seems like all of them are kind of doing their own thing. So there's no, most certainly Pezeshkian is not speaking for the entire country at this point. And now we have a supposed confirmation coming out of Reuters. Reuters says, yes, in fact, there was a huge amount of infighting going on inside of what's left of the regime. Whatever's left of it. The son was reported to be dead yesterday, but that ended up being bullshit fake news. In fact, an Israeli official has come out and I think what happened here, there was an airstrike, there was an Israeli airstrike on Khamenei Jr., but that he has survived the assassination attempt. And that he was allegedly wounded. He was wounded during the strike. So Israel tried to take him out yesterday. He survived the airstrike, but that he's wounded right now. That's the report that I'm seeing, and that's coming from an Israeli official earlier today, about 90 minutes ago. You want me to show Israel? Yeah, we've got a live cam. This is Tel Aviv. I don't think we have any Jerusalem. We have any? I was looking earlier. Do we have Jerusalem live footage here? I don't think that we do. I wish we did, but I don't think we do. Beirut. I don't think we do. Well, frick. Thank you all for tuning in today. I really appreciate it, both on Rumble as well as on YouTube. I'm quickly just looking for it's Beirut, Jerusalem? That is Tel Aviv. Darth Tater. Hey there. Hey, thank you. We do have one Jerusalem live camera, but it's like not good. Yeah, so we're just not gonna do that one. This is it right there. It just is not good. Not good. They won't allow Jerusalem cameras. That's where the dome is. No, there are oftentimes Jerusalem. In fact, we had one a couple hours ago. There just doesn't happen to be one right now. But more often than not, we do have numerous cameras from Jerusalem. Just at the moment, we don't. Oftentimes we do, though. In fact, we've got this. I found this one right here. But similarly, this one is just like not very good. You know what? You know what? It's good enough. Maybe I will use this one at some point. Maybe I will use that one at some point. Maybe I'll use that here pretty soon. Tel Aviv has a bunch of weird skyscrapers, a kind of tourist attraction. There are YouTube tours of the buildings. Oh. They've got skyscrapers. Tel Aviv is also, feel free to fact check me here. This is a fact. Tel Aviv is the gayest place on the face of the planet. It is the most LGBTQ plus positive place. It is the highest concentration of gays per capita, LGBTQ per capita, of anywhere in the world, even more than San Francisco. I think San Francisco is the second gayest place in the world. Tel Aviv is number one. It's the gayest place in the world, literally. It is true. No, wait, yeah, it is. It is. Seriously. Oh, we might have something here. Okay, I'm doing a quick scan for alerts here. Oh my goodness, wow. Hold up. Bullshit, I'm not lying to you, sir. It is literally true. We have a massive, absolutely massive photo here. Just extreme, total explosion, decimation. Decimation. The U.S. and Israel right now are carrying out airstrikes on oil refinement facilities, oil storage facilities, all of the Iranian oil and energy infrastructure right now. We are blowing it up. This is not AI. We've been having photos and videos of this come out for about an hour now. I want to show you something here. We have a video. This is the interception of an Iranian drone in Erbil, Iraq, using a counter-rocket artillery and mortar system, a CRAM. This is over the U.S. Embassy. Shooting down an Iranian drone. Do we see it get shot down here? These are CRAM bursts. Astounding. Astounding. And we saw some similar footage of this same incident. There were drones fired towards the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. This was actually at Erbil, it said, not Baghdad. Yeah, the CRAMs look super cool. Very cool. Very cool. We have a photo coming out from CENTCOM right now. This is CENTCOM. The world's two greatest air forces, U.S. and Israel, continue to dominate the skies over Iran. That's one hell of a fighter jet. That's one hell of a, what do they call these? A Strato Fortress. That's one hell of a Strato Fortress. Good Lord. Ooh, look at that thing. Damn. That's a long boy. Look at that. Man, this thing right here. Like, dude, badass. Badass. So cool. So cool. Yeah, you just know that every time we call Israel the second best air force in the world. Oh, hey, North Israel, look at that. North Israel. There's an interceptor launching off right there on Cam 5. That is an interceptor launching. We might see some action here in a couple minutes here, folks. We also have a very curious update. Saudi Arabia has just intercepted a drone east of Riyadh. This is coming from the Saudi Ministry of Defense. 1 hour ago, Larijani of Iran said that they would stop targeting regional countries. Huh. So it seems as if the Iranians have gone back on their word. Again. Again. I'm going to go ahead and leave these cameras up here, folks. I am leaving these cameras up here. I don't want to miss anything. Whoops. I would imagine Saudi Arabia is pissed off. I would imagine the United Arab Emirates is very pissed off. I think all of them are. Bahrain, no doubt. Qatar, no doubt. We had some totally unconfirmed report yesterday that all of these Arab Gulf nations are quietly pressuring the United States to pull out and cancel the operation. It's a failure. And this was just completely unconfirmed. But the thing is, everybody ran with it. I saw all of these anti-American type of people run with this story. They were taking that story and running with it all day yesterday. And well. And well, did that story end up being complete and total bullshit? Well. Well. Azerbaijan is not happy either. That's true. That is true. That is true. The Iranian regime's original plan of bombing all of their neighbors, hoping that their neighbors would then put pressure on the USA to call off the attack, has completely backfired. In fact, coalition solidarity has ended up increasing as a consequence of Iran's attacks. Now Iran is pulling a 180. apologizing to all of their neighbors and saying that the attacks will come to an end if they stop working with the USA. Oh. Yeah, I knew it. Okay. Okay, folks, this is a very curious red alert. These red alerts are missile alerts in the region of the Dimona nuclear reactor. Okay, the Iranians have been talking about blowing up this nuclear reactor. We normally don't see this. They might be attacking that nuclear reactor right now, folks. Might be happening now. And we are taking a look. This would explain why we saw that interceptor missile get launched out 3 or 4 minutes ago. They might be attacking that nuclear reactor. Oh yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. Once again, we've got red alerts literally right on top of it. Now, I suppose you're going to want to pay attention to cam number 6. To be frank, we don't have a lot of footage coming out of South Israel. This guy came in here and said, fake 7 hours live. You think I've been faking being live here for 7 hours? You don't believe it? Did we have something here on Ben Gurion on cam 3? Cam 3? 3? Okay, keep your eyes peeled now. There is a red alert right on top of Dimona. Seems like some of this is kind of de-escalating, though. Oh, there's another one. Another alert in the same kind of area. We are on standby here. Good gracious. Jeez Louise. Yeah, the Dimona alert is now blue. A little bit to the north, we have some still active red alerts. So this is a ballistic missile barrage. Seems like all of them are just getting easily intercepted. Easily plucked out of the sky. We have a super chat here from Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. It says they have approximately 70 launchers, less than 70 launches to accomplish this. A Hail Mary of sorts, which you have mentioned before. You would think that if they were going to try to launch some type of Hail Mary play, that they would really use their most powerful, largest yield, highest payload, nuclear, dare I say nuclear payloads for their Hail Mary play. I don't know. I mean, they must realize that they are on the cusp of losing everything. You think they understand that? The Iranian regime, they are on the cusp of losing everything. They are losing this. Big time. Bigly. They must be feeling a little bit desperate. They must be getting desperate. Are we going Iran's nuclear sites, or is Iran trying to send out nuke? No, what we were talking about 2 days ago, the Iranians, maybe 2.5 or 3 days ago, the Iranian regime issued a public threat to Israel. They posted a picture of Israel's nuclear research facility. It's called the Dimona Nuclear Reactor. Right here in the middle of the desert. This is in Israel. The Negev, aka Dimona Nuclear Research Plant. It's right in the middle of the desert. Anyway, Iran posted a picture of this facility and said, soon. Soon. Threatening to blow this thing up. Now, that was 2.5 or 3 days ago. But I'll tell you what, very rarely do we ever see ballistic missiles get launched down here in the Dimona area. There's nothing really down here other than the reactor. I've been covering this, 10 hours a day every day for the last 6 to 7 days. I've only seen 2 ballistic missile launches towards this area of Israel, and one was just now with you guys 10 seconds ago. This is the second time I've seen this. So it is admittedly very abnormal. It's very uncommon for the Iranians to fire ballistic missiles down here. Normally, where do they fire missiles? They fire them up here at Tel Aviv, and they love to fire up here at Haifa. Haifa and Tel Aviv, but on 2 occasions now, we've seen them launch these ballistic missiles at Dimona, at the Negev Nuclear Research Center. So you can't help but connect the dots. I mean, they made the threat. They already issued the threat. But I mean, no disrespect to the people that live here in Dimona, but like kind of nobody lives down here. Kind of nobody lives down here. There's not a lot of people. It's not very dense down here. The only thing down here is one small little town and the Nuclear Research Center. Very curious. Very curious indeed. The Dead Sea. The Dead Sea. So that was somewhat of a ballistic missile barrage. We have a press release from the Kuwaiti Army. The Kuwaiti Army just said that they have intercepted seven drones, 7 Iranian drones today in the north and south of their country. Damage on the ground was reported due to debris and interceptions. So the Iranians have, the Kuwaitis have intercepted 7 Iranian drones. Good Lord, my brain is melting right now. My brain is falling out of my ears right now. Listen to what I say. Listen to what I mean, not what I say. We are at that point in today's broadcast. We have a big super chat here from T-Pain98. He says, I'm a submarine veteran. That's cool. Hey, thank you. When I saw the submarine footage involving the Iranian ship, I felt somewhat badass to be a submariner. We hold that title forever, even after our service. That's awesome. That's awesome. Working on a submarine is either, I think it depends on like your personality, right? It's either the coolest thing in the world, or you hate it, or you're all cooked up. You probably love it though, huh? This is you're gonna appreciate this. This conflict right now is gonna go down in the history books because, on one hand, we are firing high-powered lasers off of battleships, shooting drones out of the sky, like sci-fi space age stuff. On the other hand, we are launching torpedoes at gunships as if it were World War II. That is a confrontation line red alert in North Israel, so probably don't worry too much about that one. That's just some gunfire up top. And so, this is one of those conflicts where it is this weird merging of different eras of war. You know, it's like in World War I, they had horseback cavalry charges into machine gun fire. You had two different eras kind of coming together and overlapping a little bit. And I think we're kind of seeing the same thing here a little bit this time too. Now, we have a Truth Social post from President Trump. I'm not sure what this is about. We'll take a look. Is he happy or is he mad? President Trump says this: the United Kingdom, our once great ally, maybe the greatest of them all, is finally giving serious thought to sending 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East. That's okay, Prime Minister Starmer. We don't need them any longer. But we will remember, we don't need people that join wars after we've already won. Damn. Brutal. Scathing. Scathing. Brutal. Shoving the knife in and twisting it. Damn. That's a brutal statement. I'll tell you, man, it really is sad. You know what? You know what's up with Keir Starmer? He's scared of his own people, and by his own people, I mean Muslims that have taken over his country. That's what he's scared of. Keir Starmer is petrified that if he really gets the UK involved in this conflict and backs up the United States, that he's going to have Islamic jihadist riots on the streets of London and all over the entire Isle. That's what he's scared of. That's what he's scared of. He's scared of the people in his own country. And that's why he doesn't want to do anything here. That's the dynamic here. We got to pray for London. We got to pray for London and the UK. They got to take it back. We need to make the United Kingdom great again. Mukga. Mukga. Make the United Kingdom great again. Mukga. We can only hope. We can only hope. I have some footage coming out here, folks, I want to share with you. Footage captures the rapid launch of Iron Dome interceptors as they engage the heavy barrage of Hezbollah rockets recently. Good Lord. Good Lord. They're sending them up there. Holy hell. They're really pumping these things out up there. They're spamming them out. They're spamming those things up there. It's like today. It's like 12 hours ago, the Iranians woke up and said, all right, we're going to try to, salvage the situation. We're going to try to salvage our relationship with all of our Arab Gulf nation neighbors. And then after saying that, they just did the exact opposite. Okay, guys, hey, it's a new day. It's a new day in the Middle East. Hey, let's all get together. I know we've been bombing you for 7 days and sending suicide drones and rockets and ballistic missiles, but hey, you know what? Let's all try to work through this. And then immediately after they finished that sentence, they just kept on blowing each other up. They kept on trying to blow them up. The second they got the words out of their mouth, they just kept on launching drones and missiles and rockets. It really is something else. Trump is live? Is he? I don't think he is. Oh.
Dignified transfers.
Sure, I hate to do it.
Trump is aboard Air Force One.
Isn't it? Who are you with?
The Washington Post.
When you say it's part of war?
The deaths are part of war, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of war. It's a sad part of war. It's the bad part of war.
Mr. President, did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
Investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran.
Can you give us an
because
idea
they're
of
very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Can you give us an idea of what unconditional surrender looks like to you? I mean, what do you want from Iran?
I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer, there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender, or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
Mr. President, can I ask you what Peter asked you a question yesterday? He said it wasn't the right time in that event, but he was asking whether you have indications of whether Russia is supporting Iran somehow in this.
No, I haven't had that. I have had no indication of that whatsoever. If they are, they're not doing a very good job, because Iran is not doing too well.
What about the Strait of Hormuz? There's no traffic really going through it.
Well, that's the ship's choices, but we haven't cleaned out. We've wiped out their navy. Their navy is now at the bottom of the sea, so that's the choice. This is an excursion. We figured oil prices would go up, which they will. They'll also come down. They'll come down very fast, and we will have gotten rid of a major cancer on the face of the earth. We will have taken out a cancer. Don't forget October 7th. Don't forget all of the things that have happened over the years, all caused by these people. So what we're doing is a great thing, not only for our country and not only for Israel, not only for the Middle East, but for the world.
Secretary Bessent announced some moves to temporarily allow certain Russian oil sales to India. Are you considering any other moves, including the SPR?
Well, if there were some, I would do it just to take a little of the pressure off. But I think that the oil pressure, but there's a lot of oil. We've got a lot of oil. Our country has a tremendous amount, and there's a lot of oil out there. That'll get healed very quickly.
Would you consider using the SPR or tapping into the SPR at some point?
Strategic reserve?
Yeah.
Well, I'm the one that built them up. Biden used them so that he could get some extra votes in the election. It turned out it wasn't even him that ran, it was Kamala. And she obviously didn't get any extra votes because we won in an absolute landslide. So he should have used it for that. He used it to I filled it up, and he brought it down to the lowest level it's ever been. We will start at the appropriate time, which is basically a gut instinct. We will start filling up these strategic reserves.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's. I don't think it's an appropriate question. I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
Are you thinking about the oil facility there? There's an oil facility kind of on the coast of Iran that could be secured by ground troops. There's been some speculation that could be a target.
Well, I don't know what the speculation is, but I certainly wouldn't be able to tell you that. I'd be in trouble with myself if I told you that.
Mr. President, don't you need ground troops to secure the enriched uranium at the nuclear sites?
We're going to find out about that. We haven't talked about it, but it was a total obliteration. They haven't been able to get to it. And at some point, maybe we will. That would be a great thing, but right now we're just decimating them. But we haven't gone after it, but something we could do later on. We wouldn't do it now. Maybe we'd do it later on.
You said you want to be involved in the selection of the next leader of Iran. Can you talk to me.
Well, because I don't want to just come back every 10 years, and mostly you'll have presidents, that won't do that because they don't get it. But we don't want to come back every 5 years or every 10 years and do this. So we want to pick a president that's not going to be leading their country into a war. Do you have any questions for Pete or Steve? Come on up.
Mr. Wickoff.
Steve, come on up.
Mr. Wickoff, is there still space to do a deal with whatever is left of the Iranian government?
I think there is. I think that's going to be up to the president. That's what I think. But they didn't seem to be very amenable in those first set of negotiations. You heard what I said. They said we have the inalienable right to enrich. They bragged about having 60% enriched fuel, enough for 11 bombs. And they told me and Jared, we're not going to give you diplomatically what you couldn't take militarily. So, I think they're going to need a change of attitude.
Damn. What sort of thing do you want to see in a deal? I mean, do you think you have maximum negotiating leverage at this point?
I think the president has proved that we have.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting.
A lot of negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to settle. They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle.
Iran accused the
British government has now offered use of the British government has offered use of some bases now, and you had previously said you were very disappointed in them.
The 2 aircraft carriers.
I mean, about British bases, they said.
Response, and they just put out. Put out a response. Give me the offer to send 2 aircraft carriers. Maybe, but they're not sure. I just put out a response. I said, we don't need them. It's not the right time.
Don't worry about
those. It would have
those.
been nice
It's
to
all
have had
good.
them 2 weeks ago, but the response I put out, I think, says it very well for you.
Iran today accused the U.S. of hitting a desalination plant in Iran, and they said that might open the door to other strikes on infrastructure, non-military.
Allow us to also open the door to other strikes against them.
Look, you respond to that allegation? Did the U.S. hit the desalination?
They are among the most evil people ever on earth. They cut babies' heads off. They chop women in half. What they did, take a look at October 7th. Take a look at what they've done over the last 47 years. So I know nothing about a desalinization plant other than to say if they're complaining about a desalinization plant, we complain about the fact that they shouldn't be chopping babies' heads off, okay?
Mr. Wickoff, have you communicated to the Russians not to send targeting information and other assistance to the Iranians?
Strongly said that.
And do you believe that they are?
I hope they're not.
Do you see any evidence?
We don't know, but it's not doing very well. If they are, it's not helping much. If you take a look at what's happened to Iran in the last week, if they're getting information, it's not helping them much.
What would it mean to you if they were? I mean, even if it's not helping the Iranians particularly much, it's still involving themselves in a conflict that they're not directly.
They'd say we do it against them, wouldn't they? Huh? Wouldn't they say that? We do it against them. I don't know. Look, they can give all the information that they want, but the people they're sending it to are overwhelmed. Russia would be overwhelmed too. Anybody would be overwhelmed. We have the greatest military on earth, and I built it in my first term, and unfortunately, I'm forced to use it now. But when you look at what we did with Venezuela, when you look at what we did with the B-2 bombers, that was a very big moment because Iran was going to have a nuclear weapon within 2 or 3 weeks, and that stopped it, and it stopped it cold. And you ask about maybe going back and getting that, something could happen at the right time.
Is Iran running out of missiles and drones, or do you expect those counterattacks to continue with them?
Not only that, manufacturing capability also. We've hit the manufacturing very hard. They're at about 9% of what they sent out in the first 2 days, and we think that's because they don't have that much. We've knocked out about 70% of the launchers. The launchers are a big deal. Very hard to get, very expensive.
I want to talk about leverage. With every passing day, we have more and more leverage because we have more and more capabilities. We're hitting them harder and harder, and they have less of an ability to defend themselves. So we're pressing the offensive, every single day, creating all the leverage the president needs for the outcome he wants.
So it sounds like you think they're running out of one or both of the drones and the missiles.
When you look, I mean, they're sending in much less drones. They're being decimated now. You know, at some point, I don't think there'll be anybody left, maybe, to say we surrender. But they're being decimated, and when you look, also, they all of a sudden they apologized to the Middle Eastern states that they shot at them. I was very surprised to see they did that, but you mark that down as a victory for us and for the Middle Eastern states, who are really friends of ours. But I guess they're not going to be shooting at them anymore. They apologized.
They are.
And we'll see what happens.
They have been.
That's a big loss. That's a surrender right there. I called it a surrender today. When they apologized and said they're not shooting at them anymore, that's really a surrender to those states and to us. Okay, anything else?
Some Iranians are concerned that the Kurds will carve out kind of an autonomous region as they did in Syria and Iraq.
We're not looking to the Kurds going in. We're very friendly with the Kurds, as you know, but we don't want to make the war any more complex than it already is. No.
You've ruled that out?
We don't want, I have ruled it out. I don't want the Kurds going in.
No Kurds.
I don't want to see the Kurds get hurt, get killed. We've had a good relation. They're willing to go in, but I've told them I don't want them to go in.
Do you think the map of Iran will look the same?
The war is complicated enough without getting the Kurds involved.
And do you think the map of Iran looks the same after this is all done?
That I can't tell you. Probably not.
Do you know if any shipping companies have taken the U.S. up on its offer of insurance to go through the Strait of Hormuz?
No, we have it set up. We have a great insurance and reinsurance system, but I don't.
Sorry, when you talk about...
When this ends, we're going to have a much safer world, you know that. So, this is a minor excursion, but when this ends, we're going to have a much safer world, and we will have gotten rid of a lot of sick and demented people. The leadership. So we got rid of the one leadership, then we got rid of the second level of leadership. Now they're on their third or fourth level of leadership. And they have leaders right now that nobody even knows who they are. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was some gaggling. Trump was gaggling with the press on Air Force One. There was a guy in the chat who was spamming, turn down the Beirut cam. Beirut is too loud. That was not Beirut. That was Air Force One. Don't worry about it. Anyway, the two big takeaways there for me is that Trump said no Kurds. He said he doesn't want him in there. He said the Kurds are willing to go. We've been talking about the Kurds a lot. He doesn't want them going in. The next thing he said is that after the end of this, the borders of Iran are probably not going to look the same. You hear that? The borders of Iran are probably not going to look the same. What do you think that means? Well, this is actually something we were talking about just yesterday, actually. Yesterday, in fact. Pull up the map here. You've got two big ethnic groups here that would be very happy to pick up some new territory. You've got the Kurds, who don't even have their own country. They live up here in the mountains between Turkey and Iran and Iraq. They kind of live in this mountain region. The region is called Kurdistan, but they don't have their own country. So perhaps the Kurds might end up with their own actual nation here. We also know that the Azerbaijanis are looking to pick up some land. In fact, there's about 25 million Azerbaijanis living just south of Azerbaijan in northern Iran. They might want to pick up some new land here and make this officially part of the nation of Azerbaijan. Would not surprise me at all either. Would not surprise. I mean, who else? What, is Trump going to facilitate Afghanistan taking more land? No. Is he going to give some land to Turkmenistan? No. Is Trump going to give some of Iran to Pakistan? No. Is he going to give some of the land to Iraq? I don't think so. I think we're talking about the Kurds and the Azerbaijanis. I think that's what we're talking about. I think that's what we will see. Something like that. He also just refuses to talk about boots on the ground. You know, and a lot of people are interpreting this. They're interpreting Trump's refusal to talk about boots on the ground by saying, "Oh, that means he's going to do it. He doesn't want to talk about it because that means he's going to do it." I think really what is more likely is that Trump, as the commander-in-chief during an active war or military conflict, he doesn't want to take any options off the table. What type of commander-in-chief or wartime leader, commander would you be if you are in the middle of a conflict and you come out here publicly and say, all right, we are at war and here are all the things that I'm not going to do? Like that's incompetent. That would be it would be frankly incompetent for him to take anything off the table. The proper rhetoric is what he's doing. Just don't talk. Yes, I don't know. Hey, I don't know. Nothing's off the table. I can't confirm or deny. I'm not taking anything off the table. Imagine publicly telling your enemy the things you will and won't do, what you are willing to and willing not to do. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Biden would. Biden would. You don't let your enemy know what your boundaries are. You have no boundaries. We have no boundaries. You say, we have no boundaries. You're asking me, am I going to tell the enemy what my boundaries are? There are no boundaries. That is what he is saying. In essence, that is what he is saying. Now, anyway, we have a lot of updates to go through. We do. This is footage that just came out. Iran is winning the war. They just released a video of their Air Force shooting down a U.S. fighter. Okay. This, frankly, I don't know if this is real or fake. Exclusive, a look at some of the nose art chosen by the crews to decorate the aircraft used in Operation Epic Fury. Is this real? This is Big Chungus? Do we really have Big Chungus? We have Dat Boy. Here comes Dat Boy. And last but not least, of course, the most important, we have Pickle Rick. And ladies and gentlemen, obligatorily, we have Pickle Rick. Is this real that the IRGC is getting blown down to hell by Pickle Rick, Dat Boy, and the Big Chungus? This might be AI. I don't know. This might be AI. Honestly, I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea. I hope it is real. I hope it is real. Pickle Rick. The funniest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Pickle Rick. It's probably not real, but I wish it was. We have a report coming on out here. This is hot off the press. Take a look at this one. The son of the slain Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah Supreme Leader, was injured during one of the attacks. He is being touted as a potential new Supreme Leader. Yeah, what I've read is that Israel actually tried to bomb this guy, take him out yesterday, and he survived the attack. That's what I've read. Israel tried to blow him up yesterday afternoon, and he lived, but he's wounded. Mojtaba Khamenei the son of the slain Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was injured during one of the attacks, according to Al Hadath and Times of Israel. The 56-year-old Mojtaba Khamenei is considered the most likely candidate for the position of Supreme Leader of Iran. According to some reports, his candidacy is currently being promoted by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So as far as I understand it, he used to actually work in the IRGC. He was a former IRGC member. So they like him. It also seems that Mojtaba is like a hardline radical. He is a pro-regime, pro-IRGC, death to America, death to Israel style radical. He's as radical as they come. That is what I have read. And so the IRGC, they love this guy. They want him to be the new supreme leader because he is a radical. It is believed that Mojtaba is more radical than... Oh, there's the next sentence. Okay, well, there you have it. It is believed that Mojtaba is more radical than his father. He was actively involved in suppressing the 2009 protests and has always been closely linked to Basij, the IRGC militia, which plays a key role in suppressing popular uprisings. So there you go. All I had to do was continue reading on. Anyway, no, it's true. Seems to be true. Yeah, I wonder what his injuries are. I wonder how injured he really is. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last 2 hours, the United States has been dropping bombs. The United States and Israel. This is bad news. Let me see here. I think this guy is not a fan of the United States. He says, this is bad news. Tehran Oil Refining Company's Tehran refinery was seen in videos showing massive smoke plumes. I think this guy is unhappy. He's probably pro-Iranian regime. Anyway, we've got the videos nonetheless. The United States and Israel have been bombing the living hell out of these oil refining, oil storage, everything oil in the country of Iran. We've been bombing it. We'll put these on the big screen here. We are blowing up really all of their infrastructure. All of it. This is just south of Tehran. Oh, I didn't know. Are they doing the dignified transfer? Can I pull that up? Thank you for telling me. I didn't know that. Let me see if I can pull that up here, folks. One moment here. Is this it? You know, I might try to pull this up on the Associated Press. We might have a better broadcast here, but yeah, this is happening right now. This is live. It's on the White House page. Well, they're not live on the White House doing this. That is on the confrontation line. Don't worry about that. I need to put this up on the full screen here. I realized that wasn't full screen. There are 6 of them. 6 of them, I believe. Rest in peace. There they are. Nobody likes to see that. That's right. It was during the Joe Biden presidency. It was during the Joe Biden presidency that he was checking his watch. That might be it there, because we have more things are continuing to break second by second here, ladies and gentlemen. Rest in peace to the fallen soldiers. Absolutely rest in peace. Now, there was something else I wanted to show you folks there. The bombing in Tehran and really all across the entire country just continues on. We have more and more and more footage coming on out. This is an oil refinery on the south side of Tehran. There are more than 6? Yeah, we've got no confirmation of that. Look at this. Oh my good gosh. This is a massive oil refinery on the south side of the city. It was taken out recently, a couple hours ago, overnight. Burning the midnight oil, yeah, literally. Yeah. That's right. Now, once again here, I'm going to show you where this is on the map. A former oil refinery. So on the map here, this is in the city of Tehran. Right about... Ah, yeah, right here. So, where's the airport that we were bombing yesterday? Man, this city is just huge. Good God, this city is huge. There's the airport that U.S. and Israel were bombing yesterday evening. Down here is this big oil refinery. So all of these explosions you see here, and it's also oil storage facility, this is just getting decimated. This is getting massacred. And we have more footage of that. That's what that is. How would those fires be put out or stopped? Hey, that's for them to figure out. I mean, it just like, it looks like the apocalypse, right? It just looks like hell on earth. Now we've got more updates here. It does seem as if Russia is giving intelligence to the Iranians, but Trump's response is like, well, it kind of doesn't matter because the Iranians can't even properly make use of it. What good is intelligence if you can't even make use of it? And the Iranians right now, they're just so discombobulated. They've lost their navy, they've lost their air force, They can't even do anything. Now, while we have sort of a reprieve from the attacks, I want to share a report with you folks. The Israeli Air Force struck 2 of Iran's most central ballistic missile production sites, says the IDF. IDF spokesman Brigadier General Defrin says Israel has moved to the next phase of the operation, expanding attacks on the regime's main weapons production infrastructure. Strikes hit the Parchin military complex south of Tehran, we were looking at that, targeting factories producing explosives for missile warheads, raw materials for missile engines, a facility mixing and casting missile engines, and a center for research and production of advanced cruise missiles. In another strike near Sharud, about 200 kilometers from Israel, the IDF says it hit an IRGC ballistic missile production site where most missiles fired at Israel were manufactured. The IDF says hundreds of Israeli fighter jets participated. Military officials assess the strikes severely damaged Iran's missile production capability, setting the program back years and harming Iran's ability to rearm its proxies with drones, anti-tank missiles, and naval weapons. Here are some pictures of where those strikes took place, just all over the place. Allegedly, these are photos of inside of their bunker complexes. Allegedly. I'm taking a look at Beirut. Somebody said that Beirut got hit. But, I'm not so positive about that. We'll take a look at it. I'll pull it up here. We'll pull it up. Susanna QZ Cakes. Susanna QZ Cakes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Thank you for being a part of the show. You know, I'll tell you something, talking about Beirut, it is always around this time of night that we see the IDF start bombing Beirut. I would not be surprised if we start bombing Beirut here, because that's what, well, if Israel doesn't start bombing Beirut, because that's what's happened the last 2 days. Always around this time. Always around this time. It's that time of the day. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Your feed is going really wonky. I'm glitching. You know, hey, that is what it is. I'm sorry to hear that. I think it'll probably be fine, though. I think it'll probably work itself out. Defiance 23 says, "Thank you for your service, soldiers. You are the best of us. May you leave from open hearts and receive by open arms. God bless the USA and all of those who defend her." That's right. That's right. It's a real shame that those lives were lost. It really is. You've been seeing these far left. I mean, I don't even know if it's far left. I think it's like third worlders. I think there is a phenomenon at play right now during this conflict that is actually bigger than left wing, right wing here in the United States. There's a whole nother component, and that is third worlders, people that are living in Pakistan and Somalia and India and wherever else. Anyway, there's all of this third world commentary, chitter chatter, third worlders chiming in on what's going on. And it's really coming from the third world that I've seen is a lot of this fake news, just total fake bullshit headlines, these stories that are just totally verifiably false, and artificial intelligence generated videos, etc. Somebody came in here and said, I read a report that 200 Americans have died already so far. Perfect example of just like third world fake news bullshit. It really, the phenomenon is this: third worlders that hate America and want Iran to win, and they want dead Americans. They are so eager, the third world is so eager to see dead Americans. There is perhaps nothing they love more. I've got some photos here. You guys will think this is cool. Take a look at this. This is the USS Nimitz, CVN-68 Nimitz class aircraft carrier leaving Bremerton, Washington. That looks like Washington. Heading to Virginia. And decommissioning. So it's actually this one here is getting ready to decommission. Is that right? Is that right? And right now it is currently in Washington. Look at that. It looks like Washington. Beautiful, beautiful state. Beautiful state. Oh, there's the Space Needle up in Seattle. It's up by Seattle. Yeah, that's right. There it is. Happy birthday, Matt. Hey, thank you. I turned 67 today. It's getting decommissioned. Yep, today's my 83rd birthday. I can't believe it. I can barely believe it myself. I'm turning 109 today. It's my 109th birthday. That's right, thank you. We have a statement here, another one from this Iranian leader, Larijani is his name. Larijani here says, Trump martyred our leader, we will not let him go. Okay, speak English. Anyway, he says, Trump martyred our leader, we will not let him go. So they are big mad. What that means is they are big mad. Oh my gosh, you guys want to see a video that we have not seen yet? This one just hit the airwaves. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen. This is on the road towards that oil field. Welcome to hell. Wow. So presumably this is that oil refinement facility with also a huge amount of oil storage facility also. This is your average Californian on their way back to their home in the Pacific Palisades. The air pollution. Oh, yeah, it'd be bad. You do not want to breathe this in. You do not want to breathe this. That's just hell on earth. Wow. One more time. I'm not driving down there. Screw that. I'm not driving that way. From a distance, this is what that looks like. Wow.
نابود کرد. نابود کرد. این داره خودش میزنه. دیگه یکی.
This is nuts. This is nuts. This is crazy. Hold up here. We've got footage out of Beirut. We might need to start watching Beirut here, folks. I think Beirut might be picking up. Yeah. Okay, folks, the Israeli airstrikes have officially begun in Beirut. So what we're going to do now is probably shift some of our focus here. Over to Beirut. You can bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. One moment. Okay. We're going to focus here on Beirut, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we'll keep on pulling up footage from other places. But the Israeli airstrikes seem to be beginning. Andy Finsterveld, he says that oil is going to be burning for a while. It is a massive fire, obviously, but from a firefighter standpoint, it's massive. Yeah, I think we're going to need a little bit more than a garden hose to put that one out. They've got to turn off the oil inflow. They got to cut the oil off. That's the first step. Presumably, they will be able to do that. I wonder how far out you're able to feel that heat. You know, if you're 20 blocks away across the city, can you still feel that heat? I would imagine yes. I think that heat is just crazy. That is to say, it is hot. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Andy. Saturn says the CVN-80 will be the next ship to be decommissioned at the USS Enterprise. You know what we need? You know what's way cooler than the USS Enterprise? Is the Battlestar Galactica. We need Battlestars at this point. It's about time that we have Battlestars. Matt, can I link this video? This is a live feed coming out of Beirut. There it is. We need Stargates. Hey, listen, we have Stargates. Hey, brother. We already have Stargates. We just not allowed to talk about it. Forget I said anything. Forget I said anything. We have a report. This is the Iranian National Security Chief, Larijani. We've been hearing a lot from Larijani tonight. He says this just now, quote, "It has been reported to me that several American soldiers have been taken prisoner, but the Americans claim that they have been killed in action. Despite their futile efforts, the truth is not something they can hide for too long. I think this guy is full of shit. Pardon my language. Pardon my language. I think he's full of shit. Larijani, the Iranian security chief, national security chief, is saying that some Americans that are claimed to be dead or killed in action are actually still alive and they're being held in captivity by the Iranians. I don't know about that. I kind of don't believe that. That sounds like Iranian propaganda. Oh. What a day now, folks. What a day. I think I rolled out of bed at 3 in the morning. I don't even know why. It just happened that way. Rolled out of bed at 3 in the morning. That's just the way that it goes. You know, I'm going to put a message up here at the top left just so everybody knows what's going on here. One moment here. Well, wait just a minute. What is the, I'm sorry, folks. One moment here. I'm having some weird technical difficulties. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. Yeah, whatever. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. We have a super chat here from known as Lucas, or known as Ilku. He says, crap, I just turned 37. Well, I'm going to support anyway. I love your channel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You've been here all day. Thank you very much, sir. All the way from Bulgaria, I believe, if I remember correctly. He's a Bulgar. Ladybug dances. Thank you, Ladybug. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's a person down here on the roof, right down there. They're not there anymore, but they were. Thank you. Oh, now they're back out there. This guy looks like a member of the media. He's wearing like a reflective media hat and patch on his head. You can kind of tell. Cabin Girl says, Matt, as a young man gaming and meeting your wife-to-be, did you have any idea that future newscasting, live newscast, was going to be your niche? There is, let me put it this way. Beyond, I'm 32 now. There is not one thing that has happened in the last 10 years of my life that could ever have been predicted or expected by me or anyone else. So no. There's been a lot of twists and turns. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Space Force needs Paris-class heavy frigates. This is from Scroats Magoats. Oh, these are from Halo. I was like, where have I heard that before? This is a Halo spaceship. That's right. That's right. I remember that. I have a photo coming out here from CENTCOM, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put this up here on the big screen momentarily. This is a U.S. Air Force B-1B Lancer heavy bomber on the ground in Britain tonight following a strike mission in Iran. So this thing flew from the UK down to Iran, dropped a bunch of bombs, and then went back up to the UK. I suppose all of our allied air bases in the region are just totally full of aircraft that some of them have to fly back up to the UK just to touch down. That's crazy. We might have more aircraft in the CENTCOM area than ever before. We've got too many of them. We might have an airstrike here, folks. I think I hear a plane coming in, so watch. We might see something here. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. Smed, thank you for the super chat. Over on YouTube, he says, if you're streaming, you're on one of my monitors since this started. Thanks for being so good at what you do. It is my objective to be the best background noise that I can possibly be. So hopefully I'm doing okay. Hey, thank you very much. And we're also trying to break all this down too. It's minute by minute. Right now, we're kind of having a little bit of a lull. A little bit of a reprieve in the news. Things are kind of slow at the moment. And you know what? That's kind of nice sometimes, actually. That can be nice sometimes. Vin Bearden. This is over here on Rumble, a big-time Rumble rant. Thank you very much. He says, only been watching a few months, but I think you're the truest, most based political streamer. Keep up the patriotic work. God bless. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. You know, whenever I'm putting on my shows or making my videos, I always kind of think to myself, what would I want to watch? If I was the viewer, if I were you, what would I like to watch? So in a way, I'm kind of making the show for myself in kind of a funny way. So what does that mean? That means, hey, that all of us have similar taste. We've all got similar taste. Which means you guys have good taste. And I'm not saying you taste good, but you have good taste. There is a difference between those two things. Frankly, I don't want to know how you taste. Riker Guy. Hey, thank you very much, Riker Guy. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you. Live stream of Tehran. Well, we had heard that there were going to be Israeli airstrikes in Beirut We don't really have many live cams coming out of Iran. We have this Isfahan missile launch site, but frankly, we haven't really seen that much there. There's nothing really going on. It's also really, it's not really that great of a camera, of a shot. So we are still... We're keeping tabs on everything here. We're all over the place. The Strait of Hormuz is still completely shut down, although I think... Here's my prediction. I think by Monday, we're going to see these boats going through. Here's a shot right there. I think by Monday morning, we're going to see these boats going through. That is my guess. So within the next 2 days, I think we'll be reopened. It's a big bottleneck. Big time bottleneck. Cuddle Monster Marie says, can you check if I can come out from under the bed yet? British nuclear red alert. I didn't hear anything about any type of British nuclear red alert. I think you're probably good. I think you're probably good. On flight radar right now, there's nothing really abnormal. It seems like Emirati airspace is open. Everybody's flying over Oman. You can fly over the Emirates. I'll tell you what, though, northeastern Saudi Arabian airspace does seem to be heavily avoided. We saw them flying there earlier today. They have shut down this sector of their airspace because of continued drone attacks targeted at Riyadh. So notably, they have shut down this area. Airplanes are avoiding that. And then there's nothing really particularly crazy going on over here. I guess you have Stratotankers making their runs. Let me track military. This is passenger. Let's take a look at military. You have that little British drone protecting Cyprus. This is a Russian. This is a Russian plane flying from Beirut to somewhere, and then this is look at this guy. What are you doing, sir? This is a British Airbus. Presumably refueling midair. This Russian plane flying out of Beirut, What are these Russians doing? What are the Russians doing? If I had to guess, he's probably looking to go back north, but he's taking a long route away from Syria, because Syria is a little bit crazy. I bet he's going to take a hard right north. That'd be my guess. Helping Iran, who knows? Who knows?
The golden age.
Oops, apologies. We had a video autoplay there. The golden age. You know what I will do here? Why don't we actually just kind of keep tabs on this Russian plane? Let's keep tabs on that guy there. That is Beirut. Now, what in the hell is going on here? Need to fix something. Middle East real-time cameras. Ah, yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. Perfect. I think this is a good, good format here. For now. For now. Did I see all the gold that Trump got last week in Venezuela? Yes. This Venezuelan ordeal has proven to be very lucrative for the U.S. and very detrimental for China. And I think we're going to end up seeing the same dynamic down here in Iran. A similar dynamic. If Trump really is able to ultimately crush the Iranian regime, it's a very big deal. It's an if, though. You have to start that sentence off with an if. It's a big if. If he is able to crush the Iranian regime, he will have done something that nobody thought was even possible. I want to show you folks something here. You're not going to believe this. I've got some intel coming through the pipeline. I think you guys are going to find this interesting. Stand by. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This here is Karg Island. This island terminal historically handles around 2 million barrels of oil per day. 90% of all Iranian crude oil exports go through this one facility. If Trump seizes Karg Island, the IRGC and Iranian regime can no longer meet payroll. This is a single point of failure on Karg Island. Let's find it. Let's do some research here, folks. Zoom it out. Zoom it on out. Google Maps. There we go. I believe it's right here. That's it. That's it. This is it right here. Karg Island is what they call this place. They have a little bit of an airstrip. Turn this down a little bit. Where is our audio coming from? Hold that thought. How much audio do we need? Anyway, apologies. Okay, so we have an airstrip here. You have a bunch of oil storage facilities. And then you have... What's that? I'll show you. This is a massive oil distribution center. Take a look at this. The piping. We're looking at the piping. It goes out into the water. Where are we going? So allegedly 90% of Iranian oil goes out through this island onto tankers that look just like this. Do I have a cam on Haifa? I've got North Israel. Yes. Are we live? Allegedly, something in Haifa has been attacked. Hold that thought there, folks. Sarah, where are you seeing that was attacked? I'll pull it up. Sorry, folks. Hold that thought because allegedly there was some type of attack in Haifa, which is underneath me. I'd be looking at camera 11. That's what I would look at there. I'll look into this here. Jason Lanning says, Matt is the hardest working man in media. Thank you. You know, I gotta say, I really appreciate all the compliments. You know, most people, they have a regular job. You go to work for 8, 9, 10 hours a day, Monday to Friday. That's like a regular job. You do an 8-hour shift. All I have to do is sit here and talk to you guys for 8 hours. All I have to do is sit in a chair and look at a computer and talk to you guys for 8 hours. You know, this is nothing. Do we have any blue collar laborers here? I used to work blue collar jobs. I worked on farms. It was a farmhand. Listen, man, do we have any roofers? Any guys busting their ass? 10 hours a day, blue collar labor? Listen, hey. I've been there. You guys have done it. You know how it is. I'd much rather sit in front of a computer. So, hey, I really appreciate the support. I really do. But we got to throw back on the blue collar boys out there. Well, hold up. Something is happening in Beirut. This camera in Beirut is moving out there. This Beirut camera is moving around. Well, I was muted. I apologize. I was saying just the other month I paid a bunch of HVAC guys $8,000 to put in a new furnace. I got the newest, best furnace in the world, I guess. $8,000. I couldn't freaking believe it. Those guys have to be making money. $8,000 for a furnace. They said, but you get a tax credit. Oh, okay, all right then. Okay, nothing is happening in Beirut. Okay, listen, what did Sarah say here about Haifa? Sarah, what happened in Haifa, Sarah? I don't think she said anything. I don't think she said a damn thing. Okay, folks, maybe nothing happened in Haifa. I don't believe her. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, can we keep on looking into this because I thought this was so fascinating. Once again, folks, this is Kharg Island. This island terminal historically handles around 2 million barrels per day of oil. 90% of all Iranian crude exports go through this one facility. If Trump were to seize this island, the IRGC and the Iranian regime would no longer be able to meet payroll. Single point of failure. This might be the single most important place in the entire country of Iran. So we're looking at it right here on Google Maps. And you can tell this is oil. Hold up. Wait, is this? What is this? This is Oil Island. Well, I'll be damned. They're pumping oil out over. This is not even attached to the mainland. Would you look at that? This is right off the coast of Kharg Island. Oh my gosh, I think we have a Venezuelan drug runner. No, I'm kidding, but anyway. So this is where they're making their money. This is where they're making the money. They're bringing it in. That ship seems to have run into some problems. It'll dock right there. Now, you know what is so curious is all of this blue water, or we can't actually, you can't actually see it. We've got imagery over here, but this is all fake. You can't actually see that. And you've got little boats all over the place. You got a boat right there, all over the place out here. So anyway, this is Oil Island. This is how the Iranians are making their oil. So I'm sure that Trump is maybe considering trying to take this island, shut it down. This is our island. Maybe Trump is considering an option like that. Zoom out a little bit. I'm sure he is considering the options. There's the old airstrip. Yeah. Can we drop down? Can we take a look here? What's it looking like down there? So, this is the airstrip. Down there, that big long patch. You know, it doesn't look half bad down here. It looks like an island. We're going to call it Trump Island. That's right. That's the new name. Can we go anywhere else over here? We don't have a lot of angles down here, folks. What about right in the middle of the town? What about in town? So this is right at the heart of downtown, the Bank Melli, Iran. Yeah. Well, I don't think that I would want to live here, if I'm honest with you. But anyway, the reason why we're looking at this is because allegedly 90% of all oil coming out of this country goes through Kharg Island. Now, let me ask you folks a question. Hold up, pause. Before I do, what's going on over here? This is a directly adjacent island. I was going to ask, how are they getting oil to and from this island? Well, it looks like they have just a... Well, we have discovered the secret. Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is blow up this underwater pipe. And it looks like there's some other pipes over here. It looks like they've got all types of pipes. I think all of these are pipes underwater. Underwater. And this one goes right up to the island. Across the island. And back down into the water. Well, I'll be damned. Look at that right there. A pipeline. And presumably, this one goes up to the mainland. What do you want to bet we see a pipe come up here onto the mainland? What do you want? Well, what the hell is this? What are you doing? The thing is, you don't... Is that a pipe? That just might be a fence. I think that's just a fence. Anyway, this pipe most certainly pops up somewhere over here. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Ah. No, I don't know where the pipe pops up over here, but most certainly it does pop up somewhere over here, and you'll see it. You'll see it somewhere. And so I guess all you'd have to do is either take the island or blow up a couple pipes. And then they're pipeless. And then you cut off their juice. And you know what I say? If you're out of juice, you're out of use. If you are juiceless, you are useless. You think the pipe comes in further down to the south? Yeah, maybe. I just don't know. Are we cutting out here? Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Can you folks hear me? Hello? I'm dropping frames. Well, that's not good. You don't want to drop frames. You can hear me. Okay, good. Well, I'm sure that Trump is considering snatching up this island. I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'm gonna look into this real quick here, folks. Stand by. I just want to find out. Where on the Iranian mainland do Karg Island's oil pipes make contact? You can hear me well. I can't hear you. I've never been able to. I can read you. I can read you like a book. The oil pipes, the submarine pipelines from Karg Island, make contact with the Iranian mainland at Ganeva, also spelled Ganeva, a coastal town. Okay, folks, I have discovered where the pipeline makes contact with the mainland. There is an oil terminal at Ganeva, which is right here. So somewhere along this coast. I'm just going to take a quick look, just because I am curious. I'm sorry, I'm being maybe too curious, but I am curious. I guess it doesn't really matter a whole lot. We don't really need to know this, but... Uh-oh. Huh. Well, yeah, that might have something to do. How do you think that happened? I just don't really see any pipelines coming out of the water, though. There's like an oil leak. What is this place called? The Beach Pavilion. I don't really know. Folks, is YouTube having some type of weird bug or error? Are we having a YouTube error? It's that Russian plane. Folks, I think this Russian plane is doing something annoying / aggressive. This is a Russian military plane that flew out of Beirut and is now skirting the airspace of Cyprus. You notice this? I think this Russian plane is doing something a little bit hostile. You see this? Something weird is up with that guy. It's a Russian plane. Country of origin, Russia. All clear, okay. Man, what a day. What a day. The combined U.S.-Israeli Air Force struck 2 Artesh air bases in Esfahan province on March 7th to suppress and destroy Iranian air defenses over the province and extend air dominance into central Iran. The combined force has established air superiority over Tehran and has likely done so over parts of western Iran as well. I think they mean eastern Iran. Eastern Iran. 15,000 people track. Yeah, there's a lot of people. And look, it's... I wonder if this guy's going to fly loops around the island. How crazy would that be? Is he going to do laps? Is he running laps? You know, folks, just a reminder, it's been 55 minutes since we've had any alerts, red alerts in Israel. 55 minutes now. Matt, how are you staying awake? I've only been here for less than 9 hours. It's 8 hours and 42 minutes. Believe it or not, I don't know about you, but most days I actually stay awake longer than 8 hours or 9 hours. I kind of do that every day. So it's not that bad. It's not that hard to stay awake for 9 hours. I do it every day. Although, you know, if somebody were to offer me a nap, I might take it. You never say no to a nap. I do think something maybe kind of weird has been going on YouTube. I can kind of tell maybe there's some weird tech difficulty on YouTube. Who knows, though? Smoke on the right side of Cam 7. Oh. Cam 7 for days now has been looping. Out of all those cameras up there, Cam 7 is the one that is not live. I try to say that a couple times every day. Cam 7 is fake. I don't know why they include it. I don't know. All of the other ones are real, but Cam 7 is not. They keep on having issues with that one. At least I believe it to be fake. Seems to be fake. All the others are good, though. I was skipping like a record. Oh, is that right? Why show it then? Because I did not curate this. They did. This is another curated video feed. I am not the curator of that one. I'll tell you though, I'll tell you right now, everything is kind of quiet at the moment, if I'm honest. Seems like nobody's doing anything. Now, I do have one little update. I'll show you something here. This is Farmania in Iran about an hour ago. Used to be US and Israeli airstrikes. Farmania in Iran. So I'm going to quickly pull up where that is. Armenia, Iran. So it's sort of like the Tehran suburbs, just to the northeast of Tehran. Just to the northeast. Out here in the suburbs. What's it look like down here on the ground? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you, it does seem as if there is some type of bug on YouTube. I can tell on my end. It's not impacting me, but I can tell that it's impacting you. And I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't the case, but it does seem to be the case nonetheless. So here's Farmania. This is what that town looks like down there on the ground. There we go. Put our cameras back up here. And I wish it wasn't the case, but I think it is. So this is something back at home real quick. You guys are aware of Jake Lang. He's always going to protests and riots, and he's very anti-Islam. He just posted a video real quick. He said, I just survived an assassination attempt by these two Muslim men. They threw a homemade bomb that landed 3 feet in front of me, but the detonator failed to ignite. What happened here? They threw a bomb? Yeah, they lit it. Looks like the police apprehended them. So these two guys, they lit. He's got something in his hand. Well, I really wish that tree wasn't in the way. You can tell they light something. I don't know. It's kind of hard to make out what happened here, honestly. It's a little bit difficult. I believe it, though. It wouldn't exactly surprise me. Okay, I've got an update here for you guys. An elimination has just been carried out in Tehran. An elimination, what does that mean? So, it almost looks like a hole was blown out of the side of this building. That's what it looks like. Looks like a chunk of that building is missing. And then you've got the ambulance down here and people gathering around. I wonder if Mossad or the CIA, probably Mossad, carried out some assassination. They had a bomb in somebody's hotel room or in their living room or something like that. Would not surprise me at all. We've seen quite a lot of action like that over the years. Would not surprise me at all. Allegedly, this is the bomb that was created by these two guys in New York and tried to kill Jake Lang. Allegedly, that's the bomb there. I don't know. Allegedly. Right now, it is all quiet on the Middle Eastern front. All quiet on the Middle Eastern front. And I will say, hey, if you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to follow. I'll show you again, for the last couple hours, I think it's still probably ongoing, U.S. and Israel have been carrying out bombing runs on various pieces of oil-related infrastructure all across Iran. U.S. and Israel recently carried out an airstrike at an oil refinery and oil storage facility on the south side of Tehran, Iran. And this is the aftermath. It just looks like hell on earth. We blew up one of the largest oil storage and oil refinement facilities in the entire country. Just about 2 hours ago. Look at that. Just crazy. Crazy. And so that is what has been going on across Iran. Targeted strikes on oil infrastructure. You know, we were sort of having this conversation earlier, but it seems as if when the U.S. and Israel were planning this operation, that they had almost a hierarchy of targets that they could strike if things escalated to it. So, foundational strikes that we saw on day one, it was IRGC leadership, locations, headquarters, it was anti-air surface-to-air missiles, it was ballistic missile launchers, it was drone facilities, it was political leadership like the Ayatollah. Those are all your day one targets. And then you keep on battering those type of targets over the next couple days. Okay, well, the country has not capitulated yet. Okay, now we're moving up to our second level targets. And that's today. Today, the United States and Israel very clearly have opened up. They've moved on. They've brought into the scope into a new category of targets. Now we are hitting airports, railway stations, and energy oil infrastructure. And we didn't see any of that prior to today, prior to the last 24 hours. None of that stuff was getting hit. Only in the last 24 hours now are we hitting that stuff. This is like phase 2, we've broadened out, and now we're hitting another category of assets. What is phase 3 going to be? Phase 3, you know what? Why don't we... I'm curious. Let me just try to think through this here. Okay. In the ongoing US-Israeli attack on Iran, it seems as if there is a different groups of strike targets. What does the Fox say? What does the Fox News say? What does the Fox News say? Political leadership, naval assets was part of phase 1. Category 2 seems to be oil equipment, infrastructure, railways, and airports. Matt is spreading BS. What did I do? Hold up, wait a minute. What BS am I spreading? I'm not spreading BS. I'm trying to figure out what future strike targets might be. You know. Well, initial strikes focused on high-threat military and leadership assets, Category 1, aiming to degrade Iran's immediate retaliatory capabilities and command structure. Subsequent waves have expanded to economic and logistical choke points, Category 2, such as oil refineries, transportation hubs, airfields, in order to impose broader pressure and limit Iran's ability to sustain operations or export resources. Future Category 3 could be nuclear and advanced weapons infrastructure. Early strikes have already hit some nuclear-adjacent sites, but deeper facilities remain a core objective to prevent breakout capability. Escalation could involve bunker-buster munitions for hardened targets. Category 4 could involve power plants, electrical substations, hydroelectric dams, and natural gas facilities. Category 5 could involve satellite ground stations, cyber command centers, telecommunications hubs, and remaining regime bunkers. Category 6 could involve ports, financial districts, banks, stock exchanges, manufacturing plants for non-military goods, and key bridges and highways. So, I guess when you think about it, really, there's still a lot left to be bombed. We haven't started bombing bridges, or highways, or freeways, or hydroelectric dams. I don't even know to what degree Iran has hydroelectric dams. I don't think they're that hydroelectric dependent. They have one. Oh. They have a couple. They have a couple. They have a big dam called the Karun 3 Dam. Yeah, hopefully we don't need to. Like, you really don't want to have to destroy infrastructure that civilians rely on. I'm looking at Beirut. Ideally, you can just kind of take out the military and all of their assets without destroying civilian infrastructure. So this is the Karun 3 hydroelectric dam. And where exactly in the country are we? We are... Oh, we're actually down in the southwest. Down in the southwest. This thing is kind of off, just in the middle of nowhere. They built this thing in the damn middle of nowhere. In the damn middle of nowhere. And so if this dam, you can tell which way the water flows. It's going north. Here's the dam. What am I hearing over here? So anyway, if this dam were to be destroyed, the water's going north, would it have any, like, would it flood any towns or cities or kill a bunch of innocent people? Maybe not. Maybe not really. If there was a big, massive tidal wave in the river, yeah, not really. Nobody is really living downstream of this thing. Because you always think of the Three Gorges Dam. They say this is in China. In China, here's the Three Gorges Dam. They always say that if the U.S. were to blow up this dam in a hypothetical conflict with China, that you would have potentially hundreds of thousands of Chinese people that would be displaced and potentially even die, that you have so many people living downstream of this dam. This is a massive strategic weak point in some type of hypothetical doomsday conflict with China. If this dam were to fail or get blown up, it would be very bad. It would be very bad for the Chinese. But maybe Iran has no such dam like that. Three Gorges Dam. Pot stickers everywhere, man. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of pot stickers. Millions, yeah, probably millions. Probably millions. I'm gonna do a quick scan here, looking for updates. Oh my gosh. Okay, we have a statement just now, 1 minute ago, from the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense that says it has just shot down 8 Iranian drones that have entered its airspace. 8. And so, what do you want to bet that there is an Iranian white radar? What do you want to bet that the eastern half of Saudi Arabia... Man, why is this website so laggy? What do you want to bet that we don't have any commercial civilian planes flying in the eastern half of Saudi Arabia? And what do you know? Look at that. All of the commercial passenger planes are avoiding everything really to the east of Riyadh, because it is in this area that Saudi Arabia just keeps on having Iranian drones enter in and try to blow everybody up. The Iranians just keep on sending suicide drones. Is there a red alert? No red alert. No red alert. I thought Iran said they wouldn't hit the neighboring friends. Yeah. About that. Yeah, well, what happened to that? Remember that time that Iran said that they also wouldn't enrich uranium up to weapons grade levels? And then they did that anyway? A lot. And then they did that a lot. They did it enough to make 11 nuclear weapons. It's almost like we can't trust the Iranians. Well, the Iranian regime, that is. I, for one, can't believe it. I can't believe it. It does seem like the IRGC is in shambles. All right, we have a statement from the Iranian regime. Iranian officials say the government can withstand the attacks and believe that the U.S. and Israel will eventually lose the appetite for war. Their strategy, called Operation Madman, aims to raise the costs of the conflict until Washington and Tel Aviv back down. So their and by the way, this strategy might end up, it might be effective. It might be a good strategy, is to bunker down and force the U.S. and Israel to waste money, just keep on wasting money, not wasting, but spending money, and hope that they can just wait out the U.S. and Israeli desire to see this thing through to the end. Maybe that's their best strategy. I don't know. What better strategy could they concoct? What other options do they have other than surrendering? Other than surrendering and meeting President Trump's demands, which really is just probably the best strategy. Outside of that, what else could they do? They're not going to mount some effective counteroffensive. That's not going to happen. 15 Tonya. I'm sorry, 15 Tony B. Tony Bia. Hey, thank you very much. Sorry, hey, I'm illiterate. I don't know how to read. That's my fault. I don't know how to read. I apologize. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to flip back on our... Take a look at this. Okay, where is our little Russian plane going? Ah, curious. So, folks, here is our Russian plane. Sir, where are you going? That'll probably do. Very curious. What is this Russian plane doing? Pup Groomer 20 has just gifted 5 community memberships. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's a cute little puppy. I think I said that last time. That's a cute little puppy. Thank you very much. Matt is a Leering Center graduate. Well, I dropped out. Yeah, about that. Yeah, I went to the Leering Center and I actually dropped out. I wasn't smart enough to leer. Okay, we have an update here. CENTCOM Admiral Brad Cooper, CENTCOM Admiral Brad Cooper, head of CENTCOM, has said that Iran's missile launches have dropped by about 90% since the first day of fighting, and their drone launches are down by 83%. But Iran still retains a significant arsenal. U.S. officials told Congress in classified briefings that Iran may still have around 50% of its missile program intact, along with even more of its drones. When we say missile program, presumably we're talking about missile stockpiles. You know, here's the thing. It's one thing to have ballistic missiles, but you need to have ballistic missile launchers. If you don't have the launchers, you can't launch the missiles. And I think it's kind of fair to assume that by nature of them launching at 90% fewer missiles, I think they're running out of launchers. Seems to be the case. Seems to be the case. Now, oh my good gosh. Ugh. You think it's going back to Sochi? We'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell. We'll see where it goes. The app we are using to track this plane is called Flight Radar. Flight Radar 24. Is the Holy Sabbath done in Israel? Yeah, I think. Because it's like midnight or something. Yeah, it's 1 in the morning on Sunday now, yeah. Yeah. Spartans Article says, China and Russia are making a mistake not taking the side of Iran. Depends on what they want, maybe. Depends on what they want. It cannot be denied that Trump and the United States are just kind of strategically picking off all of these Russian and Chinese assets all around the world. We pushed China out of the Panama Canal. We took back the Panama Canal. We are shutting down Chinese fentanyl imports into Latin America. We're now hunting the cartels. We're building a coalition of Latin American governments to hunt the cartels. Literally, that was the big announcement from earlier today. We replaced Maduro, who is friendly to the Chinese, with his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, who is now doing, frankly, exactly what we tell her to do. She's a U.S. lackey, and I'm not complaining about it. China sure is. So we snatched up Venezuela. We're in the process of snatching up Iran and kicking China out of Iran. In a lot of ways, Iran is kind of a proxy of China. In a lot of ways. We reaffirmed our posture in Greenland, which obviously was not expedient for China or Russia. Trump is just, you know, imagine China is a big piece of wood. Trump is just sitting here whittling. Cuts off a little tiny piece, cuts off a little tiny piece. Trump is sitting on the porch, whittling that piece of wood. And before you know it, Trump has cut off a whole lot. He's trimmed off a whole lot of that piece of wood. China is being sort of globally dismantled. Cuba is coming up next. Cuba's coming up next. Cuba is coming up next. Now I'm doing a quick scan for updates. I'm telling you, it is all quiet. The Middle East, dare I say, right now, at least temporarily, right this moment, the Middle East is at peace. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. But right now, at least, the Middle East is at peace. You know what? While we have a moment here, why don't we take a look at some of these other Iranian dams? Do you guys mind? We looked at that one dam in Iran to see what the dynamic is. They have another dam here. I need to zoom out and see exactly where we are in this country. So a lot of the dams are kind of in the same area. This is the second dam that's pretty much in the same area. The Iranians have dammed this thing. The Karun River. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't even see that. Here it is, right here. This is Iranian dam number 2. Hydroelectric dam. Look at that. There's all their electrical infrastructure. Uh-huh. And so the reason why we're looking these up is because are these potential bombing targets? Would the U.S. blow up these dams in order to cause chaos in the event of a Fatala Krieg? Well, who's downstream of this river? You blow up the dam, there's a massive tidal wave coming on down the river. Does anybody even live down here? Yeah, this isn't hurting nobody. Ain't nobody getting hurt down here. Like, nobody even lives down here. Very interesting geography, though. Crazy geography. Yeah, anyway, this is not inconveniencing anybody at all if that dam were to get blown up. So that's not even really like a good target, frankly. And there's a third biggest dam in the country. Oh, it's just right up the river. It's on the same river. They just kept on damming up the same river. You go up a little bit, and there's another one. They just kept on damming up the same river. Here's the overflow. Hold up. Do we have somebody spamming in the chat? Do I need to ban somebody here? I don't see anybody. Okay. They just kept on damming up the same river. Leave my dam alone. Here's your infrastructure. Yep, there it is. So no, not really. Not really. What a cozy little compound. How interesting is this? Who's living here? They've created their own little Eden. They've made their own little paradise here. How funny is that? How strange. Every man's dream. Can we drop down in here? I didn't think so. I doubt it. That's so funny. Anyway, what is spam? Spam is when you just post the same thing over and over and over and over and over again 100 times. Spam. The Secret Palace. That's right. That's right. Put our cams back on here. No, I think they just have dammed the same river 3 times, pretty much. Probably because they don't happen to have a lot of rivers. They haven't got a lot of rivers. I think everybody went to bed. I think everybody in the Middle East... Oh! Never mind. Never mind, ladies and gentlemen. We have a little bit of a border dispute, per se. On the confrontation line, this is a red alert. I think they're just taking shots at each other. I think they're just taking shots at each other. Sorry, hey, I jinxed it. No, this is not a big alert anyway. This is in northern Israel. Right about as far north, and it's over. Right about as far north as you can go. Here's your fun, crazy historical fact of the day. Following the conquest of Alexander the Great in what, 300 or 320 BC, something like that, the furthest Greek temple ever built was right over here. Zoom in. Actually, not too far out of Kabul. Back in the day, over 2,000 years ago, there was a sort of a Greek kingdom. They were called the Bactrians. It was the Greco-Bactrians. And they were building Greek temples all the way over here in what is now modern-day Afghanistan, following the conquest of Alexander the Great. The furthest east Greek temple ever built. Pretty close to Kabul. Kabul. Pretty far out. Like, really far out. Pretty far out of Greece. I'm going to put our cameras back up. You're Greek. Well, hey there. Hey there. Matt has a siren sound on his Stream Deck. You know, I don't even use a Stream Deck, if I'm honest with you. I just click everything. I literally just click everything. No, that's the official alert website. That's the Israeli alert website called Sofar. Called Sofar. Is what it is called. It was all pagan back then. Yeah, at that point, pretty much. You had your Greek pagans, you had your Levantine pagans, worshipping their Levantine gods like Baal and Astartes. You had your sort of Babylonian pantheon. They were doing their thing. The Persians were Zoroastrians. The Persian Empire back then, always fighting the Greeks, they were Zoroastrians. It was a pretty wild time back then. Pretty wild time. Then you had a little small group of Jews. A very tiny small group of Jews. Alexander the Great said even the dirt out there was hostile. Sure it was. You want to hear a very curious, almost funny story about Alexander the Great? Well, we have a moment here. Well, we happen to have a moment. Back in the ancient Greek days, they had this oracle, the Oracle of Delphi. All the Greeks respected the Oracle of Delphi. She could almost predict your future. And so here's Delphi in ancient Greece. Anytime there was a big battle or a war or anything happening, they'd go to the Oracle of Delphi to go see what's going to happen in the future. This is the temple that she was at in Delphi. Anyway, so the story goes that Alexander the Great, before he set out to attempt to conquer the world, here's that temple that the Oracle of Delphi was in. Before Alexander the Great set out to try to conquer the world, he visited the Oracle of Delphi. And it was always a priestess, a female, a woman, who would sit inside the temple and scry. She'd look in her tripod and predict the future, kind of. Anyway, Alexander, who was a young prince at that point, he was kind of hot-headed, maybe even a little bit egotistical. And the story goes that he went in to ask the Oracle of Delphi if he was going to end up conquering the entire world. And she refused to give him the prediction that he wanted. She didn't tell him what he wanted to hear. He was unhappy. And so the story goes that he grabbed her head by the hair and ripped her down off of her chair and ripped her out of the temple, dragging her by her hair as she was kicking and screaming out of the temple, dragging her by her hair, screaming, until she agreed to give him the prediction that he wanted. And he was dragging her down the steps of the temple until she said, "Okay, okay, okay. You will conquer the world. Okay, okay." And then he let her go. He kicked her aside. That's one way to do it, I suppose. Okay, you'll conquer the world. Alexander the Great. The Oracle found out. Yeah, she fafoed, I guess. One of the original fafos. How'd that work out? Well, he did pretty much conquer the known world. And then he took one step into India and then died. I think there's a lesson to be learned. I think there's a lesson. Hey, if Alexander the Great died upon the greatest man of all time, maybe up until that point at least, if he died the second he stepped foot, he got poisoned and died, he stepped foot, he said, "It's enough, I'm dying now." Maybe there's a lesson to be taken. Maybe I don't need to go to India. Maybe I'll stay away from India. No thanks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we had a report about an hour ago. This is from the Iranian National Security Chief. His name is Larijani. We've talked about him a lot today. Larijani, if you remember back an hour ago, he said, and I quote, once again, Iranian National Security Chief. He said, and I quote, "It has been reported to me that several American soldiers have been taken prisoner. But the Americans claim that they have been killed in action. Despite their futile efforts, the truth is not something that they can hide for too long." So the Iranian National Security Chief is saying that the Iranians currently have U.S. hostages and that the U.S. government is lying to the public, saying that they are, in fact, dead when really they're not. That's coming from Larijani. Well, we have an update here. We have an update to that story. The U.S. military has officially come out and said that no troops have been taken prisoner, and that this claim is patently false. The U.S. military has come out and said, bullshit. Bullshit, you are lying. IRGC propaganda. Debunked. We are debunking. You know, the IRGC, the Iranian regime, they love to tell a good story. They love to tell a good story, perhaps even more than I do. They can tell a big story. Oftentimes it's bullshit, though. What if that plane you're tracking is a medical transport? It totally could be. Totally could be. I couldn't tell you what it is. 1 second here. We're hearing some beeping. I'm not sure why, though. This specific Russian plane is known for being one of the world's most rugged and versatile heavy cargo aircraft, excelling in transporting outsized heavy or bulk loads to remote... Hold up here. Going on here? Well, what the hell's going on here? Do we have alerts? No. There's nothing going on, really. You think somebody's just backing up? Back it up, back it up. Could be. That's just, it's kind of an abnormal backup noise. Maybe it is. Maybe that is what it is. Anyway, so this Russian plane, it's known for rugged, it's a rugged, heavy, versatile, heavy cargo aircraft that can land on incredibly short runways in harsh conditions like Siberia, the Arctic, or disaster zones. It specializes in commercial heavy lift freight, humanitarian aid and disaster relief, military transport. It is called the Flying Tank. It's called the Cargo Beast. The Flying Tank is what it's called. And you know, you can Well, it kind of does look like a flying tank. That thing, look at this thing. That thing is thick. Man, that thing is thick. Look at that bad boy. Holy smokes. That thing is large and in charge. Holy hell. Good gravy. That's a big puppy, a big guppy. We just have sirens all over the place. Large and in charge. Bahrain has just issued a statement saying that emergency crews are responding to a fire after, guess what, an Iranian attack drone struck an unspecified facility near Salman Port in Manama. So as of within the last 10 minutes, another Iranian attack drone, suicide drone, has flown into Bahrain. Bahrain, of course, is right here. Into Bahrain. This is our city, Manama. It's been getting the living hell beat out of it. Uh-huh. Yes, it has. I'm going in. This is what it looks like on the streets here in Manama. That's right. I've got one of these old, like, H2 Hummers. That's what it looks like to me. Lovely. Lovely. They have a Dairy Queen. They have a Dairy Queen? Of all things. Of all American fast food, they have a Dairy Queen? Grill and chill, baby. Grill and chill. That's what it's all about. So anyway, there was yet another Iranian suicide attack drone that flew into this Bahrainian city. You know what's so crazy is that Bahrain is its own country, and it's actually smaller than this little island that Iran owns. Bahrain as a nation is smaller than Iran's biggest island, Qashm Island. I hate to be rude, but that's actually just true. Sorry about that, Bahrain. That is true. And they built a bridge over there. The Kingdom of Bahrain, the Great Bahrainian Kingdom. Yeah, you know what? In the Middle East, they probably have to call it Dairy King, huh? Dairy Queen? No, no, no. That is haram. The Dairy King! The Dairy Ayatollah. Perhaps. Yeah, there is a rumor going around from the Iranians that they have captured American soldiers. They've got American hostages. The U.S. military has come out and immediately rejected that. No, they said, no, that's bullshit. J-Bo, he says, found you on day 2. Hey, I am happy you've been tuning in. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the community. Thank you very much. J-Bo, do we have red alerts? No, we don't. We don't right now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. How long have we been? Oh my gosh, 9 hours and 38 minutes. I'll tell you something. 2 days ago, I ended my broadcast. I ended my show 2 days ago, and within 60 seconds of ending the broadcast, there was a massive ballistic missile attack. And you could actually see them. I was watching. I went offline and I leaned back in my chair, and then I immediately heard the sirens. Woo, woo, and I had the broadcast still open, and I sat here by myself watching all these ballistic missiles rain in. You guys might have noticed that 2 days ago. And I said, okay. Darn it. So what does that mean? Really, the takeaway here is the lesson that has been learned is that I need to never stop. Never stop. Never stop monitoring the situation. If you ever stop monitoring the situation, then you're going to miss it. You're going to miss the situation. Never stop monitoring. You always need to be monitoring the situation. Always. Never stop. Always keep on going. If we're not here to monitor the situation, then who else is going to do it? Somebody has to monitor the situation, right? It's got to be us. It's got to be us. Who else is going to do it? You can tell it's kind of a windy night out here. Now, the streets of Beirut are kind of quiet. We don't even hear gunshots down here. We don't even hear any gunshots. Oh, folks. Okay, remember how I said Bahrain is getting hit right now? Well, guess what? It sure is. I've got footage right now. Bahrain. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh. Oh man. Yeah, that's a new one. That's a new one. Wow. So this happened in the last 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Wow. Bahrain is still getting hit. Cup of tea? Black. Thank you, sweetheart. There was something I wanted to show you folks today, and I haven't even shown you something here. If I can find this. I had a little something for all of you. Ah, here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is declassified CIA surveillance capabilities from 14 years ago. 14 years ago. So what? It's 2012. 2012. This is what the CIA was capable of doing 14 years ago. I have to turn the music off. So the CIA can use satellites. This is 14 years ago, by the way, using satellites and computer software to track where people are going, who is getting in and out of the car, plot it all out, have a map overlay, on the freeway, off the freeway, in the car, out of the car, in the parking lot, track it all, who's in the car. This is 14 years ago, folks. What do you think they can do now? What do you think they are capable? By the way, for the record, it's we as civilians in 2026, we can do more than this now. We as civilians, random people, have higher capabilities than than the CIA had 14 years ago. So what do you think the CIA can do, or the military can do now in 2026? What do they have access to that we don't? That's a good song, but I can't play that. Right? Think about it. They've got all the tech. They've got all the tech. Right. It's crazy. Crazy. This guy has been beeping for a half hour. Dude. You gotta stop beeping. This man's been beeping. Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you, sweetheart. Matt, do you think that the Russian plan is bringing in more drones or other defensive rockets? Let me give you my gut intuition. You want my gut feeling here? I think that if this conflict drags on and on and on and on and on for weeks and weeks and months, the odds of Russian and Chinese munitions entering Iran and supporting the Iranians go up. The longer this goes on, the more of a fight the Iranians put up, and really the less decisive we are in our victory. I think the odds of a Chinese or Russian resupply goes up. Smuggling munitions into the country, etc., to help the Iranians, I would bet that goes up. If it seems like the Iranians are having a fighting chance that they might actually pull out of this thing, I think the odds of Chinese and Russian involvement goes up. Right now, it seems that Chinese and Russians are only giving intelligence support. They're sharing intelligence. But I don't think they are, right now. Over the last 7 days, have they been bringing in weapons? I don't think so. They've been selling the Iranians weapons for a very long time, for decades. They've been selling them. But are they actively right now in that way helping the Iranians in the last week? I don't think they're making drops right now. And so I think it's important that this needs to be decisive. We got to be in and out. We got to dominate them. Mission accomplished. We have some alerts here. Northern Israel, far northwest, about as northwest as you can go. And you know what? Wait a minute. This might be Hezbollah rocket fire. Maybe. I'm going to give this a second here. Why wouldn't they? The U.S. and NATO has been doing that in Ukraine. Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. Yes. We, that's U.S. and NATO, okay, that's over, have been providing intelligence and weaponry to the Ukrainians in their combat against the Russians. So would the Russians take this as an opportunity to kind of get a little bit of payback and tilt the scale maybe a little bit back in their favor? Or would they try to at least? I'm sure. I'm going to say this again because I think we've got new people in here. It is very explicitly stated in all of President Trump's White House's official national security documents. I can show you if you want, and also in the Department of War documents that have been publicly released. It is very explicitly stated that Trump's long-term objective here is to get rid of the Iranian regime, stabilize the Middle East, cripple the Iranian regime's capacity to destabilize the Middle East by firing drones and missiles and funding terror cells, etc., enriching uranium, cripple the Iranian regime's capacity to destabilize and project power across the Middle East, and then hand off operational control of the Middle East to our allies in the Middle East. That's Saudi Arabia, that's Israel, that's Qatar, that's UAE. Hand off defense of the Middle East to the Middle Easterners after we kind of castrate Iran. And then that will allow us, the U.S., to effectively pull out of the Middle East. You want to bring U.S. American soldiers and money, tax dollars back home from the sandbox? This is the exit strategy. This is President Trump's exit strategy. And the reason why Trump wants to do this is so that he can then reorient against China. Trump has determined that it's going to be very difficult to combat or really posture up against China in the Pacific if we are bogged down in the Middle East. And once again, this is what it says in the White House National Security Strategy document that was put out in November of 2025. It explicitly says this is the Trump doctrine, this is the Trump agenda. And it also says this in the 2026 Department of War document that was publicly released in January 2 months ago of 2026. This is, I mean, you can say, oh, well, they're lying. I guess that's on you. You can not believe it, but that's what they've said time and time again. This is the Trump geopolitical strategy. Castrate the Iranian regime, completely shut down their capacity to project power and destabilize the region, then hand off the region to our allies, pull out of the region, hand off the region and pull out of the region, and reposture to the Pacific. This is the plan. That's the objective. Francisco says you're being fooled like Iraq. It's Iraq all over again. Wake the F up. Nothing will change. The objective with Iraq is totally disanalogous with what's happening in Iran. The stated objective, the way we're going about this, and also the end goal here, it's totally different. In Iraq, we were lied to that there are weapons of mass destruction. By the way, I'm just going to be honest. Where did the United States get the intelligence suggesting that there were WMDs in Iraq? Where did we get that intelligence? Well, we got that from Israel. That was Israeli intelligence. So maybe there's a little bit of a reason to be upset at Israel insofar as that goes. That was bad intelligence that we got from Israel. But anyway, we're not going into Iran. We're not doing this in Iran for a reason like that. This is a sound geopolitical maneuver, as far as I'm concerned. On a geopolitical strategy basis, I am in favor of what's happening here because this is like necessary in order to properly posture against China. We need to get out of the Middle East. We need to find an exit plan. There's anti-air fire right there. You see that in Beirut, anti-air fire. The U.S. needs to get out of the Middle East if we want to properly posture up against China, and this is Trump's exit strategy. That is why he's doing this, to get out of the Middle East. It's really funny for anyone that is like, oh my God, it's going to be the War on Terror 2.0. Trump wants 1 million boots on the ground. We're going to get bogged down in the hills of Iran for 25 years. It's like actually literally the exact opposite. This is Trump's exit strategy to get us out of the Middle East. That is why Trump is doing this. Neocon propaganda. I'll tell you something. First off, neocons are retarded. The problem with neocons, though, is not that they had foreign policy. The problem is not having foreign policy. The problem is having bad foreign policy. If you say, what is the problem with neocons? The problem with neocons is that they had bad foreign policy. Not that they had foreign policy. Their foreign policy was bad. Not all foreign policy is bad. In fact, as a country, as any country, especially a country like the United States, we have to have foreign policy. We've got to have it. Not all foreign policy is bad. Bad foreign policy is bad. Good foreign policy is good. There's kind of a difference. And so the argument I would make is that this is good foreign policy. That's my argument. Ooh. That's the argument I make. And what is super depressing, I'm going to say this, I'll be honest, I might piss some people off when I say this. I'm not really a big fan of Israel. I've got a lot of problems with Netanyahu and the way that Israel has conducted itself geopolitically for a long time. I'm personally not a big fan of it. I have some very big reservations. That's some combat on the border there. Look at that. Confrontation. Looks like they're taking shots at each other. They're taking shots at each other. This stuff generally kind of goes nowhere, though. Anyway, I've got big concerns about Israel. Now, that said, I have to call this out. Acting as if what is going on in Iran right now is entirely 100% about Israel is just really moronic. Israel might be 15, maybe 20% of what is going on with this geopolitical dynamic, but it's much more complex and broad than that. Namely, as it pertains to China. I'm gonna pull up. Looks like our Russian plane is just flying across Turkey. Yeah, what is going on? We have a very interesting camera from Kuwait. To be honest with you, I think there's like a piece of cloth over the camera. I think there's just something draped over the camera lens. Everybody's saying Cam 10. I think there's just something draped over the camera lens. I think that's what this is. It's burning. How about that? I'm checking the OSINT. Okay, I actually do. I have something here coming out of Kuwait. Breaking news. Fuel tanks belonging to the Kuwait Aviation Fueling Company, the primary provider of aviation fuel services at Kuwait International Airport, were targeted by Iranian drones. Can I show you real quick? Iranian drones have just hit the fuel tanks at the Kuwait Aviation Refueling Company, and the fuel tanks have now exploded. So there's that. The smoke is pluming up into the sky. This is in Kuwait. Now, what we are able to see on this camera here, I am not exactly sure. Is this smoke coming out of some fire? This camera is really not that great, to be honest with you. Stop pounding on Israel, Matt. Listen, I'm not I don't get up here and rant and rave about Israel every single day. But if I ever have an issue with the government of another country, of course I'll talk about it in the same way that I have an issue with, I don't know, the government of Japan or Korea. There's no difference. In the same way that I criticize my own government sometimes. This notion that you can't ever say anything bad about Israel, that's just absurd. I don't agree with that. Israel is a country, they have a government, they've got elected officials. If you have a problem with it, you can criticize that. Doesn't make you an anti-Semite or something like that. In the same way that as an American, I can criticize my own government sometimes. Or whatever other government around the world. There's nothing different. Now, once again, I don't get up here and rant and rave every day about Israel. I'm not one of those people. But if somebody asks, I'll give them my... I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not a shill. I'll give you my honest answer. I can give you the respect of being honest with you. I'll always be honest with you guys. All I can do is be honest. You've got a lot of people in this industry, podcasts, political commentators. They tend not to be honest. Have you noticed there's a lot of dishonest people doing what I'm doing? All I can do is be honest. That's my obligation. Just have to be authentic. It is hard to tell what's going on this camera 10 in Kuwait. I suppose that must be smoke. I guess that is smoke coming out. The smoke is presumably coming from this. This is a Kuwaiti aviation fueling company called Kafco. This is the primary provider of aviation fuel services in Kuwait at the Kuwait International Airport. And it was just hit by an Iranian suicide drone. So guess what? The Iranians are still sending out suicide drones. They just hit... Well, let's do a quick recap. About 2 hours ago, they attempted to hit Saudi Arabia. Those got intercepted. They just did hit some location in Bahrain, in Manama. And now they have also hit this Kuwaiti fueling company. You can't help but notice now it seems as if the Iranians are targeting oil storage facilities, fuel storage facilities. What did we do about 4 hours ago? What did we do? Well, the U.S. and Israel, we bombed the living hell out of all of the Iranian regime's fuel storage facilities and oil refinement facilities. So it seems like the Iranians are kind of trying to go tit for tat here. They say, okay, you're going to blow up our fuel? All right, we're blowing up your fuel. Rachel Wilson, you're going to blow up my oil refinery? I'm going to blow up your oil refinery, Rachel Wilson. Good to see you. Thank you very much. It's kind of slow right now, I'll be honest. Well, actually, I mean, in the last 10 minutes, it's changed a little bit. Now we have the Iranians trying to blow up. Oh, hold up. Hold up here. Okay, I've got something for you folks here. This is hot off the press. Initial reports that a suspected Israeli strike targeted a hotel on the west side of Beirut, Lebanon. Do we... So... It looks like this here is a room that had a bomb in it and it blew up. That's my guess, that this room here had a bomb in it and that there was some Israeli assassination. Some targeted hit in Beirut, Lebanon. And by the way, this is our Beirut cam. We haven't seen anything here too crazy. You think that's a kitchen fire? I mean, well, I'll tell you what, the Israelis, they are kind of known. They're kind of infamous for their assassinations. Do you remember the pager bomb attack? What was that, about a year ago now? 9 months ago? And that was actually similarly in Lebanon. That was targeted at Hezbollah. The Hezbollah pager bomb fiasco. They do a little bit of assassinating from time to time. I'm gonna flip back up this cam. Let's keep an eye on this here. Yeah, you can tell that is smoke. That is smoke. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, has told members of the press, once again, we've heard this before, that during his negotiations over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, Iranian negotiators bragged about being able to enrich uranium to the 60% level, and also said that Iranian negotiators said this, quote, "We're not going to give you diplomatically what you can't take militarily." Wow, that's a big disrespect. You understand what that means? The Iranians at the negotiating table said, listen, America, we are not going to give you diplomatically what you can't take from us militarily. They're saying, why would we give up our ballistic missile program? Why would we give up our nuclear enrichment program when you can't even stop us? Who are you to ask us to give these things up when you have no capacity to stop us? You can't even stop us. And now it would seem as if we have another FAFO situation. We have another certified FAFO moment here, because now, well, I mean, look what's happened over the last week. Things are not exactly going well for the Iranian regime. Oh my gosh, can I show you something? Do you see that? Look at that cute little baby. Do you know who that is? Look at that little white baby. You know who that is? That's right. I think my mom had this made when I was a little, yeah, maybe. Ah, yeah. I must have been about 1 year old. Long time ago. Hillary would eat it. You think Hillary would eat me as a baby? Yeah, she's maybe eating babies. I don't know. She's maybe eating babies. We have a massive super chat here from Badfinger. That's a massive super chat. Thank you, sir. He says, "Hey Matt, been watching you and you do a great job. Enjoy watching you. Don't stop." You know, I'm just sitting here thinking about this. I have like I could not have engineered a better position or opinion on what's currently unfolding to make everybody hate me. I have the most hateable position because on one hand, I'm like, yeah, I'm actually in favor of what's happening for geopolitical reasons. And then on the other hand, I'm like, also, I'm not really a big fan of Israel. I've got some concerns about Israel. And so now now every single side of this equation hates me. Have you noticed? It's like it could not. I couldn't have tried any harder to be hated, to have a more unlikable approach to all of this. Hey, that's just the way that it goes. You got to be authentic. You got to be honest. That's the way that it goes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a big super chat from AG Wright. He says, Matt, Iraq had WMDs, just not nukes. We knew because they had already used them. Also, we found some when we went in. During the Kuwait War or Desert Storm in 1990, they had WMDs, they had chemical weapons. But we also know for a fact, I've looked into this a lot, we had US-based intelligence confirming that by the time we invaded them 13 years later in 2003, that they actually didn't even have those chemical weapon stockpiles. They'd gotten rid of them. They'd gotten rid of them. To be clear, though, they did have WMDs at a time, which is why I think people had an easy time latching onto it, because we know that in the 90s, or in the early 90s, we know that they had them. But you can go back. We had the intel just to know that they got rid of them following Desert Storm. Am I suicidal? Nope. No, I'm not. Not even a little bit. Not even at all. Now, what are we hearing out there? It sounds like a transformer. Okay, we just got another statement. We have a statement from the Kuwaiti government, from the Kuwaiti General Staff. The General Staff said that Kuwaiti armed forces are actively working to intercept hostile targets with air defense systems. So, ladies and gentlemen, right now they're saying still, like right this very moment, the Kuwaitis are still intercepting Iranian suicide drones. It is still happening. Still happening. Still happening. Can you give us a couple instances of reasons why you don't like the Israeli government? Yeah, sure, I'll give you 3 reasons, I guess. I don't like that Israel effectively stole nuclear weapons from the United States in the 1960s. That's an undeniable fact. They did that. I don't like that at all. I feel very uncomfortable with that, in fact. I don't like that they spy on U.S. politicians. We know that Israel was spying on Donald Trump in 2019. That's a fact. We know that. They were spying on Trump in 2019. They got caught doing it. Spying on Trump. I'm also not a huge fan of foreign influence, of disproportionate foreign influence. I'm not a fan that AIPAC is not registered as a foreign entity under FARA. I don't like that at all. That seems a little bit strange. I'm not a big fan of foreign lobbying. And, you know, we have foreign lobby groups from lots of different countries, China, etc., but they're all registered as foreign entities. I think that AIPAC should register as a foreign entity. So there's 3 reasons. It's not my birthday. Check the clock on cam 2. Here, there you go. I think we're about up to speed. And once again, like, I'm not, you know, getting up here and ranting and raving about Israel every single day, but I'm also, like, aware of the world. There's problems I could give you about Kazakhstan. There's problems I could tell you I've got with Japan. There's problems I could tell you I've got with my own damn country. I don't carve out one certain exception where I say, oh, this one country is perfect and there's no problems and nothing bad has ever happened. I don't even view my own country that way. Why would I view another country that way? No country is without transgression. Okay, we have, I think these are some new videos here. So as you all know, over the last couple hours, we have been bombing oil storage facilities in Iran. Here's one photo of that. Here's a photo of this. This is at an oil refinement and storage facility in southern Tehran. We have a video, allegedly, also. Oh, wow. Wow. This looks like a pipeline that's on fire. Like the entire pipeline went up in flames. That's crazy. Matt Morris, you can't speak about Israel that way. I'm an American. I'm actually I can. I can kind of say whatever I want, especially about a foreign country. I'm an American living in America. I can express concerns I have about my own country, and I most certainly can express concerns I have about foreign countries. What do you mean I can't say that? I'm an American. I can say what I want. I'm an American. Once again, though, so that footage we just looked at, that's from some U.S. bombing in Tehran a couple hours ago. That's actually not that recent. That footage must have been recorded, I don't know, a couple hours ago. Right now, beyond this recent suicide attack drone strike in Kuwait, Iran potentially even is still sending drones into Kuwait, targeting their oil infrastructure. Beyond that, everything is quiet right now. I'm going to flip back on our Kuwaiti cam here. This is some explosion here. You can see out there, look in the top left. There's smoke rising up. But you know, while we are being honest here, I don't harbor any deep hate for any group of people, really. I try to be a lover. I'm not a hater of the Argentines or the Chinese people or the Jews. I'm more of an individual type of guy, I suppose. Individual behavior type of guy, generally speaking. Matt, somebody said Matt the Muslim. Matt the Muslim. Craig Morris, he said, the best thing about America is saying what we want. Here's a little to the White Baby Fund. The White Baby Fund. Okay, I'll get on it. I'll get on it. I'll get right now. Not right now. I'll get on it later. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is true. It is, I don't know, it is kind of antithetical to being an American to tell somebody else that, hey, you can't say that. You're not allowed to say that. It's like, okay, then what's the point of this country? What's the point in the American experiment? And it is an experiment. There's never been a country like this ever before. What's the point of the country if we go around telling each other, you can't say that. You need to say this. You need to say that. You can't say this. You can't say that. Then what's the point of this place? I think we can. I think we can. Okay, folks, I've got a photo of in Kuwait, specifically where the Iranians attacked. Right here. Kuwait's military has said that Iranian drones attacked fuel tanks at the Kuwait International Airport. These are the fuel tanks right here. And those fuel tanks are, they must be down here in the bottom left. So these are allegedly the fuel tanks that the Iranians have targeted. No, thank you again, Craig Morris. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, it seems like the Iranians right now are trying to send a message. They just had a huge amount of their oil-related infrastructure get blown up in the last couple hours. And now it seems like they are trying to reciprocate that. Seems like they're trying to send a message here. I would assume that Kuwait is probably pretty pissed off about this. Yeah. Desert West says, you know you're doing it right when many hate you. I've been there my whole life. Everybody hates me. That's how I know I'm doing it right. Thank you, he says. But upon introspection, I wear the badge with pride. I don't play well with demons. Stay strong. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll bring our cameras back up here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is, oh, thank you, Cammy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hey, I love all of you too. I love all of you too. Thank you very much. We have another Rumble rant here. This is from 45 Rob. He says, baby fund. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You just shouldn't say it. It's not the same as saying bad things about Japan or Argentina. You're not understanding. Respectfully, sir, Neil, I completely disagree with everything you just said. I fundamentally disagree. And once again, telling me I'm an American, that I can't say something or that I can't express an opinion about a foreign country, I completely, in fact, I would, not only do I disagree, I would say that what you just said is anti-American. I disagree. More sirens in Kuwait. Is that right? Sirens going off in Kuwait. Cammy, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Matt Morris, I'm sick of you talking shit about Bolivia. Hey, you're not allowed to talk shit about Bolivia. Bolivia's different. You're not allowed to criticize Bolivia. It's different. We have sirens in Kuwait. It seems like it's still happening. It is still happening in Kuwait. We have a super chat here from Chosen Outlaw. What do you think ends the war? How do we get there? I think the only way out, as far as Trump is concerned, is to keep on killing people, to keep on killing members of the Iranian leadership until there is a leader who agrees to do what he wants. I think that's the only way out. At least I think that's the only way out that Trump is going to accept. Trump wants someone to lead this country who is going to bend the knee. Folks, we have ballistic missile launches. Red alert, ballistic missile launches inbound. Inbound. Ballistic missile launches inbound. Red alert. We just got the confirmation right now on the mobile app. Matt, there's a left-winger in the chat. That's fine. They can watch. You know what? I want them to watch. Maybe we can show them the light. We must show them the light. Tula Mordu says, it's raining in Austin. We love you in Texas, amigo. Well, thank you, friend. Thank you, partner. Well, thank you, partner. Hey, thank you very much. Austin is a nice city. You're having a few too many liberals these days, though. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Paul in Alaska says, I just wanted to say hi. I've been here the whole time. This is what I voted for. You are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you, Paula in Alaska. You know, permission to say something that's maybe like 1% smug, a little bit. I really think it won't be long. Maybe a couple weeks at most. I don't know. we're all going to be reflecting back on this, and we're going to look at all of these people on the right, that are panicking and losing their minds. Red alerts inbound. These are the ballistic missile launches, folks. Ballistic missile launches right now. Everybody, get inside of the bunkers. Get inside the bunkers. Red alerts. We've got the cameras up. We're ready to go. We're going to see it. This looks like they are aiming at... Well, this is very strange. Can I show you real quick on the map? This is not Tel Aviv. It's not Haifa. It's right in between. There's like nothing there. I've never seen them target this location before. We'll see here. We will see here. It's halfway between Tel Aviv and halfway through Haifa. Ballistic missiles inbound. Matt, you have to repent. The end of the world. Hey, I've got it covered. I'm on top of it. Thank you, though, sir. I think you need to repent. Hey, I need to repent. I think everybody needs to repent. Ballistic missiles inbound. Dude, you are spamming the chat. You gotta stop, please. For the love of my God, of our God, please stop spamming the chat. Thank you. So I'm gonna tell you something here. These ballistic missiles have been launched into the middle of nowhere. Like there's nothing even out here. You can see where the alerts are. And we're not even, we can't even see them on camera either because they're just literally in the middle of nowhere. And it seems like all of them have been intercepted anyway. Yeah, all the alerts are dying off. So that, what we just saw right there, what we just saw right there is probably the least effective ballistic missile launch of all time. Absolutely. And it's over. And it's over. The alerts are gone now. And it's over. No, the Iranian nuclear site is far down to the south in the desert. Well, all right. Anyway, they all got intercepted. I have never seen them launch in that location. It makes me wonder if it was a mislaunch or their targeting was haywire or something like that. Anyway, none of them even made it. They all got intercepted, so. The fire in Kuwait rages on. Red Dahlias over on Rumble says, Baby Fund, here are a few bucks for the best nutrition for the wife and mama. What type of food is good for a pregnant woman, like Pop-Tarts? For a pregnant women, they need to be eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Cocoa Pebbles. A lot of McDonald's. Probably a lot of Kentucky Fried Chicken. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Red Dahlias. Westport Stray Cat says, America, your show. Say what you want, let him cry. Thanks for what you do. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, while we have a moment here, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you a question? I'm looking for names. Who are the other right-wing commentators right now on the internet doing their talk shows, doing their podcasts, that are not actively losing their minds? MAGA is dead, Trump betrayed us, it's over. Another war in the Middle East. Who is out here? Who else is out here that is not literally having a complete and total meltdown? I'm looking for names. Who are you guys watching that is still, like, sane? Bongino, Crowder. Steven Crowder, okay. Steven Crowder. Dan Bongino. Razor Fist. Asmongold. Asmongold. Oh. Are we seeing something out there? Salty Cracker. I'm seeing a lot of Asmongold. I'm seeing a lot of Asmongold. Okay. Vince Dow. I'll be honest, like, 70% of what I see is Asmongold. 70% of you guys are Asmongold. That's crazy. That's crazy. The only name I see is Asmongold. I see a couple Benny Johnsons. Salty Cracker. I see some Glenn Becks. Okay. Cat Turd. Does Cat Turd have a podcast? I know he's a Twitter guy. He's a Twitter guy, but I don't know if he actually has a show. Whoa. Can we quickly take a look at Lebanon? What's happening in Lebanon? Let's tune into Lebanon here in a minute. This is Beirut. Liberal Hive Mind. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. Chosen Ally says, the longer this goes on, the tighter people will get and scream, Bush Wars. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Probably right. Jack Posobiec. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Cat Turd does have a podcast. Okay, you guys are just saying random names. The View. Oh yeah, is Joy Behar on The View really level-headed about all of this? Is she totally cool, calm, and collected? Has Joy Behar decided that she loves President Trump now? This guy said The View. Whoopi Goldberg. I love Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar. They're killing it. They're my favorite. I get all my political opinions from Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg. The first thing I said when we invaded Iran, I said, I need to know what Whoopi Goldberg has to say about this. Can somebody please call Whoopi Goldberg? We need to know. Oh, hey, look, anti-air fire right there. Look at that. Tracer round shooting up into the night sky. The PBD podcast. Yeah, I haven't watched that in a while because I've been here with you guys all day. I would imagine that Patrick Bet-David is probably pretty happy about this, considering that he's an Iranian refugee. He's an Iranian refugee from a long time ago. Long time ago. Anyway, no. Okay, I was going to say, before we had those red alerts, I really sincerely think that in a couple weeks, a couple months at most, this thing will be done and over with. It'll be a thing of the past. And we're going to look at a lot of these people that are actively losing their minds, melting down. It's over. Trump betrayed us. MAGA's dead. Oh my gosh, it's over. We're going to look back on these people and say, guys, all you had to do was not have a meltdown panic attack for like 2 months. All you had to do was trust the commander-in-chief, the guy we voted for, to handle the situation. All you had to do was not have an emotional breakdown for like a month and a half, maybe 2 months at most. That's all. That's all you had to do. But hey, we'll see. Hey, I might be wrong. We will see. We will see. Maybe I'm the one that's wrong. Time will tell. Time will tell. So this is footage circulating of the Kuwaiti fire right now. I mean, we've been looking at this for an hour. Yeah, we've seen this all day. Once again, folks, another instance of this broadcast being ahead of the curve. All these other outlets now are saying, breaking news, there's a fire in Kuwait, breaking news. It's like, guys, we have been talking about that for 90 minutes. For 90 minutes, we've been talking about that. Bill O'Reilly. Somebody said Bill O'Reilly. Oh, wow. Wasn't it such a dumb move to fire him? Man, Fox News, how stupid. If I remember right, there was like one completely unsubstantiated sexual assault allegation, and there was no proof of anything at all. If I remember right, maybe I'm wrong, but this is what I remember. It was totally unsubstantiated, and they cut him loose anyway. What a dumb decision on that one. I've got some images to show you folks here. I'm going to pull this up for you folks. Take a look at this. New satellite imagery has just come out. Satellite imagery showing the aftermath of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes on the Bushehr naval facility in Iran, including a capsized ship. So these are U.S. airstrikes on an Iranian naval facility. And you can tell we were dropping bombs there. Blew something up there. Torched it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the before. Before and after. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Precision bombs. Smack dab in the middle on all of them. Wow. Once again, before and after. Perfect shots. And this is before. And oh yeah, wow, we capsized that ship there. So there's a ship. Look at this one right here. And we flipped it. It's kind of like cow tipping, but like boat tipping or gunboat tipping. You ever go gunboat tipping? We do. We tipped your gunboat. That's amazing. That's astounding. Wow, look at that. That's nuts. Flipped it. Flip that ship. We have a big super chat here from Audio Jack. Audio Jack Wreck. He says, you, Asmongold, and Max Afterburner are the best. I look forward to your channel daily. Keep on keeping on, bro. I'm in Lampasas, Texas. Are you from Austin? And why did you move so far away? No, I'm not from Austin. I've never lived in Texas, but growing up, I had like 4 relatives that lived there. My grandmother and great-grandmother lived there in Austin. And so growing up, we were always making trips to Austin, Texas. So I've been to Austin like 15 or 20 times, I don't even know. But I've never lived there. And then incidentally, I made a bunch of friends in Austin, like Asmongold and S-Fan, if you know him. And so in my adult life, I kept on going to Austin to go down and hang out with them. Although, I'll be honest, it has been... It's been probably 7 years since I've been to Austin, Texas. Wow, doesn't time fly like that? Wow, it's been 7 years since I've been down there. I should go to Austin, Texas, and just go do something. I don't know. I don't even know what I should do. You want to know the real problem? All my relatives died. All my relatives that died in Austin, or that lived in Austin, they all died. And so then I kind of stopped having a reason to go down there. Hold up, do we have... Ladies and gentlemen, ballistic missile launches inbound right now. Ballistic missile launches. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the real deal. Ballistic missiles. This is not some little border skirmish. Ballistic missiles are inbound. Ballistic missiles are inbound, and this is, I think this is northern Israel is where they are inbound. Northern Israel. On the mobile app, we have the confirmation. On the website, we're going to have the alerts here pretty soon. I would expect, if you guys pay attention here to camera 5 and camera 7, I would expect that you are going to see interceptor missiles get fired any second now. I think you'll see that here pretty soon. Inbound. Inbound. It does seem like there's been a couple more launches today. Have you noticed that? It kind of seems like it. Haifa pixels. Yeah, they are obscuring something. There's something there that they don't want us to see. And you know, we have had some suspicions that camera 7 is not live. We're going to find out now if camera 7 is in fact live. We're going to find out now. We will see. I'm quickly taking a look at Truth Social here to see if we have any updates from Trump. But yeah, folks, ballistic missiles are inbound right now. They're coming in. Oh, thank you, ZM. No, I saw a lot of people say Crowder and Asmongold. You know, you guys know that I'm not really a collab guy. I don't go on other people's podcasts. I would do something with Crowder. I would do something with Asmongold. I would make an exception for Crowder and Asmongold. I think I would. Maybe for nobody else. Maybe for nobody else, but I think I would get along well with Crowder, and I know I get along with Asmongold. We've hung out before. Maybe I'd make an exception. These ballistic missiles are coming in. I think we are going to hear the alert here any minute. And there they are. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what that looks like on the map. This is what that looks like. And here are the sirens in Haifa. All right, pay attention now. Look alive now, folks. Are we seeing any interceptors? When we see these interceptors get shot up, that's like the last line of defense. That means everything else has failed along the way. So if we never see any interceptors, I suppose that's kind of... Oh, there's one. There's one. On Cam 11. There's 2 interceptors. 3. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 of them. 4 interceptors. Goodness gracious, this is outrageous. There's another one. And you see him. Up on Cam 5. Is that a ballistic missile coming in? Do we see that there? Uh-oh. You see him off distantly in the sky. You see an interception there on Cam 11, up in the air. Uh-huh. Another interception there. Yeah, I don't think any of these have hit. I think we've had nothing but interceptions here. But honestly, it's really hard to tell a lot of the time. Interception. It looks to me like all of these have been intercepted. Or that they are in the process of being intercepted. So I see that all the alerts are done now. The alerts are over with. That might be all she wrote, folks. That might be it. I think they got them all, ladies and gentlemen. I think they did. Okay, folks, crazy news, bad news. I'm getting reports right now of a possible attempted attack, attempted terror attack on the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway. Once again, attempted terror attack, possible attempted terror attack on the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway. That's bad. I'm going to keep you posted on that. I'm gonna look for more information. If true, that's not good. That's very bad. Let me quickly do a little bit of a deep dive into that. Stand by here, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you all for being here. Like, of all places. Okay, I've got the news. Norway, no injuries have been reported yet from an explosion near the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. There's an explosion heard near the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. Explosion reported. With smoke seen rising, emergency crews are responding. No injuries have been reported. The police are currently in dialogue with the embassy and no injuries have been reported. The case is being looked into. The police have large resources in the area around the American embassy in Oslo on a Sunday night. On Sunday night, there was a report of a loud bang or explosion at the scene, according to operations manager Per Iverson. Okay, we gotta go to Norway. Hold up. Bear with me here, folks. There we are. Okay. There it is. We're zooming in. So it's kind of out here. So there it is right there. This is the U.S. Embassy. Allegedly, a large explosion. A loud bang was heard at the embassy in Oslo. According to the Norwegian police, the cause right now remains unknown. It is an alleged terror attack, but we don't know yet. No injuries have been reported. Police are deployed on site. Now, in order to get into the embassy compound, can we take a look at what this looks like on the ground? Yep. There it is. So there is a gate. I mean, this is beautiful. I want to be the ambassador to Norway. Okay, so anyway, there's a gate. You got to get through the gate. Is there another entrance here? Is there like a back door? I think over here, perhaps. Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's. So this is the office here. That's like the lobby. Huh. I would suppose it probably happened over here by the lobby. But we don't know. Let me continue looking into this here, folks. Right now there was an alleged terror attack, potential terror attack at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. A loud, powerful blast was heard in the area of the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, followed by smoke rising. Once again, no injuries have been reported and police are deployed to the site. Okay, we've got a photo. Something to work with here. The police have large resources on site at the U.S. Embassy. Police were notified of an incident at 1 a.m. on Sunday. The police are in dialogue with the embassy, and there have been no reports of injured people. There is currently no information about what exactly happened or who may be involved. Okay, so we don't have much to work with right now. We do have a super chat here from Sherry Zylak. Is Iran just all about war? How do they have so many missiles and why? They've been stockpiling them. The report we got was that Iran was making 100 ballistic missiles per month. Prior to this conflict, they were making 100 ballistic missiles per month. Drones, I'm not exactly sure. But they were stockpiling. They were building up. Thank you very much, Sherry. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. They confirmed it was a bomb thrown and both men were arrested. In Oslo, I haven't seen that at all with Oslo. I'm looking for updates here. I'm still looking for updates. I don't see... Yeah, I think I've given you all the information here. Right now, we are waiting for more information to come out. At the U.S. Embassy. We have seen... Okay, let's talk about U.S. embassies. We have seen U.S. embassies in the last 7 days get attacked in Oslo, Norway, in Baghdad, Iraq, in Jordan, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we have also seen U.S. consulates get attacked in Iraq, in Erbil, Iraq. The U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan got attacked. So I don't know, what, between embassies and consulate buildings, maybe 5 or 6 or 7 different instances of attacks over the last week. Reports of an attempted terror attack on a U.S. embassy in Oslo, Norway. We're still waiting for information. Imagine attacking an embassy. How low do you have to be? No, once again, no injuries reported. The investigation is ongoing. We don't know what caused the explosion. What we do know is that yesterday afternoon, one of the senior-ranking clerics in Iran declared a fatwa. A fatwa was declared. Which is effectively like a... similar to a jihad, almost sort of like a holy war against those that are standing in opposition of the Iranian regime. Or at a minimum, supporting the evil American empire. Positively patriotic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your continuing support, Matt. 10 hours already today. Dr. Steve Turley is 100% MAGA and has had a great war insight. Solid information. Been following him for years. Steve Turley. I've seen his channel out there. I know who that is. Much love from New York. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I haven't had any time at all to watch people that I like to watch because I've been here with you guys because you guys have been watching me. I haven't watched anybody. Thank you very much. I see a report come out right now that is totally unsubstantiated and uncorroborated. In fact, I don't even have a source for this. So I'll say allegedly. Allegedly, the White House is weighing the option of sending Delta Force troops into Iran to destroy and disable key nuclear sites. This is totally uncorroborated. I don't see any source for that information. That might just be complete and total bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit going around these days. Have you noticed? Have you noticed here? Where's our map? Folks, a potential terror attack at the US Embassy in Oslo, Norway. Folks, we have a new photo coming out of that oil refinery that is right outside of Tehran. The United States and Israel blew up one of the Iranian regime's largest oil refinement and oil storage facilities in the entire country in the southern end of Tehran. And this is what it looks like. This fire has been going on for like 4 hours now, and it's just massive. Massive. Just massive. I'm going to do one more quick scan if we have any other breaking news updates about this Oslo terror attack. Stand by here, folks. Not a lot of information coming out. Does anybody here know what Coulter's Law is? We can kind of make a little joke out of this. Coulter's Law. You know what that is? The longer it takes to discover the identity of a mass shooter, the higher the odds are that he is not a white man. That is the inverse. The faster we discover who a mass shooter is, the higher the odds that the shooter is a white man. Meaning the media tries to conceal the identity of the terrorist or mass shooter if he is not a white man. That's what that means. And so right now, I'll tell you something here. We're not getting any information at all about who this suspected terrorist is that might have detonated some device outside of this embassy, U.S. Embassy. I can't help but begin to speculate. Pardon me? I can't help but begin to connect some dots. Time will tell, time will tell, time will tell. Love you, Matt, but I gotta go. UFC is starting. You know what? I can't blame you. I can't blame you. Can anybody blame this guy? No. While we wait for updates to come out of Oslo, I'm going to temporarily flip us back to our cameras over here in the Middle East. Okay, for those of you that have not seen this photo, this is that oil refinery and storage facility in Iran. This looks like a scene out of the Old Testament. This looks like the God of Israel is smiting down, you know, heretics or whatever. I don't even know. This looks biblical, is what this looks. This is wild. Crazy. The Lord God is smiting down those that deserve to be smote. That's what that looks like. The Lord God. Now, back on U.S. soil, There seems to have been an attempted terror attack, Islamic terror attack on U.S. soil earlier today. There's a content creator. I don't know what you would call him. Jake Lang. I think you know him. He's always going to protests and counter-signaling against Muslims. Okay. He's a Christian nationalist. Anyway, he had 2 individuals that threw an I mean, it's an IED. It's an improvised explosive device at him and tried to blow him up earlier today, a couple hours ago. Don't mock God. Why? Wait a minute. Why would you think I was mocking God? I was not mocking God. I don't know why you would think that. Of course not. Where's our footage? There he is. There it is. There's our footage. And oh, hey, are these people doing, they're doing their, oh, what time is it? Yeah, it's 5 or whatever time it is. They're doing their Aloha snack bars. I have a report coming out of Saudi Arabia. Holy guacamole. Saudi Arabia has just issued a direct threat to Iran. They say, attack our territory or our energy infrastructure again, and we will be forced to retaliate. And they're also threatening to open up their bases fully to American forces. Right now, we can use the we can use the Saudi Arabian bases in a limited capacity. So the Saudi Arabians are saying, hey, listen, if you continue attacking us, territory or our energy infrastructure, we are going to retaliate and you're not going to like it. That's the Saudi Arabians. We saw the Iranians, and I show you here on the map. Zoom out here, big time. Zoom out, big time. Even bigger. Even bigger. Zoom out, big time. Okay, so we saw the Iranians fire a series of suicide drones at a bunch of Saudi Arabian oil fields. Where are they? In the middle of the desert. Where, they're like, I don't even know where they are. Here? Are they here? Sheba. Yeah, right here. Okay. Right here, in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, you have Saudi Arabian oil fields. And this is what they look like. They're pumping oil out of the desert. And yesterday, we saw the Iranians fire a bunch of suicide drones at these oil fields, attempting to blow them up. Oh my gosh, they've got an airstrip down here. Good Lord. They also have a football field. Even to the Saudi Arabia, they have a football field literally just in the middle of the desert. This looks like a scene out of Dune. Wow. Oh yeah, they're pumping. They're out here pumping. Look at that. If you ever wonder how the Saudi royal family is so rich, well, you're looking at it. And so, you know, obviously, you don't want explosive kamikaze suicide drones blowing up your oil pipelines in the middle of the desert. That's probably a bad thing. And so the Saudi Arabians have just now, they've come out and said, hey, if you keep doing this, we will retaliate. We will retaliate. Seems like all of these countries down here in the Middle East, it seems like they've kind of had enough. They've had enough of these Iranian antics. They've had enough of these suicide drones and the ballistic missiles and the Hezbollah rockets. Everybody's just getting a little bit tired of this. That seems like kind of what's happening here. And also, hey, Ralph Cochran, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Just sent you the U.S. Embassy's attack. I know we've been covering that, but right now we don't have a lot of news. We've been waiting for updates on that. We don't know who did it. We don't know if it was actually a terrorist attack or it could have been an accident. I don't know. I would speculate that it was a terror attack. A specific type of terror attack. So, you know how I talk about third worldists on Twitter? Look at this. Here's a prime example. This is he has the Palestinian triangle. This represents Palestine. Palestine. Explosions close to the American embassy in Oslo. Let's effing go. So you have people celebrating this. I kid you not. Whoa, the American embassy in Oslo in Norway got blown up? All right, let's go. Third worldists. Third worldists. And you know what some people say? They say, we should let these people into our country. We should accept these people into our country as immigrants and refugees. They're going to assimilate to become just like us. They're going to be just like us. Yeah. No. This guy, where is this guy specifically from? How disappointing. He's in Norway. This guy is literally in Norway. He's maybe Norwegian. Or maybe he's an immigrant in Norway. He might be a third world immigrant that made his way into Norway. Unbelievable. Gotta get him out. Norway needs mass deportations just like us. He's already inside. He already made it in. I hate to say it. Antifa. Norway has some Antifa. That's true. I think Antifa is kind of everywhere these days. Okay, folks, I have a video at that embassy. Breaking news, breaking news. I have a video of the embassy. Okay, so that red alert, incidentally, that's back in Israel and that's on the confrontation line. You don't need to worry about that one. Don't worry about that. That's going to be nothing, I think. This is the video of the embassy, U.S. Embassy in Oslo. They have, like, riot police. Like, this guy, he's kitted up. He's on the fence line. They must be concerned that there is a threat inside the building. They must be worried that the threat is inside the building, because look at how they're postured up on the outside. They're all standing worried on the outside. Which makes me worried that the threat is already on the inside. Now, heavily armed police officers and other emergency services seen outside the embassy in U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway, following reports of a possible explosion near the embassy. And that's the video we have. What the fuck was that? What the... What in the... That must have been an Israeli airstrike in Beirut, but we don't have that on camera. We don't have that on camera. We didn't see it, we only heard it. So, hey, sorry for swearing. Sorry for swearing. I'm going to put a nickel in the swear jar. I apologize about that, folks. Sorry. It caught me off guard. I got a little bit scared. Thank you. Sorry about that. That must have been in Beirut. Rewind. No, I mean, we didn't even see it. There's nothing to rewind and see. We didn't even see it. It wasn't caught on the camera. It was out of frame. It was out of frame. Do we have any other footage here that we might have seen something? No, there's no smoke anywhere. I think regrettably, folks, I think that happened off frame. We didn't see it. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it, but most certainly okay, folks, I'm just gonna leave the Beirut camera here because I think things are kind of going down in Beirut here. I'm just gonna leave this up. I need to get a bunch of nickels and make a joke. Yeah, I should actually get a jar and some nickels. I should. The police have large resources in the area around the U.S. Embassy in Oslo, Norway. At approximately 1 in the morning, a loud bang or explosion was reported at the scene. The police are right now in dialogue with the embassy and no injuries have been reported. There is currently no information about what exactly had happened or who may be involved. Heavily armed police officers are currently outside of the embassy. We don't know. We don't know. I'll tell you what, though. There's one thing I do know. The longer it takes for us to know what that bomb was, or that loud bang or explosion was, the odds increase that it was a you-know-who. It was a you-know-who engaging in a you-know-what. Time will tell. Time will tell. Scanning for updates here. Uh-huh. Elijah Fire. Hey there, Elijah Fire. My Comfort Tour says, you, my friend, are the best I've ever experienced in the 10 years on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a big compliment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, thank you very much. We try to, I don't know, be at least a little bit entertaining. We try to be at least a little bit entertaining. I don't want to throw any shade, God forbid, or throw any bad vibes. Lord have mercy. But it is true, some of the other broadcasters, hello everyone. Hello everyone, welcome to the show. Today we're going to be covering the news. And I just need to go take a nap. I'm just going to go take a nap. You can't help but nod off a little bit. Hello everyone, welcome to the Daily News. No, thank you very much. Thank you. And we have a massive super chat here from Barry Morse? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morse. Thank you, Mr. Morse. Excellent name, I might add. Thank you. Thank you very much. You must be very smart and handsome. I can tell. Thank you very much. Look at that. Thank you. Okay, I've got an update coming out of Saudi Arabia. Oh, we've got a couple updates here. Okay, first update coming out of Saudi Arabia. According to the Saudi Ministry of Defense, Iran targeted the diplomatic quarter in the capital city of Riyadh, and the drone was shot down with no damage to infrastructure or human injury. Once again, just now, according to the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense, Iran targeted the diplomatic corridor in the capital city of Riyadh with a drone, and the drone was shot down and nothing was damaged. Iran is still firing off these suicide drones. Iran is still pumping them out there. They're still letting them fly, and they're targeting the diplomatic corridor of Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. They lost their damn mind. And then I have an update here, another one. 12 hours and still fresh. Built different, just built different. Okay, real quick, folks, I want to play this video. Video footage filmed by an American service member of an Iranian one-way attack drone, likely a Shahed 136, nearly impacting a radar tower at a U.S. military base in the Middle East. This is earlier this week. Earlier this week. Oh my gosh.
They hit the base of it. They knocked the lights out on that motherfucker. They took the power out. Still standing? Yeah. That thing's fucking. Did you get that shit? I got.
Wow.
No, they missed it again. They hit the base of it. They knocked the lights out on that motherfucker. They took the power out. Still standing? Yeah. That thing's fucking. Did you get that shit?
Wow. So anyway, that video is from a couple days ago. The Iranians have been targeting infrastructure just like that. That's our boy. That's right. That's our boys. Team America. That is right. Jeanette says, saw on Facebook, possible bomb launched at protesters. Yeah, you're talking about in New York, where with Jake Lang. Yeah, seems like there was some protest, and Jake Lang, who's infamous for counter-protesting against Muslims, like he will bring like pig heads and vials of pig blood and smatter pig blood and stuff. He'll burn Qurans and stuff. So more power to him. He's like I think he's a Christian nationalist type of guy. And then he'll film it all. Anyway, he was counter-protesting a bunch of Muslims in New York City today, I think. And seems like two young Muslim men made an improvised explosive device and threw it at him and tried to blow him up. But I believe that the device did not end up exploding. I think it didn't detonate. It didn't go off, so nobody got hurt. I think nobody got hurt. Yeah, that happened this afternoon, maybe like 6 or 7 hours ago. Something like that. Okay, can we get some updates on this thing in Oslo? I'm getting a little bit tired of waiting to see what happened here. I'm getting a little bit impatient, if I'm honest. I'm looking for updates here, folks. One moment. Heavy security presence outside the embassy. Norwegian police say a loud blast has been heard near the U.S. Embassy in Norway's capital, Oslo. We know that. We want to know who did it Did anybody get hurt? So far, we've heard that nobody's been hurt. No injuries reported. We have armed police outside the U.S. Embassy in Oslo. Oh my gosh, it's been 11 and a half hours. Holy smokes. Holy guacamole, man. Yeah, we don't have any new news here about this. About this airstrike right there. Israeli airstrike. See that? Yep. Wow. Wow. There it is. There it is. Kaboom. Wait, do we have red alerts? Is that right? No, I don't see any red alerts. Okay. No red alerts right now. Anti-air fire, right there, anti-air fire. That's Hezbollah trying to shoot down an Israeli Air Force fighter jet, is what that is. I mean, at that point, like, the jet is long gone. That jet is gone. I don't know who they think they're firing at. Ladies and gentlemen, an Iranian drone has just hit the Social Security building in Kuwait. Oh man, this is just out of control. An Iranian suicide drone has just hit the Social Security building in Kuwait. That picture is just hot off the press right now. Wow. So, can I say something here real quick? The fact that Iran is indiscriminately firing rockets, missiles, and suicide drones at every single regional neighbor, and when I say indiscriminately, I mean firing them at all, not only all of their regional neighbors, but also firing them at hotels and restaurants and civilian centers and neighborhoods. Isn't this behavior kind of a good reason why Iran should not have a ballistic missile program? Isn't this kind of a good reason why Iran should not be enriching uranium to weapons grade levels? It's kind of obvious now, right? I feel like some people, they were kind of on the fence. 2 weeks ago, they were like, well, I don't know. Like, this is who we're talking about. These are the people we're talking about. They should not have the capacity to do this. These people are fucking psychotic. Pardon my language. I'm sorry again. I keep swearing. I'm sorry. Pardon my language. Pardon my language. There's that smoke billowing up into the sky. Into the sky. Don't worry, Matt. The Iranians will pay you. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna put a nickel in the swear jar. Oh, that was whoa! It looked like Hezbollah just fired a rocket out of that smoke location, Or maybe that was a munition going off unintentionally. Did you see that? That was just like boom, right there. Just a flash for 1 second. It looked like something launched up in the air there. Wow. That could have been like an accidental discharge, right? Wow. Secondary explosion. Yeah, that's a good term for it. Okay, hold up, folks. I've got something here to show you. This is right now in Bahrain. Folks, it seems like the Iranians right now are really lashing out. This is the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet Base at Naval Support Activity NSA Bahrain is burning following an Iranian drone strike. Now, I don't know what part of the base this is. I'm not sure. Hold up here. I want to pull this up on too many buttons. There's too many buttons these days to do anything. Ah, there's too many buttons these days. I need to go to Bahrain. First off, let's go to Bahrain. Can we find that here? Okay, so you can tell that it's like it's all of this. It's all of this down here. So this guy is driving down the freeway. I just want to try to figure out what building this is. And it's a warehouse with a sloped roof, sloped back to him, back towards the freeway. It might be this building. Well, we know, well, it's not. Well, guess what? Hold up, is all of this... I guess he could be driving the other way also, maybe, I'm not sure. Well, hey, it's one of these buildings. It's one of these buildings. I don't know which one. The NSA Sport Field. Let's go back to Bahrain. I don't want to miss anything. Or, I'm sorry, Beirut. Back to Beirut. You hear a lot of honking down there. Moorfield says, "Hey Matt, thanks for your coverage. Once again, do you think the propeller noise on Beirut Cam is one of our drones offshore?" As far as I understand, just to the left. So, that way, if the camera turned that way, there's actually a Beirut airport. And sometimes I think planes are taking off and landing at the Beirut airport. I think that's what we're hearing sometimes. The noise sounds distinctly different than an Israeli fighter jet. You hear the fighter jets coming in from quite a distance. You can hear them a while out. Folks, it has been a wild day. It's been a wild night. It has been a wild night. I think after today, it is fair to say that Iran has adequately pissed off every single one of its regional neighbors. If they weren't all pissed off prior to today, now they most certainly are. Now they most certainly are. because Iran has just been releasing drone after drone after drone, targeting everyone, targeting UAE, targeting Saudi Arabia, targeting Kuwait, targeting Bahrain, everywhere. Most of them get intercepted. In fact, almost all of them. JF says America first. That is right. That is right. Thank you very much. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Sports Girl says, Matt, please get rid of this person in the chat. All right, listen, in the Rumble chat, do I get rid of this guy Francisco? It's up to you. Rumblers, do I get rid of, his name is Francisco? You guys get to decide. His fate is in your hands. If you say yes, his blood will be on your hands. Okay, I'm looking at the chat here, and literally every single person is saying yes, 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 and yes, 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 yes. All right, Francisco, you have been chosen to be a blood sacrifice for the day. And it looks like, okay, you know what? I'm going to do it only for today's show. Not forever, only for today's broadcast. You are the sacrifice of the day. Sacrifices must be made, Francisco. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He can come back tomorrow. We'll see how he does. He's going to sneak back in the country after getting deported. They tend to do that. Carol the Cowgirl says, for gosh sakes, split a steak with Mrs. Morris and a baked potato. I raise cattle. You need protein for these marathons. I have lost weight. You know, my wife told me last night, she said, you know you've lost weight in the last week? Hold up, folks, airstrike? I thought I heard a plane coming in. I have not been eating during these shows, and I've probably lost 5 pounds in the last week. It's true. Yeah, I probably should have a steak. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That sounds nice. What about Texas Roadhouse? Doesn't that sound good? Texas Roadhouse? And they bring out the cactus thing and you dip it in the sauce and you got the potato and the chili. The chili! And you have a nice New York strip. Oh man, that sounds good. Wow. That sounds like a good idea. And the chili, that's the best part. Thank you very much. That is a good idea. Thank you very much. DBGG says, may God bless, hold up, Matt, God bless you for keeping us updated, my favorite channel. God bless everybody. And you know what, once again, all of the people that are potentially caught in harm's way out here, actually in the mix, on the streets, God bless them too. Hopefully everybody stays safe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Matt, don't forget to restart your YouTube before the 12-hour mark. Wait, why? What happens? Wait, what happens? What happens at the 12-hour mark? What's going to happen? Is something bad going to happen? I don't know about that. Hold up, wait a minute, because that happens in like 18 minutes. No, I want to go to Texas Roadhouse. It is Saturday. Oh, it's gonna be so packed. Can I have a minute? I need to just figure something out. I gotta figure... I'll see. Okay, just a minute. I just need a minute. It's Saturday. Okay, anyway, hey, so what happens at 12 hours? What happens? Nothing? Nothing happens. You just can't save the live stream. What happens at 12 hours during a YouTube live broadcast? I don't know anything about this. At the 12-hour mark during a YouTube live broadcast, nothing dramatic happens to the live stream itself in terms of being forcibly ended or cut off by YouTube. YouTube allows the streams to continue well beyond 12 hours, even for 24-hour streaming in many cases. As long as you comply. Okay. However, the key impact at 12 hours relates to archiving the automatic VOD and re-upload YouTube video. If the live stream is less than 12 hours long when it ends, YouTube typically automatically archives it as a regular video on your channel available for later viewing. If the stream exceeds 12 hours, the full archive may not be captured at all, or the replay, it might not be saved and uploaded to your channel. Official YouTube... Oh. Well. Matt, everything after 12 hours will not be recorded. That sounds like a good opportunity to get crazy. To me, you know what? Hey, if we are off the record after the 12-hour mark, that sounds like a great excuse to go a little bit crazy. Because the evidence won't exist. Are you feeling... No, you know, it's fine. I think that's fine. Whatever. That's okay. I think it's okay. Everything is going to be okay. Or, you know, alternatively, I think we're all kind of thinking it. I don't want to be the guy that has to say it, but I think we're all kind of thinking it. I think everybody's thinking it. I don't want to have to be the one to say it. What the hell? Yeah, you know... Listen, ladies and gentlemen. It has been 11 hours and 46 minutes. It seems like things are potentially kind of simmering down. It's not even me, it's my wife and kids. They are craving. They might even be starving. My kids are starving. They're saying, Papa, we need a bloomin' onion. They're saying, Papa, please, we need a Texas Roadhouse and a bloomin' onion or whatever a cactus blossom. Please, we need a cactus blossom. We're starving to death. We need to have a cactus blossom. Immediately, Papa. What type of father would I be? What type of father would I be if I said no to that? I think it has to be done. I think it needs to be done immediately. So it's gotta happen. No, everyone, thank you all very much for tuning in. I really do appreciate that, folks. This broadcast has been like the longest broadcast of all time. We might have set a world record. We might have even set a world record here for the longest broadcast in the history of all broadcasts, so we need to look into that, though. Kurt says, you are doing the Lord's work, brother. Thank you for the hard work. Thank you very much. Really, I'm blessed. I'm so blessed that so many people are tuning in. I really appreciate it. We are in a world full of fake news and artificially generated videos and propaganda, bullshit, pardon my language. We are out here doing our best every single day, just about every single hour of every single day, trying to set the record straight and pierce through the veil. So thank you all very much for being here and helping me do that. You guys are helping me do that. I really appreciate it. Everyone on Rumble and on YouTube, Joey DeBarba, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. The Rumble rant that says "Go eat, brother." This is a name that I'm not going to say, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Official drop rate says, how many of your under 35 would commit if we got attacked? I'm not sure about that, but hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat on YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be a wrap for today's broadcast. I will, guess what? We are probably going to do the same damn thing tomorrow. Probably the same thing tomorrow. And I'll see you folks then. Take care, everyone. Until then, God bless. Stay safe. Thank you all very much. And I'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you very much. Take care, folks.